Our members will now observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Honourable members, may you please allow me to invoke Rule 47 to allow Bemba Mmu go tsena le rona ka mo gare ga ntlo ya kokwanatheomolao. Ntlo ya dumelana. Ka leboga. Next item, please.
Item number 2, announcements, tabling and committee reports.
Our members, we are now going to deal with the last batch of the departmental budget votes as they appear on the order paper. As members should be aware, committee reports for this budget votes have been tabled through the ATC. Next item, please.
Item number 3, proceedings on bills, Northwest Appropriation Bill 2019-20. 1, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement, vote 9 and vote 10. 2, Department of Provincial Treasury, vote 7. 3, Northwest Provincial Legislature, vote 2. 4, Office of the Premier, vote 1.
Thank you. I'll now call upon Honorable MEC for Department of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Women Settlement, Reke Hakilwe, to present the budget 2019-20, vote 9 and 10. Honorable Hakilwe, you have 40 minutes. Mme ke tla go utlwela botlhoko jaaka mmusa gotla. Ka gore o tshwere di-department tse pedi tse di tonna tota. Tse di na le di-HOD tse pedi ke wena hela. Ke tla go ekeletsa ka metsotso e le 10. Enkosi.
Ke a leboga Musa Khotla. Ke ema fa go fitisa yona puo e maleba le vote ya rona ya Lefapha la Cooperative Governance Traditional Affairs le vote ya rona ya boleshome e maleba le Lefapha la Human Settlement in the Northwest Province. Honorable Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, the Premier of the Northwest Province, Professor Mokoro in absentia, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, executive mayors, mayors of the Northwest Province, speakers of various municipalities, chairperson of Salga, councillors present here, Maaparangwa rona a tlotlegang, leaders of political parties, and administrator in the province, Rempanza, and all other administrators, but ready push o botlhe go ya ka maemo a bone. Mesetona Musa Khotla, ke rata gore ke re we have our special guest here, Re Adolphius Mafora, le molekane wa gagwe, Re Silo, le molekane wa gagwe, ba ke badiri ba lefapha ba ba diretseng lefapha dingwaga tse dintsi, mme ba ise ba tsamaye ba bone tšhono ya go tla go dula mo ditilong tse go reetsa le go utlwa mo dingwageng di ka feta 30 go utlwa gore tota go diragalang mo ntlong ye. Re bone go le botlhokwa gore ba tle go itseela ka tsebe. Members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, guests, people of the Northwest Province. Honorable Speaker, as the world moves from silos to integrated thinking, our people are increasingly realizing that as government, we are duty bound to provide them with basic services. This was unmistakably confirmed by our people during the recent political campaign for the provincial and national election that proved to be very tough. Honorable Speaker, what we found as we moved around the length and breadth of our beautiful province, the message from our people everywhere was the same. Please help us to have basic services. I repeat and quote, please help us to have basic services, end quote. As we moved around from door to door, we got first-hand eyewitness account of their living conditions. It pains me to say this is in a majority of cases not habitable for any human being to live in. It is incumbent upon me to remind you that the voters said, to remind you about what the voters said. They said their votes are not up for sale, nor is the demand for basic services up for negotiations. Their demand, I think it is a constitutionally legitimate and fair demand, is for the provision of basic services post-elections so that we are able to improve their lives and change it for the better. Honorable Speaker, their demands are commensurate to what the Honorable Premier Professor Tebogo Job Mokoro had raised during the inaugural speech post-elections, that, I quote, it is high time that we roll up our sleeves as elected public representatives, supported by a capable and committed public service, and work towards improving the lives of our people, the same people who demand that we become one with them and not be distant from them, end quote. Today, as I stand here before this August House, I am sent by my political organization, the African National Congress, as a messenger of the people who elected it into power, who must articulate in no uncertain terms what are its wishes, dreams, and aspirations. My political organization has said, I must roll up my sleeves and present this policy statement and budget votes for two departments of cooperative governance and traditional affairs and the Department of Human Settlements for the financial year 2019-2020. Honorable Speaker, I must hasten to indicate that as soon as I took office, we immediately got into contact with the majority of our stakeholders, if not all. Our intention was to listen to them about what it is that they expect from us, and also to use the opportunity to share with them our vision for this electoral term of 6th administration. We did not waste time during the same engagement to put it to them that ethical leadership is considered important in the way business will be conducted. Our ethical conduct and practices must conform to the King 4 Code of Cooperative Governance. The special focus will be within the King Code of Good Practice on the first principle that has to do with leadership. It is for the same reason that the ethical conduct of good governance will be placed on a high pedestal in each and every business engagement that we have with them. We were very unequivocal that our leaders, as leaders, we should individually and collectively cultivate leadership characteristics that exhibit them in our conduct. As leaders, we must in each and every instance act in good faith with the highest professional and ethical standards available and in the best interest of our community. It is my appeal to us as leaders in this House and those who are in the two administrative departments that we must at all times demonstrate that we possess sufficient knowledge and expertise within our institution. This is so that we always respond to the key performance areas of our departments with the required level of competence that is expected of us. As leaders, we should all be willing and ready, whenever expected and required to do so, to answer for the execution, the responsibility that we are entrusted with. Put differently, Honorable Speaker, we must be accountable leadership. As leaders, we should adopt an approach that is eager to involve and work alongside all our stakeholders. This is much more preferred as part of integrated partnership rather than to exclude them whenever it is convenient and expedient for us to do so. Fairness, Honorable Speaker, is the one constant demand that our people are also asking for. Thus, when we are transparent and open in the way we do our business, it helps to promote the principle of fairness. In turn, fairness helps to bolster confidence. As the member of the Executive Council, it is important for me that this department must enjoy confidence of the people of the Northwest Province. The demand for democracy is not only reserved for officials in how they go about their affairs, but it is equally relevant to us as governors in how we carry out our responsibilities placed on us by the laws of this country, especially the Constitution of the Republic. Honorable Premier in absentia, soon after he was called upon to lead the province last year, referred to the breakdown in trust between the people of our province and its elected political leadership. He calls it a trust deficit. This is something that is in urgent need of repair. I have no doubt, Honorable Speaker, that if we do this, it will go a considerable distance to help restore that trust deficit. We were raising these characteristics to be part of our daily dealings to expedite service delivery and strengthen good governance. For those who have been entrusted with public office at different levels of government, it is my appeal to them that they must embrace these characteristics of good governance. Honorable Speaker, we are presenting this year's budget votes during the month of July, whilst the world commemorates the legacy of our first democratically elected president, our international icon, Dr. Nelson Mandela. As a gallant fighter for our people, he embodied the timeless values such as humanity, Ubuntu, goodness, peace, and hope. As we present these budget votes, we commit ourselves to stand by his ideals of a developed, just, and equal society. If we were to succeed to his ideals, it means we must pay more attention to local government. Local government must be everybody's business, which is at the cutting edge to deliver services to our people. With regard to cooperative governance and traditional affairs, honorable members, Section 152, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of 1996 stipulates that the mandate of local government is to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities, ensure provision of services to the communities in a sustainable manner, promote social and economic development, promote a safe and healthy environment, and encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in the matters of local government. This constitutional mandate remains our foundation to put necessary systems and controls in place if we were to change the face of local government in our province. At the same time, we will not realize this mandate of our constitution if we were to allow these upheavals which have bedeviled our communities to take place in our municipalities. On the 10th of July 2019, we have witnessed atrocious act of violence in Trai local municipality, in particular the area of Ottosdal, where our municipal offices were burnt down to ashes. This action cannot be left unchallenged. Criminals have taken advantage over the plight of our people, and criminals have agitated our people. We denounce this act of violence in strongest terms it deserves and call upon our law enforcement agencies to hunt down these criminals, lock them in jails. In the similar vein, we have also acknowledged the challenges faced our municipalities to deliver basic services to our people. Honorable Speaker, the department will lead in ensuring that before any municipality is placed under Section 139, 1B of the Constitution, we firstly ensure that support is provided in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. And Section 154 directs that both province and national, and not only a particular department, must provide support to municipalities. There will be consideration of other sections, such as Section 1394 and 1395, so that indeed, Honorable Speaker, Section 1391B and Section 1391C becomes a last resort. To this end, the Northwest Provincial Executive, Honorable Speaker, led by the Honorable Premier, has invoked Section 1391B of the Constitution and Section 137 of the Municipal Finance Management Act to place 14 municipalities under administration. It's an indication of crisis at the level of the local sphere in the province of the Northwest Province. The affected municipalities are Ditšobotla, Ramotshere, Moilwa, Makwasi, Kgetleng, Makwasi Hills, Kgetleng, Refir, Kagisano, Molopo, Naledi, Mafikeng, Ngaka Modiri Molema, JB Max, Chwayin, Lekwatemane, Ratlo, Madibeng, and Mamusa. This decision of the Provincial Executive Council came as a result of identified serious maladministration, poor governance, poor financial administration, which had a negative impact on service delivery. To this end, we have appointed teams of administrators to turn the situation around in these municipalities. Their immediate tasks are to put systems and control in place and working, and we rely on the cooperation of councillors, cooperation of managers to ensure that indeed we succeed and we change these municipalities for the better. Their special areas of focus as part of their terms of reference will be to strengthen prudent financial management, strengthen governance structures, facilitate recruitment process of senior managers, furthermore, implement post-audit action plan which contain issues previously raised by Auditor General of the Republic of South Africa. Conduct investigations and take corrective actions on irregular expenditure incurred. And we are confident, Honorable Speaker, that they will succeed. Honorable Speaker, it pleases me to inform this August House that we are appealing the court judgment which nullified our intervention in Kagisano Molopo. We will not hesitate to take steps, Honorable Speaker, and we are going to ensure that we get clarity. We rely on our cause to give clarity. And it is our belief that clarity will be provided. For if we don't do so, we will allow the situation in the Northwest Province to deteriorate further. On the flip side, it is communities who bear the brunt of non-performance by these municipalities. I have had privilege of meeting community members from Makwasi Hills who came to my office to tell me that indeed the Makwasi Hills as a municipality need intervention in terms of Section 139, 1B. Honorable Speaker, I really go down and I must indicate, Honorable Premier, sadly, that the same people who visited my office, after the visit to the Haruna offices, they were involved in a car accident on their way back from Mafikeng to Wolmaranstad. Two of them passed on. One of them was a former councillor, Kinosi Stephen Kaudi, who is also a leader of Sanko, and William Sehimo, who was also the driver and the owner of the car they were traveling with, and both of them passed on, and they will be buried this coming Saturday. May their soul rest in eternal peace and rise in glory. We send our deepest condolences to the bereaved families. We wish those who sustain injuries a speedy recovery, and they are Ngedile Moloso and Lebogang Maritsi. Communities of Lekwatamane and Ratlo are also in support of intervention. Those who have passed on, Indeed, may their soul rest in peace. Honorable members, the areas of concern that led to the regression in audit outcomes are lack of financial records as a result of inadequate record management, non-compliance with supply chain management regulations, non-review of annual financial statements before submission, non-implementation of consequence management, an increase in UIF and W, and not being investigated as required by Section 32 of MFMA. Honorable Speaker, this point is further emphasized by the Western High Court judgment yesterday, which imposed 2 years imprisonment sentence on a former municipal manager of Oosdoorn municipality for deliberately failing to implement the supply chain management policy of the municipality and for not taking reasonable steps to prevent irregular expenditure arising from the irregular appointment of a service provider and the authorization of irregular payments to the same service provider. Honorable Speaker, this is in tandem with what Katlego Kate Evans Mutise has said through our official Facebook page. I quote, "Kindly convey the message to the MEC that I wish him nothing but great endeavors, and we hope all matters of local government will be attended to, and those who have misused state resources will face the music. We need clean government," end quote. Thanks, Katlego. The MEC will not hesitate to invoke Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act to investigate any municipality without fear or favor, where there is a belief that there is maladministration. We want to ensure that municipalities are accountable and transparent on how they spend even the last cent in their coffers, because these are public funds that they are spending. We will invoke, and I'm announcing, Honorable Speaker, Section 106 investigations at the following municipalities: Madibeng, Ditsobotla, Kagisano Molopo, Ramotsire Muilwa, Makwasi Hills, Ratlo, Lekwatemane, Mahikeng Local Municipality, and Dr. Roof Sekgomotse Municipality. With this, Honorable Speaker, we have already, working with our finance department, appointed a team of forensic auditors who will be going into these municipalities in accordance with the implementation of Section 106 of the Systems Act. Revenue Management Enhancement Program. Honorable Speaker, we are proud to indicate before this August House that we had managed to assist the following municipalities with the development and implementation of simplified revenue plans: Khetlen Refir, Maamusa, Makwasi Hills, Chwai, Lekwatemane, and Ramotsire Muilwa. We believe that revenue is a key factor in the lives of our municipalities to provide basic services.
Hold on, Ntate Khagilwe. Sergeant at Arms, may you please intervene upstairs in the gallery. Thank you. Proceed, Ntate Khagilwe. Honorable members in the gallery, there are rules governing the institution. So re tlo kopa baagi ba rona gore ge service officers kana security ba tla mo go wena ba go kopa gore a re dire jana ga se ka lonyatso ba tla be ba dira fela gore ke melao ya rona ya setheo gore go diragatse jalo re ikobele melao eo ka nako tsotlhe. Thank you. Proceed, Ntate Khagilwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this financial year 2019-2020, we will continue this trajectory to prioritize financial management of our municipalities. Among others, we are going to improve and strengthen municipal capacity to deal with revenue management enhancement initiatives. We are targeting 11 municipalities: Gauteng, Mamusa, Makwasi Hills, Chwaing, Madibeng, Lekwatema, Mahikeng, Ramotshere Muilwa, Ditjobotla, Naledi, and Matlosana. Honorable Speaker, to put more emphasis on the financial support to municipalities, we have signed a memorandum of understanding MOU with the Department of Finance, my colleague Honorable Khosho, to give effect to the framework of cooperative governance as stipulated in Chapter 3 of the Constitution. The MOU clarifies the roles of two departments, that is, Provincial Treasury will take a lead in financial management issues as outlined in the MFMA, and the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs will take lead in all governance and service delivery matters as stipulated in the Municipal Systems Act and the Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998. Because our municipalities are not performing well, in terms of collecting revenue and credit control. Furthermore, debt collection policy is not enforced, legal actions are not taken against defaulters, municipalities are unable to bill all its customers due to lack of metering, because water and electricity meters are very old, which affect the billing integrity. In addressing these problems, we are going to undertake the following revenue management enhancement initiatives: appoint a service provider to assist municipalities to align valuation role to the billing system, monitor and support the implementation of credit control and debt collection policies through forums and one-on-one engagement with municipalities. Appoint a service provider for customer data cleansing and billing integrity in 4 municipalities. We will also be monitoring and supporting our municipalities with corporate governance, administration, and public participation in accordance with statutory requirements. We have supported 20 municipalities within the context of Section 154 of the Constitution. In this financial year, we are going to support 18 municipalities to strengthen their administration. By so doing, our municipalities will be in the position to plan in providing basic services. In addition, all our municipalities will be supported in ensuring that they appoint qualified and competent officials at all levels. We will have to bring irregular appointment to halt with immediate effect. Honorable Speaker, I must emphasize that irregular appointments will not be tolerated, and it will not happen under our watch. We are sending a strong message to all our colleagues in municipalities in this province to immediately refrain from appointing incompetent, incapacitated, inexperienced officials in the municipalities. Honorable members, whilst we recognize the fact that municipalities have to appoint competent people, equally it is our responsibility to ensure that performance management system of our municipalities are institutionalized and strengthened. And as we deal with performance, we must bear in mind that we are already in the 4th industrial revolution. To this end, 18 municipalities have been supported to institutionalize PMS, and in this financial year, we are targeting to support 10 municipalities with PMS to monitor performance. Honorable Speaker, with regard to IDP, our municipalities have enjoyed undivided support from the department, and people have been able to reflect their needs, their aspirations through the IDP processes. Furthermore, IDP remains a strategic planning instrument to provide integrated basic services within the context of Service Delivery Budget Implementation Plan, your SDB. Thus far, we have supported all municipalities with the development of legally compliant IDP. We can confidently put on record that our municipalities are implementing their 2017-2022 IDPs and have tabled them for adoption. The reviews have been tabled in the 2019-20 financial year. There's always been complaint from municipality, Honorable Speaker, that during IDP processes, our provincial departments send junior officials who are unable to add value. The department moving forward will ensure that my colleagues, MEC in the executives, will sign off names of officials who are going to participate at municipal level in these IDP processes. Honorable members, the provincial infrastructure grant is intended to eradicate backlogs, especially in rural municipalities, as per adopted PIG framework. Its main focus is on water and sanitation, with priorities in addressing sewer spillages and replacing old asbestos pipes. Through PIG, we will deal with common challenges faced by our province, namely high sewer spillages, high level of water leakages, leading to high water losses, vandalism and theft, stoppage of projects by communities and business fora, demanding 30% of work, and also poor revenue collection. Our communities are hungry for service delivery. They want electricity, clean water, and decent sanitation. As at the end of municipal financial year, out of 22 municipalities, only 8 were able to spend 100% of the MIC fund. With the current intervention and the deployment of experts to municipalities, we should be able to register remarkable improvement. MISA, which is Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, has been part of us in visiting municipalities. And we have agreed that the skill within MISA must be used to the maximum. Our appeal to municipalities is to prioritize water and sanitation. Kopo mo go bommasepala ba rona ke go netefatsa gore re tlhokomela thata thebolelo ya ditirelo tsa metsi le tsa kgelelo leswe. In this financial year, we have prioritized the following municipalities with regard to issues of water and sanitation. Kgetleng, Makwasi Hills, Ramotshere Muirwa, Moretile, JB Max, Naledi, and Dichobotla. Disaster management, Honorable Speaker, in as far as disaster management is concerned, we have facilitated, coordinated, supported, and monitored disaster management and fire rescue services in our municipalities and in all provincial government departments. We are grateful to announce that we have empowered all our provincial departments with regard to the implementation of disaster management plans. This journey will continue this year in ensuring that the province implements the integrated disaster management strategy where all provincial disaster management activities are under one roof in order to prevent, mitigate, prepare, and respond rapidly and effectively to disasters. Honorable Speaker, we give the highest honor and pedigree to our traditional leadership as a province. As government, we believe we cannot accelerate development, especially in our villages, in particular without the involvement of our traditional leaders. Mo matsatsing di dingwaga tse di fetileng, pele ga magae e nna karolo ya bommasepala, magosi ba ne ba tsaya karolo e tona mo go netefatseng gore ditirelo di ya ko baaging ba rona le go netefatsa gore baagi ba rona ba fitlhelela ditirelo gaufi. Ka jalo re tshotse tshwetso le lefapha gore re ka se kgone go tsweletsa neelo ya ditirelo ntle le tirisano mmogo e edileng le magosi ya rona. Ke ka jalo ka nako e Musakgotla re tlileng go netefatsa gore we review the Northwest Traditional Leadership and Governance Act to address gaps which have been identified. The purpose of the review is also to ensure that Act 2 of 2005 is aligned to the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Bill, which is soon to be an act, and ensure that therefore the two are aligned and we are able to implement what the act directs us to do. We remain steadfast in the development of policies and standard operation procedures for implementation in all traditional councils. We will improve governance, administration, and compliance. Furthermore, in line with Section 35 of the Traditional Leadership and Governance Act, we are going to conduct a skills analysis of members of traditional councils and provide the necessary training. We are proud to indicate that the following traditional offices are complete and ready to be handed over. Batlharo ba ga Masibi, Barolong ba ga Phoi, Batlhaping ba ga Maidi, and we are finalizing necessary logistics to this anticipated handover. It is incumbent upon every traditional council to set a proper administration in place. Ra itse go na le bathapiwa bagosi ya rona bao ba thapilweng ke traditional councils tsa rona mme ba ba sa amogeleng ledi le le ka ba thusang bao go senang le pension ya ba e fitlhelelang. Re tswa go fitlha yo mongwe malobeng o dirileng dingwaga di le 30 mme o tsamaile without a cent as a pension. Ke seemo seo badiri bao bogolo ba thapilweng ke di traditional councils ba iphitlhela ba le mo go sone. But we are going to work with traditional leaders, with the house, and ensure that where there is a need, we are able to deploy officials from government who are paid by government, but also we are going to work together to ensure that we improve the conditions of those who are working in the traditional councils and appointed by traditional councils. Honorable Speaker, maintenance of traditional council offices remain a matter of concern. And we are going to work hard with my colleague in the Department of Public Works and Roads and ensure that maintenance to offices of Tsadi Kgosi tsa rona is done. On the 15th of June 2016, the provincial government appointed a commission of inquiry to probe claims and disputes related to traditional leadership. To this end, claims and disputes in respect of Bakhatla ba Khafela, Batlhako ba Leema, Bapo ba Mogale 1 and Bapo ba Mogale 2 came under investigation by the commission. Parties to the dispute were afforded the opportunity to appear before the commission to state their cases. Reports of the commissions were ready by April 2018. Plans were in place to release, April 2019, plans were in place to release the Bapo ba Mogale 1 Commission's report on the 5th of May 2019 in Bapo. Unfortunately, on the 4th of May, one of the claimants successfully applied to the High Court to stop the Premier from releasing the reports. The provincial government is currently in court fighting that order so that these reports can be released and we can stabilize the situation in our traditional leadership. Many of our traditional communities that are endowed with mineral wealth are beset with problems relating to mismanagement of funds and assets entrusted to their traditional councils. In the end, the provincial government is beholden to intervene in accordance with the legal prescripts. In the recent past, we have been audited with complaints by communities under Bakwena ba Mokgopa and Bakubu Barateo traditional councils. Allegations labeled against said traditional council and their leaders are viewed in a serious light. The Honorable Premier is left with no option but to invoke provision of Section 10 of the Northwest Traditional Leadership and Governance Act, number 2 of 2005. The said traditional councils will soon be placed under administration. An administrator has already been appointed for Bapo ba Mogale and soon will be introduced to the community of Bakwena ba Mokgopa. It is held that Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act 41 of 2003 does not provide for creation of new headmanship and headwomanship positions. As a result, in 2015, COGTA MINMEC imposed a moratorium on the creation of new headmanship, headwomanship positions. This has created problems for us as a province. We are aware that other provinces did not adhere to the moratorium. We'll soon be discussing that with the House of Traditional Leaders. Le dikgosi tsa rona re bone gore re ntlha re ka e sekegela tsebe ka tsela e ntseng jang. Mme ke netefatsa gore the moratorium does not affect the feeding of those that became vacant. That is the position of head man and head woman. Honorable Speaker, regarding human settlement, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Matamela Ramaphosa, raised one of the critical priorities in his State of the Nation address in June this year, that as a country we must focus on spatial integration, human settlement, and local government. This is one of the priorities of the current administration. This is in tandem with what the National Development Plan Vision 2030 envisages. This fundamental document inspires that we embrace this following critical overarching principles of spatial justice, spatial sustainability, spatial resilience, spatial quality, and spatial efficiency. Honorable Speaker, in pursuit of accelerating housing delivery, we do so guided by the Red Book started by the then minister responsible for housing, which guide us on human settlement development by providing guidance for settlement formation, addressing qualities that should be sought after in human settlement, and provide guidance how that can be achieved. Our take in this call is to implement integrated and sustainable human settlement through accelerating housing opportunities and ensure security of tenure to our people in this province. We'll be doing this within the context of spatial integration as prioritized by His Excellency President Ramaphosa. The Human Settlement Development Grant and the Title Deeds Restoration Grant is 1,985,148,000. Honorable members, in this financial year, we will turn our province into a construction site. We have put aside an amount of 510,046,000 to build 2,383 units and to service 1,346 sites across all municipalities in the Bojanala district. With regard to Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality, we have put aside an amount of 488,765,000 to build 2,360 units and 2,360 service sites across all municipalities in the district of Dr. KK. In Dr. Rufsi Khomutsi Mumpati, we have said Dr. Rufsi Khomutsi Mumpati is said to benefit 1,973 units and 2,660 service sites with an amount of 411,115,000 rand across the district. We have put aside an amount of 471,933,000 rand to build 2,979 units and 830 sites. Service providers have been appointed for a total of 20 projects worth 897,413,000 rand. And this, we have also ensured, Honorable Speaker, that designated groups are not left out. Madam Speaker, I want to report and confirm to this August House that in this financial year, not less than 2,000 housing units will be allocated to women, youth, military veterans, and people with disability. Honorable members, we are also confronted with a serious problem of invasion of our properties, and we'll have to work with our municipalities. We have seen this happening in Marikana, where the CRUs were invaded. We have seen it happening in Rustenburg and in Mafikeng, and we have to work hard with the Department Social Housing Regulatory Authority to deal with these particular issues and resolve them once and for all. The same applies to the land occupation. That makes it difficult for us to continue with the development. In Mafikeng, I've established a committee that will deal with land invaders in Mafikeng townlands, which include what is known as Musiani View, Airport View, and most recently, East Top Villages and other areas constituting Mafikeng townlands. With regard to blocked and incomplete projects, ke rata go tlhalosa yana Musa Khotla gore ha re tsamaya mo baagi ba rona ba buile thata ka matlo a sa felelang ka di foundation tse go sa agiwang go feta mo go tsone. Mabaka kua lack of funding for expensive dolomite stability investigations that are normally done after the contractor has been on site, lack of land suitable for development and other settlements located on private land, and other projects were implemented during the time when money was transferred to municipalities and trenches, and some of the municipalities used that money to pay salaries, and that led to collapse in construction work that was happening on site. But we must indicate to your House, Honorable Speaker, that we are addressing this particular matter. We can't address all of them at the same time. For this year, we are going to concentrate at Litsupa in extension 1 and 2, Madibe, Letlhabile block IGFE, Kagisano Molopo, Taung, Matlosana, and Kanana extension 13. Honorable members, one of the 7 prioritized government is spatial integration, human settlements, and local government, and land acquisition. The department, through Honorable Premier, in addressing the Dolomite areas in Kuma, the department has identified land parcels in Palmy Fontaine for JB Marks to address housing needs. We have identified Elands Hoovel. The applicants for both relocations have since been sent to Housing Development Agency for assessment. Honorable Speaker, for this financial year, we will acquire land as follows. Okasin Madibe, Pardekral, portion 39, Pardekral, portion 148, Mbekisan in Rustenburg, Drikan Farm in Trying, Waterloo Fields Estate, portion 9 of Farm Boshook 103, and portion 7 of Farm Balfontein. And we are going to ensure that we succeed in purchasing these portions of land. With regard to title deeds, Honorable Speaker, in providing security of tenure and confirming property ownership to our people, in this financial year, we will be transferring 4,913 title deeds to new homeowners. In addition, 8,750 pre-1994 and 7,886 of post-1994 title deed will also be transferred to their rightful beneficiaries. Yesterday, we are supposed to provide title deeds to extension 39. On Monday, we are in Rustenburg in Tlhabane. We are giving our people our title deed in order to promote security of tenure. Regarding mining towns, last year we spent 857,000 on revitalizing distressed mining communities. This year we are going to work more in ensuring that 600, we service more sites and provide more houses to distressed mining towns. And these towns include your Matlosana, your Rustenburg, your Madibeng, Moses Kotane, Khetling municipal areas. This year we'll spend about 1.9 billion on 7396 service sites and 9,687 housing units, Honorable Speaker. Military veterans, we are continuing as a department to provide housing to military veterans in this current year. 39 houses were completed in 2018-2019 under this program. To date, 12 of those houses have been completed, whilst 14 will be completed in Uhudi by the end of next month. We have already verified 34 military veterans, and procurement for construction of their houses will commence soon. Musa Khota, you will be pleased to know that in our response to a call to empower women to commemorate the 63rd anniversary of Women March to the Human Buildings, we will allocate 1,000 956 housing units to women contractors only. Honorable Speaker, allow me to therefore provide budget for Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, you have vote 9 for 2019-2020. Administration, 223,161,000 rand. Local governance, 50,417,000 rand. Development planning, 129,704,000 rand. Traditional affairs, 136,452,000 rand. Total being 539,734,000 rand. With regard to the department, vote 10 of human settlement, allocation for 2019-2020 is outlined as follows. Administration, 110,370,000 rand. Housing needs, 40,623,000 rand. Housing development, 2,065,522,000 rands. Total for this department or this vote 10 will then be 2,216,515,000 rands. In conclusion, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Premier, Professor T.J. Mukoro, for his esteemed leadership to provide the necessary support for these departments whenever one engages in. I want to thank the African National Congress, the only organization that has liberated our people and continue to provide them with services. My colleagues in the provincial executive, thank you for your support in matters affecting these two portfolios. The chairperson of my wonderful committee, portfolio committee, responsible for the two portfolios, thank you very much to make us better departments with your robust oversight function. All our stakeholders, thank you very much for your support and cooperation on matters affecting our portfolios. House of Traditional Leaders, ba paronko ya rona, ba o ka se ba tshabeleng gope, o tshabela metsing ba sapaya ka ekare ba tsaletse gona. Ra lo lebogela go nna le re tshegeditse, go le re fa mafatshe, go dirisana le rona, a re tswelele mmogo go etelela merafe ya rona ko pele ga rona. Ko pele. The accounting officer, Mr. Mutoka, and staff members of the department, we want to thank you. I want to thank you very much for continuing to implement mandates of the two portfolios. The entire family members and relatives, thank you very much for your support. Special thanks to my beautiful wife and my children for understanding the nature of my work, which requires me to have sleepless nights, to enter dangerous places. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, allow me to borrow from Nguni Watingo, an award-winning world-renowned Kenyan writer and academic who wrote, I quote, "Our lives are a battlefield on which is fought a continuous war between the forces that are pledged to confirm our humanity and those determined to dismantle it. Those who strive to build a protective wall around it, and those who wish to pull it down. Those who seek to mold it, and those committed to breaking it up. Those who aim to open our eyes, to make us see the light, and to look to tomorrow. And those who wish to lull us into closing our eyes." End quote. Let's grow South Africa together. Let's grow the Northwest together. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gekakilwe. Thank you, honorable members. Ke kopa re joine re Gekakilwe ka go amogela beng ba mmu mo ntlong ya rona ka tsela e siameng ka gore lesego tota ke sengwe seo e leng gore re farologane ka sone le dikokwanathomolao tsotlhe mo nageng ya rona. Re lesego gore fa re na le kopano e tshwana le e, beng ba mmu ba re tlotle ba re tlhompe, mme le rona tshwantseng re ba fe tlotlo, ba re tlhompile tota, ba tlile ka bontsi tota, mara ke bone kgosi ya ka e mpusang kgosi sefanyetso teng ke bone kgosi Pilane bagosi otlhe fela rona a teng ka kakaretso ntse ke batla kgosi o eteletseng dikgosi ko pele ga ke itse gore ke matlho kapa ga ke mmone mara magosi a rona re amogelesegile kgosi Shuping ke mmone botlhe ba teng so ne ke re phaphathe matsogo go ba amogela ka tsela e e siameng ra leboga bagolo ba rona fa le ntse le re tateisa le tla re thusa le gore ditlhakatlhakano tse tsa di-disruptions re bona gore di didimatsa yang ko metseng ya rona tla re tseye tšhono e re kope rre Motswana yaka e le ene a eteletseng pele komiti e ya rona ya tsa setso kwa pele le tsa rona tsa dimmasepala a tla go etelela pele dipuisano le dingangisano tsa komiti rre Motswana o na le metsotso e le 10.
Ke a leboga Mosakgotla motlotlegi Mosakgotla Susana Danki motlotlegi mopremiri wa province re Tebogo Job Mokgoro, honorable members of the executive, honorable members ba legislature, Maparangwe Aruna, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Dumelam Bagaitso. Honorable Speaker, I'm humbled to be given this rare opportunity to lead the debate on the tabling of the budget vote for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Speaker, local government is an important sphere of government because it is closer to the people. Everything happens at the level of municipalities. Municipalities has the capacity to contribute to nation building and social cohesion by ensuring good governance and effective, efficient administration that is able to respond to the needs of our people. Municipalities are expected to govern their own affairs and to generate own income that would enable it to provide relevant services to the residents without fail and treat our people with respect and dignity. Honorable Speaker, the recent audit reports released by the Office of the Auditor General doesn't inspire confidence for a better life for all. The report of the AG, Honorable Speaker, paints a picture of municipalities in ICU, which then translates to non-delivery of services. The AG summarized his findings as follows. He said, this is the worst audit report released since 2012-2013 financial years. He went further to indicate that there's blatant disregard of AG's messages and recommendations in municipalities. He also lamented complacency and lack of commitment to address areas of concern as well as political will to effect consequence management. The AG further indicated that there's political instability in municipalities and the tone of those in charge of governance has created the environment that is not conducive to accountability and good governance and effecting consequence. Honorable Speaker, the committee, the portfolio committee, has engaged the department on these matters raised by the AG and has considered the APP presented by the department. And the following recommendations are made. That the department must submit to the legislature an addendum which includes the breakdown of their quarterly plans, which I think honorable members of the committee would agree that that has already been done. The department to submit a comprehensive report on the outstanding and incomplete houses dating back to the fourth administration. That the department must intensify their role in implementing housing programs in order to avoid underspending. That the department must fast-track processes of issuing title deeds to the rightful owners. The department must revise their strategy of data collection and consolidation of centralized beneficiary lists at the provincial level and at the local level. The identification of beneficiary lists must precede the development of housing unit and community residential unit in order to avoid forceful occupation and vandalism. The department must develop a plan on how they intend to address human settlements for farm dwellers and workers. We further said as a committee that the department must stop reappointing poor performing contractors from one area to the other when they fail to perform in the initial appointment, and rather must enforce penalties on them, because this is what actually cost money to be returned to National Treasury. The department must apply punitive measures on municipalities which continue to disregard Regulations 32 and take advantage which the Portfolio Committee observed to have been perpetually abused. The department to intensify its oversight function on municipalities in line with Section 1454 of the Constitution and must enforce stringent measures on non-performance and contravention of MFMA, which impacts negatively on service delivery. The department to submit and investigating findings on municipalities that were involved on VBS mutual bank investment for processing by the Portfolio Committee. The department to provide details on the support they are providing on the 9 municipalities whose equitable share has been withheld. The department to submit a detailed report on the support it grants to municipalities with regard to revenue enhancement and management. The department must demonstrate the output of the support they have granted to municipalities on the functionality of ward committees. And we want to call on our members of the ward committees to ensure that they work with the department instead of producing reports for meetings that have not been attended or did not take place. The department must oversee and monitor the municipalities, the process of appointing Section 56 and 57 managers who are competent, skillful, and knowledgeable. The department to submit a report to the Portfolio Committee on the functionality of MPECs, which categorize their offices and develop a tool to monitor them. We further say that the department must assist municipalities in ensuring that tools of trade are provided for MPEC offices, and people with capacity and skills, relevant skills, are appointed in MPEC's offices in municipalities.
3 minutes left.
The department must develop and implement provisions of clean water services to communities. On human settlement, the department must also stop allocating large number of housing to one developer or contractor and split smaller number of units amongst emerging contractors. The department must develop a tracking tool on housing delivery that will monitor completed project, occupation rate, incomplete, and vandalized project in the province. The department must submit a detailed report including costs on abandoned Unit 3 community residential units, including investigative report conducted in that regard. The department must also provide a detailed report on how they plan to assist the traditional leadership and provide support to their offices in order to ensure that they are able to conduct their work effectively. On Housing Corp, the department must profile and submit, the Housing Corporation must submit to the Portfolio Committee the municipalities, list of municipalities that sold properties that belongs to Housing Corp, including those that are still withholding assets belonging to the Housing Corp. The Portfolio Committee resolved to assist the entity by calling those municipalities according to their allocations to account. And in this regard, we would invite the Office of the Auditor General and the department. Municipalities must transfer back to the entity and stop billing the entity on rates and taxes on properties that they are still withholding. Honorable Speaker, the committee supports the adoption of the Department of Cooperative of the budget vote APP 1920, vote 9 and 10 for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutswana. Honorable Taba. You have 11 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, respective leaders of the EFF and traditional leaders. The Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs remains the basic unit of governance in all structures of government. This department is the one which directly deals with communities without any hierarchy like other departments. The stability and sustainability of the province solely relies on this department, as it is the one at the forefront of service delivery and accountability. In light of the above statement, the economic freedom fighters would like to place it on record that in Northwest, it is the total opposite. The Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs remains to be the best yet simply depletion of corruption, maladministration, leaderlessness. This structure of government continues to be a victim of selfish, idealist, and emotional MEC who continues from time to time to take irrational decisions at the expenses of our poor communities. Honorable Speaker, it is shameful to see this department boldly stating that there is a weakness of limited staff in their SWOT analysis, given the availability resources that are allocated to the department. Honorable Speaker, our province is among the highest provinces in terms of youth unemployment, yet we have unnecessary vacancies in an operational department, such as this one. Honorable Speaker, our municipalities have collapsed. ANC thugs have taken over our municipalities because of the vacuum created by this department. Honorable Speaker, you ought to understand that nature does not allow vacuum itself. Perhaps, Honorable Speaker, we should just highlight the recent events that have taken place as a result of leaderlessness and creation of vacuum. Honorable Speaker, the economic freedom fighters note the uncooperativeness of the councillors of Disovota with regard to section 131, subsection 1B. On the 5th of July, the Premier, together with the MEC of Copta, visited Disovotla local municipality to strengthen ways and strategize for the intervention. Upon their visit, they were confronted with a very arrogant, myopic, and misguided attitudes from ANC councillors who chased them away with a truck full of insult and threat. I feel sorry for the Premier. We have equally seen councillors of Swai renting thugs to destroy property, masquerading as community members because of delayed payments. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is more than convinced that there is no community member without ulterior motives who can ban state-of-the-art library like the one that was erected in Tswai. Honorable Speaker, since the 17th of July 2019, the office of Ratlo local municipality was shut down by, again, thugs, rented by the ANC councillors because of their organizational, party-factional battles. At least we are told the MEC went there with the security forces just to protect himself. Honorable Speaker, the decision by the Northwest High Court on the 18th of July 2019 is a clear example of the misfortunes of the leadership that the province continued to experience. The court ruled in favor of the applicants, being the Kagisano Molopo local municipalities and the other, that indeed the application of section 139, subsection 1B was unlawful and should be set aside. And I think it's where the MEC is coming from. The question that remains is who then shall be held accountable for all the money that the province have lost through the administrator. Honorable Speaker, our people are left without water because of the ongoing water tender processes. The people of Dr. Ruth Sogomuti Mumpati are waterless. And the Premier went there to grandstand together with the MEC in an occasional water supply process, which benefited those close to power. And today, the pipes are dry again. Sanitation around the province is in dire straits. Our people are subjected to unconducive living conditions, and their state of environment is a disaster. Honorable Speaker, we need sustainable strategy that shall deal decisively with the ongoing water crisis in the province. Police must be deployed to the construction site of to stop the ANC from attacking the contractors and vandalizing incomplete projects.
Members, order.
Honorable Speaker, it must be noted that the President once told the Premier of this province that this is the worst capital city he has ever visited in his entire life. The town is filthy, dirty, smelly, and is a disaster. Sewerage systems across the province are old, which are then breaking from time to time and leaving our communities in a compromised health position. just like it happened in Naledi local municipality. I think we understand what happened there. Honorable Speaker, the ANC-led government have built a block of flats next to Extension 39, in Sigalikeke there, I think you call it like, in Mahikeng, as one of the strategies to provide housing for those earning just above the national minimum wage. It is with great regret to note that those flats have been turned into military village for that word again of the ANC, who are recruited occasionally to disrupt municipal running, equally initiate protests and throughout the province. This remains to be clear indication of leaderlessness and a vacuum in governance. Honorable Speaker, we welcome the large number of title deeds that shall be handed over to the homeowners in this financial year, at least. We believe that this is a step in the right direction, even though it has been unnecessarily delayed in the past few years. Honorable Speaker, our traditional houses are in tatters. In fact, majority of these are dysfunctional because of family disputes and fights. The selective intervention of the Department in Travel Fights leave a lot to be desired. The department is actively seen to be participating where they
Thank you very much.
they see an
Honorable
opportunity.
Speaker. Time has lapsed. Honorable Sonakile, you have 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Makhosi a tlotlegang, the people of Northwest, dumelang. The more things change, the more things stay the same. Intervention after intervention, one MEC after one MEC, the situation keeps getting worse. Honorable Speaker, during the past 5 years, the state of municipalities has drastically deteriorated. In fact, the looting of public funds has become as easy as stealing acorns from the blind pig, leaving service delivery in the lurch. In the light of the collapse of service delivery in the Northwest over the past year, we should be delighted that over 15 municipalities have been placed under Section 139. But considering that the department itself is under Section 100B intervention, it is unlikely that any improvements are forthcoming. It sure seems like the blind leading the blind. That was a mistake, Section 100A. We have noted the appointment of administrators in the municipalities under administration. We do, however, have to point out that some of them are former MMs who demonstrated contemptuous behavior in their previous positions as MMs to this very same legislature. Modisenyane Sekhapo has been sent as technical expert to Gauteng. Then others have backgrounds in different departments, with some having had spats with the former premier over their removal as HODs, of which Mr. Desritwale is an example. Others, like Mr. Tiromose of Tswaying, has been appointed as an administrator again after his dismissal failure at that very same municipality where he left without a closeout report. Speaker, at a salary of 99,000 per month, we can only hope that the appointment of administrators will not result in expensive lip service to the already burdened programs of the department. The fact that technical experts receive monthly allowances of 83,000 is not only a slap in the face of the poor Honorable Milwa, but also salt in the wounds of employees of Tswaying, who will be, for the second month in a row, not be receiving any salaries. Speaker, Northwest municipalities have become the poster child of poor governance. Let me remind this House of the VBS saga. Various municipalities have completed their investigation into this matter and criminal cases have been lodged. It is now time to engage the headquarters of the National VBS Task Team on the progress registered and call for swift action. To this end, we will closely monitor progress and hold the department to its promise to attend to this matter. In that vein, let me also welcome the sentence of 2 years imprisonment on the former MM in the Western Cape High Court on the matter of State versus Martin Peterson. We hope that the accounting officers and senior managers will take note, and hopefully in future, politicians as well will also bear the brunt. Speaker, the time.
Order, honorable members, order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I can't help but to respond to that interjection. Me also included with my clean background. Go and check, honorable members. Speaker, the time has come for the Northwest Housing Corporation to rebrand and regularize all its contracts, as current contracts will always incite an audit query from the AG. In order to modernize itself in line with current housing challenges, a turnaround strategy needs to be planned, starting with the revision of their corporate plan. For starters, the entity needs to find its identity as a Schedule 3C entity and work in line with the principles of corporate governance and treasury regulations of the PFMA. Where this entity needs to amend its founding act, it must do so in order to align with national legislation, to avoid similar governance challenges that other provincial entities, such as your Parks and Tourism Board, have found themselves in due to the founding legislations. Speaker, we have noted that the department's APP is quiet on the status quo, as well as the plan moving forward on some of its housing units that have been illegally occupied. No mention is made of the abandoned and vandalized housing project in Unit 3 in Mafikeng and future plans for it. We hope that this will not go the similar route of that Mafikeng rebranding, repositioning, those many arts projects that was dumped and was fruitless to this province. And that was also a breeding ground for corruption. It excites me to see that members who were here in the fifth administration in this house, who were part of assisting with routing some of this, are smiling. It shows that we are getting there. It is therefore our contention that if the department cannot manage one such task, such as those houses in the Unit 3, how will it build the 9,685 housing units that it has promised during SOPA? Speaker, when it comes to traditional affairs, we only have one question. What is the progress on the D account? Leeto le monate o kwetse mathata mo o tswang teng. Ho bohlokwa ho ya pele o lokisitse tsa morao mo o tswang teng. It is important that we note that they are promising skills analysis of members of traditional councils that will be commencing soon. However, we need to ask that these skills audits, these skills analysis that will be done, they need to have time frames so that we can be able to track and hold the department accountable. The question still remains, what happened to the D account? Where the DA governs in Swartland, we have received clean audits for 7 consecutive years, similar to where the DA is leading in the Mid-Val municipalities, meaning that Northwest municipalities must go and benchmark because we are leading where we lead. Speaker, under the DA-led government, those implicated in VBS and other SCM frauds would have received a sentence of 15 years. We can therefore not approve a budget that does not manage government spending well and also does not adequately utilize the resources at its disposal to the benefit of the people of Northwest. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Williams. You have 7 minutes.
Motlotlegi Musa Khotla mme Susana Danki, Motlotlegi Tautona Professor Mokgoro, ba lekgotla ba maloko a lekgotla theo molao la province ya Bokone Bophirima, magosi a rona, baeng ba rona, ladies and gentlemen, ke a le dumedisa. Motlotlegi Musa Khotla ke tlotla go nna go letlwa ke mokgatlho o mogolo wa African National Congress go ema gompieno fa pele ga ntlo kgolo e le go tsaya karolo mo dipuisanong tsa ntlo ka ga lenaneo tsamaiso la ngwaga le ngwaga mo ngwaga kgolong o wa 2019-2020 ya lefapha ya lefapha le le atolotseng le go okediwa la cooperative governance and cooperative governance, human settlements and traditional affairs. Honorable Speaker, the ANC notes that our municipalities in the province have serious financial challenges that threatens the sustainability and service delivery. We are extremely concerned about high increase in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as unfunded budgets that are a regular occurrence. Honorable Speaker, let me first clarify the grandstanding of the DA before I go to the issues that are raised by the ANC. The ANC, together with the committee, have been the ones that raised the issue about the housing units in Unit 3. And the ANC in the committee submitted that the department must, within a period of 7 days from today, submit a detailed report on forensic investigations, if any, on information that is outstanding about the incomplete units in Unit 3. So it can be that the DA comes here and present as if it is their submission to the House. I wanted to clarify that. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Williams, hold on. Honorable Sonakile.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the honorable member is misleading the House. Can she withdraw that statement that it was a point that came from? I think there's only one speaker in this House.
Honorable
You are the
Sonakile,
MEC.
Honorable Sonakile, you have made your point.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Sonakile, your order is overruled. Honorable Williams is not misleading anybody. All of us here, we are not members of the portfolio committee, but she's indicating that the decisions of the portfolio committee, amongst others, is based on the issues that she has raised. So I don't think she's misleading till such a time we go through that report. We are not members of that portfolio committee, so it's overruled. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our municipalities are plagued. The ANC acknowledge that our municipalities are plagued by ineffective revenue management system, lack of administrative capacity, poor audit outcomes, and legislative compliance. That is why most of our municipalities are under 139, Honorable Speaker. And the
I know you
ANC.
like the Speaker, Honorable Williams, but address the House.
Oh, yeah. My apologies.
I know you love me so much.
And the ANC further urges the department to define the departmental support they give to these municipalities and how that support translates into a positive output that the municipalities do, thereby helping them to deliver on the services they are supposed to give to our people. The sections on the 1391B, the progress that is registered so far, and in other areas, the ANC notes that other sections are put in place as a punitive measure to fight political battles amongst members, maybe of the ANC and those that are influenced at times by the opposition. The ANC notes that. We're not blinded to that. But we further say to the department, be objective in how you apply these sections. And whilst you are applying them, show cause to the effect that you are putting them, because most of these municipalities, they don't recover after these sections are put in place. So we need to have value for the money we put in sections in the municipalities. It's a submission that comes from the ANC, Honorable Speaker.
Hold on, Honorable Williams, Honorable Theologo.
Honorable Speaker, we understand that the member is new and we will excuse most things, but maybe we should educate that this is a government of unity, and in the portfolio, we are portfolio members. We don't come in with our branding and our clothing of our political party. Here we represent people and we speak of portfolio, not of ANC items that was mentioned in the committee, but actual items, not
There's
of which
another
political
order.
party.
The order is on your order. Honorable Musenuri,
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The order is that it's not a debate of the portfolio committee. It is the debate, and honorable member is representing the ANC. Like all other members have been arguing their position of the political
Honorable
parties.
Moseneke, there's another, I'm going to give you a chance because this is how you want to behave today. And all of you, you know that what we are doing is wrong. All of you. So if that is what you want to do, I'll allow you. I'll address you later. I'll give Honorable Williams here 3 minutes because this is deliberate. Honorable Sonakile.
Thank you very much again, Speaker. Speaker, I think a very wrong precedent is being set here. It cannot be that when members of the ANC come to the House to debate portfolio committee deliberations, they say they are deliberations of the ANC and we allow it to happen. We sit in those committees and we make very valuable input into those reports that they come to present here. Those are portfolio committee reports. If we allow this, Speaker, something similar to what happened yesterday when the Honorable MEC Mulapis stood and said that I submitted the report to the portfolio committee chair, not members, forgetting that those deliberations and inputs are that of the committee and not individual members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if this argument is deliberate, because the honorable member here sitting here speaks as an ANC representative. There was a chairperson of portfolio committee who spoke, and he's quoting the views as expressed by the African National Congress. So there's no confusion.
Order, Honorable Theologo. Maybe do you still want to say something? You'll be the last, I'll address you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the Chief Whip is right to say that there was a chairperson of the committee who presented and represented the views of the committee. Now, this one is the one that is representing the ANC. As much as they did, now it's our turn. Thanks.
Thank you very much, honorable members. This is my ruling on the matter. All the members of the legislature, you are representing different political parties. All of you are representing the people of Bokonibu Pirima. The interest at heart is the interest of the people of Bokonibu Pirima. But at the same time, you are here on the tickets of your parties. And I wonder why today, as the speaker, I have to rule on how members are debating in the podium. Because it has been happening. Every member who speaks in the podium will speak about his or her party. Honorable Sonakile, since last week, you have been talking about how the DA-led government, DA is your party. So you are making things very difficult for me from where I'm sitting, honorable members. There are things that I can rule, but other things, I think, honorable members, you are just taking chances. Really, you are just taking chances. Proceed, Honorable Williams. You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for clarifying. The ANC, the ANC,
Order, honorable members, order.
the ANC notes that the Department of Human Settlement experiences delays in appointing contractors for housing projects. The ANC further notes with disappointment the existing tendencies by the department to appoint poor performing contractors from one municipality to the next, even when they fail to perform in the previous project. This contributes to poor performance on housing delivery by the department. And the ANC further applaud the department for putting in systems to try and cap that, because in the presentation of the APP, the department have actually said there are punitive measures they have put in place to contractors that are coming to do that. The ANC is greatly concerned and expressed to the committee the winding down of the Northwest Housing Corporation in 1994 to 2008 and 2008 to...
Honorable Williams, let me help you. You have been doing very well lastly. In fact, what the opposition was saying was that when you debate as a committee, make a report as a committee. It's a committee report. Now you are going back to that. I tried to rescue. You did very well when you started.
Maya.
Do it that way. Thank you.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker. The ANC now congratulate the MEC on the decision to appoint the current seemingly capable board of Northwest Housing Corporation and motivates the MEC to speed up the process on appointing the chairperson of the board. As for now, it has the acting deputy chairperson to say, the committee seems to be understanding its business, and appointment of its chairperson will stabilize and further assist the capable members that are appointed by the board. Without necessarily provoking anybody, Honorable Speaker, let me, as the ANC,
As you conclude.
say as the ANC, we adopt the annual performance plan and the budget for the department. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Williams. Honorable Nen. You have 5 minutes, Honorable Nen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, fellow honorable members, honored guests, members of the administration, and members of the public. First of all, I would like to thank the chairperson of the committee dealing with the Office of the Premier, Finance, Governance, Human Settlements, and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Motswana, for allowing robust debate and a good platform for oversight. As a fellow chairperson, I have learned from you. However, what does it help if we do oversight, but it yields little results? As a member of the Portfolio Committee relating to corporate governance, I do not feel that the department did enough to satisfy the committee. The KPIs as presented in APP were woeful, to say the least. It seems that this department might just be one of the worst departments in the province. This might explain the dire situation we find ourselves in. Municipalities burning, service delivery failing, and the overall bad state we find ourselves all over the province. When we talk about governance, we need only one performance indicator: clean audits. Why not remove all the useless KPIs relating to governance and set KPIs? We'd set the target to 100% clean audits for all departments and all municipalities. Easy, simple, effective. The current KPIs does not adequately address the regression of audit results we've seen in this province. Audit results are at an all-time low, but still, the department does not seem bothered. To approve a budget based on this APP would be madness. As part of our oversight, we as a committee requested the CVs from all the appointed administrators. We have received nothing. We also inquired into whether the appointed administrators are capable. We have not received anything. Communication channels between municipal administrators and local councillors are non-existent. The elected representatives on ground level are no longer able to communicate and assist their constituencies. It seems that the appointment of administrators have the opposite effect of what was intended. I am worried about the political leadership regarding this vote. Honourable MEC, the FF Plus members have called you numerous times when fires are flaring up all over the province, literally. Not once have you answered any of the calls from me or from Honourable Kleinhans. We are here to do oversight. How can we do that if there are no communication available from the province regarding our municipalities? There are even rumors Going around, the tensions only start to flare up once the province visit municipalities. Rumors.
2 minutes left.
We need to be kept abreast of developments regarding our municipalities. Misinformation is dangerous. Honorable MEC, you spoke about transparency in your speech. We would like to see that. The FF Plus are furthermore questioning the usefulness of district municipalities. Most of the funds allocated to district municipalities are spent on salaries, not on infrastructure projects, not on service delivery. Housing. How can we approve a budget for the coming year if we have a backlog? What will change? First, we need to finish the projects we have already started and which are far behind schedule. This department needs serious intervention. There's no way the FF Plus could agree to adopt this budget. Dankie, Kyalibogo.
Thank you, Honorable Nel. Honorable Sibirwe.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. There are a few issues I wish to quickly reflect on. The fact that the MEC is emotional, I can understand where this is coming from. You see, a party that was formed out of emotions without having gone through a counseling would always behave like this. And nothing is surprising to that effect. You see, there are some observations that are picking up in the country where people, during the day, they are red. In the night, they are on Louis Vuittons and Armanis. But we can assure you that the ANC is busy cutting the grasses and the trees. And very shortly, the emperor will be naked.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, hold on, Honorable Dr. Sibirwe, Dr. Butwe.
Madam Speaker, as the EFF, we are not here to come and impress the ANC. Thank you very much.
Order, Honorable Butwe. Proceed, Honorable Chief Whip.
No, thanks. Just before I get into my business, I must assure that the views expressed by the representatives here are those of the ANC and not that of an individual. Product coming from the strategic Lokota. And for that reason, I must also indicate that we wish to see one of these days a press conference of the Red Beret addressed by 6 members of its officials and not a one-man show to determine to the extent to which this Red Beret would have matured in terms of democracy. We'll continue to look as the ANC to lead in terms of what democracy is. I must also indicate, as it relates to what Honorable Swanekile said here, that politics is a science. You need a hypothesis to test your facts and not just talk and talk to the extent that you can't even hear what you are actually saying. But it's a process, we understand. You are actually employed through a CV. And a revolution is a process. We have never gone through that phase. But we are very sympathetic to you.
5 minutes left.
We'll be patient with you with that 5 minutes. Let me therefore get into the business of the day as sent by the Afghanistan Congress. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed a pleasure once more to sit here and present the debate with regard to the annual performance plan and the budget debate of the department. As the African National Congress, we wish to commend the department for a meticulous tabling of its programs and adequately pronouncing itself on the challenges after taking into consideration concerns we have raised. As the ANC, we therefore are obliged to ensure that programs and operations comply with requirements for transparency and clean governance. The increase in population of the province will inevitably increase the demand for the services, and that's what we need to remind ourselves. As the ANC, we also draw the attention to the fact that local government is a set view of government that was created in order to bring government closer to the people. The ward committees, community meetings, as well as public participation and outreach programs and mechanisms are crucial to enable government to get feedback from community needs. As a result, we have been able to deal with populations in the province, service delivery issues, infrastructure, housing and revenue management by engaging with our communities We have no doubt that the ANC, as the ANC, our communities have a sense of involvement in the political process that impact on their daily lives. Of course, Honorable Speaker, there is a history of disruptions and criminality. But what we are saying as the ANC is that we have put in place a political system in which eligible people participate actively, not only in determining who governs them, but also in shaping the political output of our government, the ANC-led government for that matter. Honorable Speaker, when we took over government, we committed ourselves to build a capable developmental state that should improve the lives of the masses of our people. So far, despite the challenges that we might have encountered, we are satisfied that we have been able to expand vital services such as water, sanitation, electricity, roads, and housing to a larger portion of our communities while addressing historical backlogs. We must accelerate service delivery to achieve universal access. And in line with the ANC manifesto commitment, the department must accelerate efforts to address the title deed backlogs, as they have already expressed, along with associated institutions and capacity gaps, to ensure that the transfer of title deeds move faster. And we are now convinced in terms of what has been expressed here. This must include the release of land at the disposal of the state for site and service to afford households the opportunity to build and own their own homes. Municipalities must be supported to transform the spatial injustices of apartheid, which relegated most of our people to the margins of cities and towns and farming areas, leaving them without rights, without land, without assets, and without opportunities. Honorable Speaker, integrated planning and implementation must happen across all departments and spheres of government. To this end, the social compact between government, business, labor, civil society, non-government organizations, and traditional leaders must be strengthened for signage and seamless delivery of services. We do not have the luxury of time. Go tshwanetse go tsholediwe dinao go potlakisa ditirelo jaaka re solofeditswe. Corruption has eroded public confidence, we acknowledge that. But what must also be understood, it's so interesting that at times we create contradictions. When there's a recruitment process, councillors irrespective of party affiliation want to participate. When there's failure, they point a finger to the African National Congress. Maybe the best thing we need to consider going forward is to use the American system of administration. When we take over, ANC deployees must also take over. Not that democracy, when it's convenient, we share who must be appointed. When there's failure, we point the finger. There is an urgent need, Honorable Speaker, for us to reclaim these institutions for service to our communities. Ethical leadership is required to uproot corruption and turn around municipalities which are held to ransom by treasurers, acts of looting of resources that are supposed to improve the lives of our people. None of our municipalities must be cash cows for the greedy and self-serving and elite, that we acknowledge. The focus must be on delivery of services for the majority of our people who are yearning for quality services. Early warning systems must be developed through cooperation between COCTA and provincial treasury to cap corruption and mismanagement of funds. We are very much pleased, MEC, both MECs, for what you have actually expressed in terms of the agreement entered into. Our councillors must be concerned about the running sewers in our communities, taps that are running dry, as well as filthy neighborhoods that depicts a degree of a near collapse in service delivery. We must be increasingly intolerant of non-delivery and institute consequences management against officials that abuse their public resources when there's no visible delivery in our municipalities. Our communities expect the ANC as a trusted liberator to be at the forefront of renewal for good governance and clean administration, and that we can assure we are fully on track on that. Lifestyle audits will assist the cleanup of our various institutions. We cannot afford to hurt officials that are entrepreneurs and those that are colliding with service providers, and as a result, compromising service delivery while routing resources with impunity. On that note, once more, Honorable Speaker, ANC support the budget as presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable MEC, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thought you would say 20 for 2 votes, Honorable Speaker.
10 minutes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was listening, and I must start with this one, and I was listening to my fellow fighter, mentioning the word tribal fights. And it's just that I was coming to respond. Actually, I could have raised the point of order in terms of him referring to tribal fights. And my dear brother, you must, as an African in particular, actually, and as part of those who suffered for many years, refrain from using such words. And I will say, please go back and to your party and discourage the use of those
So
words.
hands up, Honorable Member.
And we must actually withdraw such
Honorable,
usage of such.
Honorable Kekekile. Honorable Kaba.
Can I answer, because I've never said tribal fights.
No, you are out of order. You are out of order. Proceed, Honorable Kekekile.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, the party in red is ending its name with fighter. And they keep on fighting. Everywhere they are fighting. Even when people start engaging in protest, legal protest, they take advantage of that and they fight. If you can look at all the protests which end up being violent, is actually when they are hijacked by EFF. And I'm saying this, you can go back to Ottosdal, you can go to Trai.
Honorable Kekekile. Honorable Butswe.
Honorable Speaker, ka kopo tle, mo nakong e tla re tlhoka breathalyzer ha ba di minister di MEC tsa rona ba tsena ha. O ka re go na le bothata ha. Ke a leboga.
Proceed, Honorable Kekekile. Proceed.
Thank you very much.
Order, Honorable Members, order.
You must actually start with yourself and start with your leader
Order,
in terms of that. At National Parliament and engage with them with that. So I must indicate that all the protests, Honorable Speaker, they end up being violent as a result of EFF hijacking those protests, take advantage of genuine concerns of our communities. But I want to say to them that one of our leaders said to us many years ago that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. Unfortunately, you have never had an opportunity to lead, even a ward. So you are struggling and you don't know what leadership and what government is, and what is this governance that we are referring to. So once we get an opportunity, you will then know that there are many other challenges that you are going to face. Water is scarce in the province. We rely more on underground water. The issue of Dr. RSM, water we get it, especially in Naledi, water comes from there is only one canal that the apartheid government made sure that 40% of that water is used for agriculture, and 60% for agriculture and 40% must be shared by the people. And some of those who stood here and speak about these things actually is their great grandfathers who did these things and created these conditions for us.
Order, Honorable Members.
So you need to really go back and educate our members. But I want to say to them, as Oliver Tambo said, if the apartheid is removed, then the violence that is necessary to maintain aid will be removed, along with pressure from apartheid, which create violent response. I want to say to you that we agree the VBS matter. In Mahikian, the MM is no more there. In Dr. RSM, the MM is suspended. In Moritile, the MM is suspended. In Madiben, the MM is no more there. What are you saying? Have we not acted? We have acted on administrators, on people who signed these things off. With regard to the MM of Mafike is dismissed, is not suspended. The MM of Madibeng is not suspended, is no more there and will not come back. In complete housing units, we agree that I have mentioned here. So Honorable Swanaki is simply coming here to read my speech. You see, Honorable Swanaki, let me address you. You have been an official of this legislature and used to account to me, Honorable Speaker.
You are the former chair of chairs of this house. You know the rules. You can't address Honorable Sonakile, you must address the House.
As I address the House, Honorable Speaker, some honorable members, you see, they used to do some work for us. And they now convert that work into a station. And you come here, a station of what we did at committees, at committee level. I don't know what you are saying, really. We have had many sides. The Premier said the D account is going to be addressed. The issues of D account is receiving attention. You talk about Western Cape as if this issue of audit outcomes, a party says, no, we are doing well in Western Cape. Audit in all municipalities has regressed. Western Cape in particular has gone down by 40%. Even 21 clean audits that they got, they went down to 12, 40% down. And Osdoren is one of the municipalities that indicates that there was no oversight. And yes, we are happy with the court ruling, and we are warning other colleagues to say they don't do their good work. That process will follow, as happened in Osdoren. It's one of the municipalities that was subjected many years ago under Section 139 and 1B. What did you do? It's Western Cape, it's DA municipality. So that is happening. That's what is happening there. I also want to talk to the issue of the honorable is saying some administrators, they used to behave in this way to committees. Where was he? Because honorable member was an official also, like those administrators were officials. He was not a politician. So I'm saying you take, honorable members take friends from committees, bring them here and recite them. Let's go back to committees and address them. The issues, Chair, regarding the KPAs, with my experience, Honorable Speaker, as you said, I already come closer, Honorable Member of Freedom Front, and the party itself, and educate them on what is APP, and what is the meaning of the budget, and the meaning of APP. What is it that we are addressing, and what is a KPA? I think we are confused in terms of understanding this word, but it's still early. We will come closer to them and assist them. And Honorable Hans, honorable members keep on phoning him. When there was fire in Ottosdal, I picked up a call. When there was also issues in Klokwe, I picked up a call. I responded. I was there, addressed the people. Now, honorable members come to this house and say, there was no response. There's no response to phones. Why do you say that? Why are you so conservative with the truth in this August House? Because I respond to those calls, and I acted and gave response, even to those honorable members in Cape Town, including your honorable member, first Honorable Sonakile, through your honorable speaker. We give response to them.
All the honorable members,
The role of district municipalities.
Once you start addressing members directly, you are causing disruptions unnecessarily in the House. Stop addressing Honorable Sonakile. Address the House with your last 1.5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, we are aware of the district, their responsibilities. We are aware of the challenges between the Water Service Authority and water service providers, and we are putting in place mechanism through the service level agreement so that these issues we are able to deal with. I must say, issues of UIF, I did indicate that indeed we are worried as a department. Soon, Housing Corp will have a chairperson. I have mentioned and indicated title deeds that will be delivered to our members so that their conditions are improved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Kekhaikilo, may you please come back? Thank you very much, Honorable Kekhaikilo. You see, there's a problem of addressing members individually. Honorable members, may we now adopt the budget of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Vote 9, program by program. Is the Speaker out of order? Honorable Sonakile?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker is not out of order, but it seems that those who know what they were doing wrong ran to their seats quickly when I raised a point of order. Can Honorable Williams also be on her allocated seat as we adopt?
Honorable Sonakile, you are out of order. Program 1, administration. Order, honorable members. Allow me to do my part. Honorable members, allow me to do my part. Honorable Chief Chairs, please. Program 1, administration, 223,161,000 rands. Did I hear any yes here? Or just yes. Okay. Oh, the yes got it. I missed the Honorable MEC of Finance, so she's sitting that side, but you must go back there. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Program 2, local governance, 50,417,000 rands. The yes got it, even if Honorable Sambate is not here. Program 3, development and planning, 129,704,000 rands. The yes got it. There's a hand from Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apologies. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The FF Plus would like it to be noted that we do not agree with the budget. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you very much. Your request will be noted. All the honorable members is within their right. Is noted. Program 4, traditional affairs, 136,452,000 rands. The years got it. Do you have something on our Sonakile?
Thank you, Speaker. Kindly note the objection of the DA to that budget.
Thank you. Order, honorable members, order. Table staff, may you please also record the request of Honorable Sonakile representing the Democratic Alliance. Thank you, honorable members. The 2019-20 budget for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Women's Settlements, vote 9, totaling 539,734,000 rand is now adopted. Thank you, Honorable MEC. We may now adopt the budget of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Women's Settlement, its settlement branch, yes, vote 10. Program by program. Program 1, administration, 110,370,000 rands.
Yes.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable MEC, if I'm looking at you, I'm not sure if you are right or you are wrong, if I don't see your body language. Program 2, housing needs, planning and research, 40,623,000 rands. There is no, that means. Thank you. I did not hear that. So I can't say the yes got it because I did not hear another voice. Program 3, housing development, 2,065,522,000 rands. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. The 2019-20 budget for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Women's Settlements, vote 10. Women's Settlement branch totaling 2,216,515,000 rands is now adopted by this House. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Kehakilwe. Let me take this opportunity, honorable members, on behalf of this House to formally acknowledge the presence of our traditional leadership whilst we are still buying time for Honorable MEC to settle. Khosi Mulete, who is the Deputy Chairperson of our House of Traditional Leaders. Khosi Mutlhabane, Khosi Matibe, Khosi Pilani, Kgosi Legwale, Kgosi Sefanyetso NJ, Kgosi Sefanyetso BJ, Kgosi Tiepe, Kgosi Sidumedi, Kgosi Litlhogile, Kgosi Masibi, Kgosi Motse wa Khumo, Kgosi Matlapeng, Kgosi Motsepe, Kgosi Mamogale, Kgosi Nawa, Kgosi Mabalane, Kgosi Moshwete. Re a leboga bagolo, ke nagana gore Honorable MEC, you are now happy. I've been accused by the Honorable MEC to acknowledge publicly magosi a mabedi, ke re ke magosi a mpusa yaanong. Dithupa tsa ka di ne di le mo metsing, ga ke sa tlhole ke kolota magosi dikgomo, ke baakantse phoso. Gore goreng o nopola Kgosi Sefanyetso le Kgosi Pilane ka gore o tlhaga kwa metseng ya bone. Yaanong ke baakantse dithupa tsa ka di tswile mo metsing, meretlwa e siame e tla oma, ke a leboga Honorable MEC, ke ipaakantse. I will now call on Honorable MEC for Finance, Honorable Hosho, to present the Department's 2019-20 Budget Vote 7. You have 40 minutes, Honorable MEC.
Tla ke go leboge Musa Khotla, Mme Susana Nokwaka Basetsana Danki, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Ms. Viola Muchumi, our young lion, Honorable Premier, Professor Tebogo Job Mokoro, Honorable members of the Executive Council, my colleagues in the Executive, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Executive mayors and mayors of municipalities, Magosi Arona a tlotlegang, le modulasetulo wa ntlo ya bokgosi ya dikgosi Kgosi Moshimabe, chairpersons and board members of public entities, administrators, heads of departments, and CEO of state-owned entities, distinguished guests, Bagaetsho ba Northwest Province, dumelang. Musa Khotla, ke rata go leboga khuduthamaga ya lekoko le le busang ga mmogo le baagi ba province ya rona ka go nnela tšhono ya gore ke direle puso ya rona segolobogolo mo lephateng la matlotlo, go nna motlhokomedi wa dithoto tsa puso. Re le lefapha re inela fa pele ga kgotla e gore re ikaelela go direla setšhaba ka botswapelo mo tlase ga maemo a ikonomi a masisi. As we celebrate Mandela Month, please allow me to quote the words of our iconic leader, Tata Madiba, when he said, I quote, "Poverty is not an accident like slavery and apartheid. It is man-made and it can be removed by actions of human beings." Close quote. In drawing inspiration from these profound words, this budget calls for actions that will improve the lives of the people of the Northwest Province. Madam Speaker, as I table the budget of the department today, I stand before this House resolute to contribute to changing the face of service delivery in the province. It is a stance which requires one to preserve against the unnatural tide of poor service delivery that continues to rear its ugly head in our province. His Excellency, our President, Ndata Cyril Ramaphosa, and our Professor, who's the Premier of the Northwest Province, Job Mokoro, implored upon all South Africans and citizens of Northwest to restore the National Development Plan to its place at the center of our national effort. To this end, Madam Deputy Speaker, the objectives of government are about building a capable and developmental state in accordance with the goals of the National Development Plan. This means building a public service that is capable, stable, effective, integrated, accountable, and responsive to the needs of our people. Madam Deputy Speaker, all district areas in the province are faced with serious socio-economic challenges. Overall, the provincial GDP is now smaller than the national average, with the two district areas of Dr. Rusi Khumutsi Mompati and Nagamudiro recording their lowest per capita incomes out of the district, as it was mentioned during the provincial budget speech. Despite all this, I must mention that human development has slowly improving in all districts of the province, albeit at a slower pace than our own expectations. The 2019-2020 budget process once again provides the provincial treasury with the opportunity to guide departments on aligning their revenue targets with the current economic realities faced not only by our province, but also the country at large. Such realities include declining levels on income and increased levels of poverty that has negative impact on our provincial own revenue base. Our efforts to reach the 5% target of the provincial own revenue as compared to the 3% that we are collecting could be at risk, unless all departments intensify their efforts to support provincial treasury initiatives to enlarge the revenue envelope. Madam Deputy Speaker, our provincial revenue enhancement strategy is still work in progress, but we already see some signals that is yielding positive results. The results of last year's collections are such that we are capable to easily meet our target. This is mainly as a result of improvement in efficient revenue collection strategies, especially after having taken the necessary measures to minimize related administration costs. Currently, no service provider is allowed to charge revenue collection commission in excess of 10%. I hope our municipalities, as well as our provincial public entities, will head to this simple and pragmatic way of enhancing revenue as the first step towards revenue enhancement. Madam Deputy Speaker, the lack of accountability for sound financial management has become a norm among some of our municipalities, and this must come to an end, as it negatively affects the delivery of basic services, provision of infrastructure, prudent use of grants, and timeous payment of service providers. Given the vulnerable position of local government, the financial viability of municipalities needs to be addressed urgently, as it has a direct impact on their ability to continue rendering services. Madam Deputy Speaker, this departmental budget speech is presented against the latest Auditor General's report, 2017-2018 Local Government Audit Outcomes Report, the continued spate of service delivery protests, and resistance of some municipalities to be placed under administration. These are unsettling conditions that the Executive Council, led by Honorable Premier Mokgoro, has resolved to tackle without fear, favor, or contradiction. Despite countless interventions that included support to municipalities on budgets, supply chain management, internal audit, and risk management, the audit outcomes have regressed. Out of the 22 municipalities, 13 received disclaimers, 8 were qualified, 1 unqualified. In response to the deteriorating financial management in municipalities, the province had no option, honorable members, but to invoke Section 216 of the Constitution and take drastic measures by withholding the equitable shares of 9 municipalities, which are Dr. Rutsukhumutsimumpati and Bujanala district municipalities, and in local municipalities is Madibeng, Makwasi Hills, Naledi, Tswaying, Mamusa, Ditsobotla, and Khetleng. My apologies, Chair of Chairs. Madam Deputy Speaker, due to the urgency of this matter, the Provincial Treasury, jointly with National Treasury, convened a follow-up working session with affected municipalities on the 23rd of July 2019, just 2 days ago, honorable members, to assist them to comply with the agreed resolutions relating to improved financial management and compliance with a view to have their equitable share transferred or released. I'm happy to announce that all 9 municipalities have embraced this intervention and have agreed to work with Provincial Treasury to address all outstanding non-compliance matters. Municipalities that continue to ignore laws and regulations by adopting unfunded budgets, flouting SCM processes, mismanage financial resources, and not implementing Provincial Treasury regulations will be subjected to punitive measures. This will include, but not limited to, the following: invoking of Section 139 of the MFMA in support of the Provincial Intervention Program, and management of their conditional grants through strict cash flow systems. Madam Deputy Speaker, the current challenges in municipalities will not dictate how we deliver government services to our people. The province, working jointly with National Treasury, has commenced with instituting punitive measures to enforce compliance and will escalate it if the need arises. The stance of Honorable Premier in his State of the Province address marshaled us to be decisive and aggressive in taking actions that will enable these municipalities to turn around the situation in the interest of service delivery. Madam Deputy Speaker, the following are some of the key achievements that Provincial Treasury registered in the past financial year. The audit outcomes of the departments and entities reported here are of the 2017-2018 financial year, and they are as follows. 1 department was unqualified with no findings. 4 were unqualified with findings. 8 were qualified. It must be noted that there was no disclaimer in departments. Public entities, on the other hand, registered minimal improvement as compared to the previous years, as 6 were unqualified with findings, 7 were qualified, and 6 received disclaimers. The poor results in entities are attributable to lack of capacity of qualified officials in the budget and chief financial officer sections. During this year, several capacity building initiatives were undertaken to train CFOs and officials in finance sections of CFOs for departments and entities on modified cash standards and GRAP statements. A total of 102 officials were trained on SCOA, 1,081 on BAS or Walker and ISS, 25 members on asset managers, and 45 from all public entities on risk management. Interim and annual financial statements were reviewed at 3 levels, namely Accountant General for Compliance, heads of departments to take corrective actions, and Provincial Internal Audit and Shared Services for combined assurance. Post-audit action plans were monitored on monthly basis, and reports provided to the Executive Council as and when required. This was to ensure that audit findings raised by the Auditor General, internal audit, and recommendations of portfolio committees are effectively attended to by the appropriate level of management. Provincial Risk Dialogue was held in November 2018, where risk officers and senior managers from departments and public entities were invited to share ideas, best practices, and experiences from their organization. The departments and public entities have implemented the resolutions, and Provincial Treasury continues to monitor the effectiveness thereof. Madam Deputy Speaker, during the last quarter of 2018-2019 financial year, Provincial Treasury, in collaboration with National Treasury, conducted supply chain management competency assessments for all officials in SCM units in all departments, entities, and municipalities. 721 officials from provincial departments, public entities, and municipalities were assessed. The aim of the exercise was to identify gaps and implement focused training and capacity building interventions. The intervention program will be rolled out jointly with provincial departments, public entities, and municipalities in the 3rd quarter of 2019-2020 financial year. Furthermore, the Provincial Treasury took an initiative to professionalize supply chain in the Northwest Provincial Administration. All SCM practitioners have been registered with the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Suppliers, CIPS. Groups of SCM practitioners are trained by the Institute on 18 months intervals to acquire professional qualification. The department implemented 2 learnerships with 38 learners, namely internal audit technicians, professional internal audit, and public sector accounting for both employed and unemployed learners, as well as internship program. This was a partnership between the Department of Finance and the Finance Accounting Services Sector Education and Training Center, FACET. Madam Deputy Speaker, the following intervention support plans are for the 2019-2020 financial year that will be implemented and monitored by Provincial Treasury and will be reporting to the Executive Council on regular basis. Madam Deputy Speaker, besides being custodian of financial resources, Provincial Treasury is also responsible for supporting departments and entities to improve audit outcomes in pursuit of clean audit strategy. The Provincial Treasury has managed to achieve clean audit for the previous 5 years, but plans are underway to have an aggressive support plan that targets another 3 departments in order to increase the number of clean audits to 4. The earmarked departments are those that have demonstrated the ability to achieve and qualify status for the past 3 years without significant findings. A support plan has been developed for the 4 departments that are targeted for obtaining clean audits to be monitored with a separate strategy to ensure that they comply to the roadmap and timelines allocated. Other departments and entities will also be supported on a phased-in approach. The poor state of public entities in relation to financial management, governance, accountability, and poor oversight by parent departments necessitates urgent attention. The Provincial Treasury has taken a view to robustly engage parent departments and public entities on a quarterly basis with a view to improve performance and service delivery of these entities. Transfers to these entities will be conditional to the implementation of remedial action relating to the improvement of governance and financial management. Madam Deputy Speaker, a culture of clean audit will be instilled through quarterly Chief Financial Officers Forum, whereby best practices will be shared with other departments and entities to ensure that they replicate by those that are lagging behind. Attendance of the CFOs and directors of SCM will be monitored on monthly basis and quarterly basis. Provincial Treasury is of the view that the rationalization of public entities will improve audit outcomes when they are made to concentrate on their core business, unlike in the past where some were detached from others. There is going to be a sharp focus on capacitating and training of officials in the areas of supply chain and financial management. Implementation of corrective actions to address Auditor General's findings from the previous year will be monitored through post-audit action plans on a monthly basis. There are innovations that are going to be introduced to ensure that plans are concise and target dates are realistic in such a way that findings are cleared on a quarterly basis, honorable members. Chief and financial officers must adhere to these measures. Madam Deputy Speaker, Provincial Treasury will ensure that implementation of the reconfiguration process will not disrupt our financial system on which employees and service providers are paid from. Be rest assured, Honorable Premier. Other related activities in the normal course of government business will also not be affected. A plan of action has been drawn outlining what needs to be done in order to ensure compliance with National Treasury transfer of function procedures, and that the reconfiguration process is finalized by the end of September 2019. It is expected that all departments must comply with this deadline. In order to improve ethic risk management in departments, Madam Speaker, the Provincial Treasury, in partnership with Ethics Institute of South Africa, will assist departments with the performance of ethics risk assessment and the drafting of ethic risk registers. This will in turn assist departments to focus on high ethic risks, implement strategies to mitigate those risks to acceptable level. The Provincial Treasury will table a new finance bill for all outstanding unauthorized expenditures incurred by provincial departments up to the 31st March 2019. This will assist the department to clean up their books. Bilateral meetings are going to be held with departments to get concurrence and secure a buy-in in jointly monitor non-compliance with rules and regulations pertaining to SCM in order to keep continuous incurring of irregular expenditures. Provincial Treasury will strengthen its forensic investigation capacity to fast-track and finalize cases with recommendations to accounting officers and accounting authorities of departments, of public entities and municipalities. Some of the measures and actions to be taken will entail consequence management where appropriate. Madam Deputy Speaker, as indicated during the provincial budget speech, funds will be withheld where continuous transgressions are identified in departments, in public entities and municipalities to limit further incurrence of irregular expenditures. In responding to the Auditor General's report on 2017-2018 audit outcome, the Provincial Treasury, in collaboration with the National Treasury, seconded 4 municipal finance advisors to the province on full-time basis. These advisors are based at the Provincial Treasury and work together with the Departmental Municipal Management Unit, MFMA unit staff to provide technical support, build capacity in the municipal budget and treasury offices, BTOs in the municipalities in the following MFA functional areas: financial accounting and reporting, supply chain management, revenue management, and municipal standard charts of accounts, MSCOA. This initiative by National Treasury is also supported by Provincial Treasury Municipal Support Strategy to support efforts of municipalities to improve their audit outcomes. To this end, resources have been deployed to 11 identified municipalities to implement the MSCOA GRAP-aligned financial accounting and reporting. Madam Speaker, to this effect, to give effect to provisions of Section 116 of the MFMA, Provincial Treasury implemented the Contract Management Support Program to all 22 municipalities to establish effective contract management system. The objective of the Contract Management Support Program is to support municipalities and develop a consolidated municipal contract register for effective monitoring at provincial level. Consequently, 2,529 contracts were identified and captured in the contract register. In this financial year, we have targeted 250 municipal officials in the Budget and Treasury Office for training in the following areas: the compilation of M-score GRAP aligned financial statements, practical implementation of GRAP standards, and implementation of internal control systems. In supporting municipalities placed under Section 139 and 137 of the Constitution and MFMA, National Treasury has provided the Provincial Treasury with a municipal intervention grant. The Provincial Treasury has identified 12 municipalities that are showing signs of serious financial problems in line with Section 138 of the MFMA. In supporting these municipalities, Provincial Treasury will invoke Section 139 of the MFMA, wherein a multidisciplinary team will be deployed to provide the following support: provision of technical assistance to municipalities to carry out municipal financial recovery services, assist also municipalities with the resolution of financial problems and other related MFMA provisions through these processes in preparations, implementation, and monitoring of the financial recovery plans, assisting municipalities to identify the causes of and potential solutions to the financial problems, assisting the overall improved organizational performance in municipalities, and improving the service delivery provision by the municipalities and overall infrastructure planning. Madam Deputy Speaker, in an effort to combat fraud and abuse of supply chain system, Provincial Treasury has developed and issued an instruction note which will be utilized to monitor institutions and implement its provisions, including consequence management. Furthermore, Provincial Treasury has developed instruction note on step-by-step verification of SCM bids that are 10 million or more by internal audit before an award is made, honorable members. All other supply chain bids, SCM bids, that are less than that threshold will be verified by Provincial Supply Chain Management Unit. This applies to all provincial departments and their entities, honorable members. Provincial Treasury took an initiative to professionalize SCM in the Northwest Provincial Administration. All SCM practitioners have been registered with the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supplies. 9 officials have been registered for Advanced Award and 25 for Practitioners Award course. All the 34 officials are from provincial departments and public entities. This is a support that we are providing for all departments. In our quest to instill the culture of moral and ethic behavior by all SCM practitioners, which is sacrosanct to the sound procurement practices, Provincial Treasury will review the current code of conduct for SCM practitioners to include consequent management and report perpetual and ethical behavior to EXCO and at the Chartered Institute of CIPS, which means we'll make sure that we start to report you to professional bodies as practitioners in the supply chain units. We will also establish the platform for supply chain practitioners from a level 9 down to collaborate and share best practices information and knowledge apart from normal SCM forum. National Treasury has issued an instruction note which directs all contract tenders which are 30 million or more must allow for subcontracting of 30% to SMMEs. To increase participation of SMMEs, honorable members, the Provincial Treasury took an initiative to reduce the threshold to 10 million in the province, and the instruction note will be finalized by the end of the third quarter of the 2019-2020 financial year. This seeks to increase and maximize the participation of our small medium enterprise, honorable Mr. Nuri, in the mainstream of the local economy of our province. Provincial Treasury, in collaboration with National Treasury, is finalizing the contract management framework. The framework will ensure that provincial departments and public entities, amongst others, establish dedicated and capacitated contract management units and use uniform application to contract extensions, including variations, infrastructure departments, and also deviations. Furthermore, it will assist Provincial Treasury to monitor and enforce compliance by departments and public entities. Provincial Treasury has engaged the Department of Trade and Industry, Economic Development, CETA, and other stakeholders to designate tablets and laptops for local content. And this will benefit our designated group, women, youth, and people with disabilities. They will be the one who participate in that for procurement of these named commodities. In our quest to improve asset-related audit outcomes for departments and public entities, Provincial Treasury will assist public entities with implementation of asset modules and capacitate them in financial management system training. Provincial Treasury implemented systems and procedures to ensure that all its creditors are paid within 30 days upon receipt of invoices. This is in line with National Treasury regulations, and we remain committed to ensure that all our suppliers are paid within 30 days. We assure you, Honorable Mosenoko, that we will continue to support your SMMEs and they will be paid within 30 days. This best practice will be shared with departments and entities to improve on compliance. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Executive Council will continuously be informed of the province's budget performance. The department will continue to coordinate the preparation of the estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure for 2020-2021 financial year, for next financial year, and the adjustment estimate for provincial revenue and expenditure for 2019-2020 that are in line with the national and provincial priorities. Key focus will be on improved quality spending on conditional grants and infrastructure as a way of ensuring that the province does not lose funds to other provinces. Provincial Treasury remain committed to earmark funds for priority programs that relate to accelerating the creation of jobs, enhancing the quality of basic education and skills development, improving the quality of healthcare and infrastructure, investing in infrastructure and proper maintenance of economic infrastructure and roads network, poverty alleviation, provision of water and sanitation, and rural development. Madam Deputy Speaker, infrastructure delivery remains the main driver for job creation. In the execution of this mandate, the department will facilitate and lead all infrastructure forums like the Infrastructure Support Forums and the Municipal Infrastructure Forum with immediate effect, colleagues. The poor delivery of infrastructure in the province has prompted Provincial Treasury to enforce a no infrastructure plan, no budget model. During the adjustment budget, all monies that are not utilized will be diverted to departments that spend according to plans. In preparation for the next financial year, departments must ensure that credible plans are submitted and only those that are ready for implementation will be surely funded, honorable members. With a view to improve infrastructure planning, the Provincial Treasury, in collaboration with the Department of Public Works, Roads, led by Remola PC, Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs, led by Reka Kehakile, will host the Provincial Infrastructure Planning Implementation, the Kota Tonakolo, in September 2019, as announced yesterday by Honorable Malapisi. We are working back to back. The main purpose of this Lekota is to take stock of the challenges impeding infrastructure delivery in the province and foster integrated planning and identify workable solutions to speed up delivery and job creation. The department has commenced with the strengthening of the assessment of deviations and variation orders with cost implications, and a database will be developed and maintained to discourage continuation of such consequence such consequence management will apply to departments that fail to comply with the instruction note. Like I said, honorable members, the issues within supply chain, issues of deviation, issues of variation orders is a matter of concern in the Department of Provincial Treasury. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Provincial Treasury will, in the current financial year, implement the following skills development program. Will place 38 technical vocational education and training interns to afford them the opportunity to gain work experience. Will take 35 graduate interns, actually 35 graduate interns are already in place for experiential training and the internship. It is in this quest to develop its employees, 44 officials, mainly in the lower levels, were awarded and have been registered for various programs through the departmental bursary scheme. So we are also supporting our own officials to capacitate them. The department is implementing 25 directives which were issued in line with the section 101A of the Constitution by the Minister of Finance, Ntate Tito Mboweni. Of the 25 directives, 13 have been completed, which accounts for 50%, 52%, and the balance requires intervention from the National Treasury for completion. In giving response to the 100-day plan, as part of the first 100 days, Madam Deputy Speaker, which has started this month, the department will continue with the following initiatives: implementation of contract management in all municipalities. We'll continuously have robust engagement with all municipalities on matters relating to financial management, with specific emphasis on the effectiveness on municipal budget and treasury BTOs. We'll conduct outreach programs on centralized supply database and tendering processes across the province. Robust engagements with departments and entities on improving audit outcomes will be continued on monthly basis. We'll engage on infrastructure departments, Department of Public Works and Roads, Health Department, Human Settlements and Education on improvement of service delivery plans. So we'll continue to work with all our colleagues, and I think from next week, Honorable MECs of Infrastructure, we will be having a session with you. We'll scale up infrastructure oversight as provincial treasury to make sure that the budget we allocate, we start to test the value for money. We'll also conclude on all matters of reconfiguration, honorable members, as we've committed that by end of September, we should all be done as a collective. Madam Deputy Speaker, in order to implement the intervention and support plans that I have outlined in detail, the budget allocation to support the plans per program in 2019-2020 financial year is as follows. Program 1, which is administration, is 153,470,000. Program 2, which is sustainable resource management, is 142,880,000. Program 3 is asset and liabilities management, is 59,383,000. Program 4, which is the last program, is 174,989,000. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Provincial Treasury, we are here before this August House to request to the Portfolio Committee and the members as a collective to approve and allow us to go and advance service delivery machinery, strengthen governance machinery, and touching lives and create opportunities through economic activities, job opportunities, of a total of 528,722,000. As I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to draw inspirations from the wise words of the late struggle icon once more, Tatu Madiba, when he said, I quote, "Everyone can rise above their circumstances and achieve success if they are dedicated to and passionate about what they do," close quote. We are mindful of the fact that we are operating under unfavorable economic conditions, but we remain resolute in our endeavor to fulfill our promise to continuously improve the living conditions of the people of Northwest Province. Madam Deputy Speaker, we respect the right of our community to protest, but we want to condemn critical elements and criminal elements that hijack genuine grievances of our people and instigate and commit serious acts of violence. We are mindful of the service delivery challenges that are experienced by communities. However, we want to make a plea to our community members to communicate their dissatisfaction through established community structures and should refrain from destroying property. This poses a serious challenge because government will not be having adequate resources or the budget in future to rebuild the destroyed structures. Re ikuela go ba ga rona gore fa re ipelaetsa re dire jalo ka ditlhaloganyo tse di edileng. Re se ka ra itshenyetsa gonne ke rona le bana ba rona re tlileng go di tlhoka. The sixth administration, led by our Premier, Professor Job Mokgoro, reaffirms its commitment to programs that seek to root out corruption, fraud, maladministration, malfeasance, and mismanagement of resources. To this end, Provincial Treasury is prepared to work with law enforcement agencies by availing necessary support through the provision of critical reports and information that will facilitate successful prosecution of officials involved in above-mentioned transgressions. Madam Deputy Speaker, Please allow me to express my appreciation to Tona Kgolo, Professor Tebogo Job Mokoro, for appointing me to be part of his battalions to provide their services to the people of Northwest. To my colleagues in EXCO, to honorable members of the legislature, in particular the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ntate Motswana, and members of the Portfolio Committee on Premier, Finance, Corporate Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. To the head of the department, Ntate Ndlela Kunene, I really appreciate the support with the team that you have welcomed. You've made me to hit the ground running and gave me a quick crash course, and I think I've adjusted. And thank you very much to the team of Treasury to have been there. To my staff in the political office and to my family, because I have invited them today to be here. To my political home, the glorious movement, the African National Congress, I remain committed and dedicated to the profound cause of positively contributing to the growth of our economy for sustainable development together with our communities. I thank you. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Khosho. Honorable members, I will now call on Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Premier, Finance, Cooperative, Governance, Human Settlement, and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Motswana, to present and lead the debate on the Department of Provincial Treasury Annual Performance Plan 2019-2020 and Budget Vote 7. Honorable Motswana, you have 10 minutes to open up the debate.
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Speaker in absentia, Susana Danki, the Honorable Premier Ntate Job Mokoro, members of the Provincial Executive Committee, members of the Provincial Legislature, Mahosi Arona, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Tumelamba Khaitso. Honorable Deputy Speaker, once more I'm humbled to be given this opportunity to lead the debates on the consideration of the budget vote for the Northwest Provincial Treasury. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the newly established Provincial Treasury plays an important role in terms of Section 18 of the PFMA, which states that a Provincial Treasury must ensure that its fiscal policies do not materially and unreasonably prejudice national economic policies. The people of the Northwest want Provincial Treasury to safeguard the integrity of the provincial resources and support all institutions to account properly on the use of public finances. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Provincial Treasury should be accessible, responsive to the prevailing socio-economic imperatives of the province, which enforces transparency and effective management of revenue, expenditure, assets and liabilities in the province in line with Section 38 of the PFMA. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee has deliberated on the APP of the department and the following recommendations are made. That to turn around the status quo in both municipalities and departments, SCM officials must be vetted and rotation be explored. That asset management in the province needs to be improved to give relevancy and be effectively utilized as a revenue enhancer. That consequence management must be invoked in departments that are not complying with Treasury regulations and applicable legislation. That includes municipalities and entities. A comprehensive scholar transport route report to be submitted to the committee within the next 7 days, and I think this is supposed to have been complied with before we came here, and the committee will be awaiting such a report on scholar transport, so that we must ensure that we are not paying routes that are not existing. The provincial treasury should refer all corruption cases to the law enforcement agencies for processing and report regularly on this process. The department to provide a report that is inclusive of specification on the targets of own revenue generated throughout the province, notwithstanding municipalities. And that was also within 7 days. The department to track and monitor all employment opportunities created, including EPWP and related entities. The pre-auditing of all tenders above 10 million should be consistently implemented. The committee requested Provincial Treasury to develop and implement an accounting framework for traditional councils. The department to submit a report on the D account within 7 days. The Provincial Treasury, together with the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management, must determine the credibility of expenditure for learner transport program. The department to review performance indicator on the number of AEPRE tabled following the national budget, with focus on the actual estimated revenue, stating how much revenue is collected by province on a quarterly basis. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable MEC for Provincial Treasury, and we want to applaud her as the committee for covering most of the issues that the committee had raised concerns on, but we would continue to exercise our oversight and ensure that the department delivers on its mandate. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the committee supported the adoption of the Vote 7 of the Northwest Provincial Treasury budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mutswana. Honorable Kirileng, you have 11 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Mahosi Arona a tlotlegang, members of Executive Council, respective leaders of economic freedom fighters, beng ba rona ba ba rategang, dumelang bageso. I stand here with great honor to have been tasked by the fastest growing movement in SADC region, the economic freedom fighters, to participate in this budget vote. We ought to remember that this budget vote takes place during the month where the economic freedom fighters celebrate its 6th unbreakable happy birthday. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Provincial Treasury is the smallest yet the most strategic department that province has been blessed with in this 6th administration. This is the department that has to be entrusted with capacitating and empowering government department and other institutions throughout the province. This simply means the Provincial Treasury is an oversight department. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the economic freedom fighters would like to applaud the 6th administration for ensuring that the Provincial Treasury becomes a stand-alone department. We believe that this is a step in the right direction of an administration that seeks to do away with corruption of its entirety. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we ought to remember that in the past or last administration, Provincial Treasury was incorporated with other departments such as economic development under the leadership on the incapacitated Wendy Nelson, which useless this particular department. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the provincial treasury in the past have been highly politicized and used by those occupying high political posts to lose state resources and render it useless. It had been reduced to a toothless entity that cannot execute its duties, hence it was not even able to thoroughly assess the intention of Mediosa, VBS, Ayama, and NEPO data. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as much as we are excited by the new developments of this department, we equally ought to assess the person who have been entrusted with the department. The Economic Freedom Fighters acknowledges the appointment of MEC Mutlalipulo Khosho as the chief custodian of this new beaten dog. We hope and believe that MEC will use her experience as the longest serving member in this house to steer the ship in the right direction. Honorable Speaker, the EFF would like to caution the new MEC to stop taking emotional decisions that continue to dent her credibility. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable MEC Khosho, during her tenure in the Department of Economic Enterprises, just woke up one morning and appointed people living with disability without qualification just because of their physical challenges. She equally on in her tenure and the Department of Local Government and Human Settlement to place municipalities under Section 139 1B unlawfully as it was rubber stamped by the
Honorable
Northwest.
Kirileng, pause for a minute. Honorable Kihakilwe. Okay. You may continue, Honorable Kirileng.
She equally went on in her tenure at the Department of Local Government and Human Settlement to place municipality under Section 139(1)B unlawfully as it was rubber stamped by the Northwest High Court in the 18th of July 2019. These are just but a few examples we can reflect on about the uncontrollable emotional decision by MEC. Honorable MEC, you have been tasked with a new duty to convince us as the entire province about sanity of your decision. We believe that experience in the best teacher is the best teacher, and throughout your experience you have learned a lot. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF would like to caution the Honorable MEC about the important role of Program 4 according to the APP. This program is the one that shall restore the dignity of the province if used efficiently. We believe that Program 4 of the APP would not be used for political deployment to thank your unqualified comrades of your ANC, but instead we shall see the appointment of young, capacitated female graduates of our society. Honorable Deputy Speaker, such a term the APP of the Provincial Treasury clearly stipulate on how we are going to capacitated municipality, state-owned enterprises and other government entities on how to receive unqualified audits. Until such a time, the APP of the Provincial Treasury stipulate how they are going to encourage other governmental departments to exhaust their budget allocation. Until such time, the APP speaks on how can government departments save their budget for other financial years like it happens in the legislative affairs. The support of this budget will be setting up the province for failure.
5
The
minutes
EFF
left.
therefore reject the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kirileng. Honorable Rabotapi. Honorable Rabotapi, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, Mahosi ya rona Tutlekgang, all protocol observed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, American radio host Dave Ramsey once said, and I quote, "You must gain control over your money or the lack of it will control you," unquote. This is exactly where the Northwest Provincial Government is at considering its financial health status. Municipalities are riddled with maladministration and the money lost at the hands of ANC crooks implicated in the VBS saga and other counts of corruption is almost innumerable. As part of the department's priority to monitor, assess, and guide municipalities to comply with all legislative requirements, the equitable share of 9 municipalities have been withheld due to non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. The Madibeng, Khetleng, Bojanala, Tsoaing, Ditsobotla, Naledi, Mamusa, Dr. Rursi Mompati District, and Makwasi Hills municipalities are all affected. As much as we welcome an attempt at accountability, we are concerned about the impact withholding the equitable share will have on ordinary people, and especially the poor, who now have to bear the double burden of ANC incompetence. Service delivery was already poor, and now, when funding is being withheld, it will be non-existent. To this end, the department's annual performance plan was not clear on any strategy or interim solutions. While these 9 municipalities are scurrying around to comply to the Municipal Finance Management Act, communities are without water, sanitation, and waste removal services. Deputy Speaker, unfunded budgets, poor financial planning, maladministration, and political instability were listed among the reasons for non-compliance with the MFMA. Even after a follow-up meeting with MEC Hosho, the municipalities still do not comply. This is a matter of grave concern, as it amplifies the lack of political will on the part of municipalities to cooperate with the department. At this rate, the state of municipalities will worsen. Instead of legally withholding funding to municipalities, the ANC should politically hold their fellow cadres and comrades to account and kick the crooks out of government, because the minute funding resumes, so too will the looting. Deputy Speaker, their APP, the department listed challenges encountered pertaining to services delivered to municipalities and other public entities. We are especially concerned that the department struggles to arrange compliance meetings with public entities. The reasons cited in their APP are that asset managers are not dedicated, and also that structures pertaining to asset management are inadequate. Subsequently, asset management functions are limited. As a result, the responsibilities of asset managers fall to supply chain management and administration officers. This affects the credibility of the asset register, as well as the financial reporting, due to the fact that these officials do not have GRAP experience. Deputy Speaker, our biggest concern, however, is the department's proposed remedial action to this challenge. We are not convinced that the use of contract workers from the Provincial Accountant General's Office to assist is a sustainable solution. The department is not clear on the cost and workload implications this plan will have on these contract workers, but more than that, no consequence management for the insubordinate asset managers are mentioned. During the SOPA, Premier Mokgoro stated that Provincial Treasury are to implement programs to prevent the irregular appointment of service providers. The purpose would be to combat the decisively deal with corrupt activities and irregular tendencies in supply chain management processes. Deputy Speaker, we can agree that this looks good on paper, but the implementation of these plans have not been rolled out in the department as APP. As long as no proper strategy is laid out, it remains a noble idea with no progress.
5 minutes left.
This department has further been tasked with the monitoring of job creation across all departments. You could therefore imagine our surprise when the department, in response to queries on their APP, stated that are yet to outline a monitoring tool for the EPWP-related job opportunities. It was disappointing to find out that an integrated infrastructure planning and implementation Lekota, an economic growth and job summit on the EPWP topic is forthcoming. Department aims to introduce a comprehensive plan during this summit, after which it will be presented to the portfolio committee. Deputy Speaker, by now you are familiar with our opinion on Lekotas and summits. Time for talking is over. We want to see action. Now, a pain is coming. Where the DA governs in the Western Cape, the unemployment rate is below 20%. And with less talk and more work and dedication from all stakeholders, it can be achieved in the Northwest. With those words, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Rabotapi. Honorable Midupi, you have 7 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker Ms. Susan Danji, Honorable Premier Job Mokoro, the members of the Executive Council, the members of the Provincial Legislature, our traditional leadership, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm humbled to be given an opportunity to debate today on behalf of the African National Congress in your August House. Honorable Speaker, before I commence, I think it's important that before we ascend a podium at some point, we have to ask ourselves question as to who are these people staying in the shacks? Who are these people coming from? And what burden does it bear to government? We need to ask ourselves such questions. There's a concerted effort by those who are against the leadership of the African National Congress, especially in municipalities, deliberately withholding municipal finances because of their agendas. Now, we know very well the intention, the malicious intention of those who are opposing the African National Congress that is not yet ready to lead. They will continuously have a slogan to say corruption. The African National Congress has a policy that is very clear in dealing with corruption. It is very clear. There are institutions that have been established by the ANC-led government to deal with corruption. Honorable Speaker, in this State of the Province address, Honorable Speaker, in his State of the Province address that was delivered in the August House on the 28th of June, our Premier, Professor Tebogo Job Mokoro, indicated that amongst...
Honorable Midupi, pause a minute. Honorable, I have not noted you yet, Honorable Babuile. Okay. Honorable Babuile.
Thank you very much. The most powerful Deputy Speaker we have here. Deputy Speaker, we are only participants here. Can we not allow the gallery to assist members to clap hands, please?
Baeng ba rona re ikokobetsa mo go lona re kopa le seka la opa matsogo kapa la bua go godimo ka kopo. Honorable Midupi, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In his State of the Province address that was delivered in this August House on the 28th of June 2019, our Premier, Professor Tebogo Mokoro, indicated that, amongst others, the provincial government through the provincial treasury will implement programs that will combat and decisively deal with corruption activities and irregular tendencies around supply chain processes, which lead to irregular appointment of service providers.
With specific references to municipality, the Honorable Premier indicated that the provincial government, jointly with the Department of Cooperative Government, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, will capacitate municipalities to ensure that the contracts procured by municipalities are adequately managed and monitored through effective contract management. On the 4th of July 2019, the Provincial Treasury delivered its provincial budget speech in August House. The Office of the Honorable Speaker did not waste time to implement national and provincial directives that as the ANC we should reclaim good governance and effective service delivery. Across all our municipalities for the benefit of our communities, this trend emulates the national position that at both the national and provincial level, no new funds were allocated. As a result, funds were simply saved and reallocated in terms of the reconfiguration of our government departments. In this endeavor, it should be notable that the process of reconfiguration of government departments and state entities commenced with the withdrawal of 2019 appropriation bill that was introduced by the former MEC Finance on the 5th of March 2019. As the ANC Honorable Deputy Speaker, we have no doubt that the provincial government was commenced with the process of ensuring that 6 administration priorities as outlined in the State of the Nation Address and the State of the Province Address are incorporated in 2019 MTEF budget. We welcome the measures that are intended for promoting monitoring and enforcement audit action plan that will ensure that departments and public entities are held to account and to provide executive with measures to prevent repeat negative findings and achieve improved audit outcome. We further note and welcome the fact that there are no improvements in the audit outcomes. There are no improvement in the audit outcomes. Fund will be withheld and will be directed to other service delivery. No rollovers will be entertained. As the African National Congress, we are aware of the possible negative implications of these measures. However, these are bound to be short-lived, particularly if we look at our resolve to deal decisively with irregular expenditure. The strengthening of our supply chain processes is also welcome. Honorable Speaker, we commend and commitment by the Provincial Treasury in collaboration with the National Treasury and Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs to enforce general financial management compliance with Section 62 of our Municipal Finance Management Act to improve accountability. We further support the undertaking by the Provincial Treasury to deal aggressively with the municipality that fails to comply with applicable laws and regulations coupled with withholding of equitable shares, in line with Section 216 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Therefore, there will be no lawlessness anymore, Bagaetso. We commend Honorable MEC Hosho for taking steps that restore public confidence in the hope that the department, public entities, municipalities will cooperate and rise to the occasion. Now that she has raised the bar to strengthen financial accountability, the ANC supports this budget as it is in line with its resolve to serve our people by improving service delivery while upholding good governance. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mitupi. Honorable Nell, your time starts now. You have only 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honorable MEC Hosho, we welcome your responses to the Portfolio Committee. It was swift. The FF Plus especially welcomed the increased focus on audit outcomes being linked to performance agreements. Audit outcomes which will be included in the performance contracts of senior management of departments and CEOs of public entities. We also appreciate that your department, Provincial Treasury, have endeavored to assist COPTA to also extend these conditions to municipal managers in municipalities. Greater focus ought to be placed on revenue protection strategies. Focus should be placed on curbing water losses and electricity losses. Illegal collections should be eradicated. We haven't heard a lot of that today. It is better to have someone registered as indigent than to allow theft of public resources. Budget and treasury officers across the province are the heartbeat of their respective municipalities. Skill shortages in BT officers are a threat across the province. The internship program can be an effective measure to address the challenges we're facing, we agree. But from who will they learn? The current officials? We appreciate the intensified efforts to ensure compliance by municipalities by withholding the equitable share. But in the same breath, I'm worried. How are they going to pay service providers within 30 days? We appreciate the strengthening of forensic investigative capacity in the province, and hopefully increased consequence management will follow. Thank you very much. Kellyboge, dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nell. Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Twaile, you are allocated 7 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Ms. Susana Danji, Honorable Premier Prof. Job Mokoro, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of Provincial Legislature, distinguished guests, our dearest, beloved traditional leadership, gentle ladies and gentlemen. Let me express gratitude for this opportunity to be standing in this august house to deliver on behalf of the ANC a debate speech on the annual performance plans by Provincial Treasury, one of the most progressive and responsive plans, not only for routine statutory responsibility, but in direct response to the needs of our people. Honorable Speaker, let us commence by appreciating the fact that the Provincial Treasury has fairly reorientated its focus areas to give relevancy not only to the SONA and SOPA policy priorities, but also to give relevancy to the good intents of the 2030 NDP AU's 2063 plans, and responded to the needs and desires of our people and make allocations where such funds are critically needed. Honorable Speaker, the Provincial Treasury is an enabler for effective service delivery in the province. It is also true that the department has ensured that funds are appropriated effectively and that they cater for the population of the province in line with the provincial priorities as encapsulated in the Premier's SOPA, taking into consideration budgetary constraints, fiscal conditions, and economic outlook. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we are also satisfied that the budget is responsive to the critical issues and needs that were raised and articulated by our communities during public meetings, door-to-door election outreach campaigns, and through varying interactions. These, amongst others, include addressing unemployment, water and sanitation, rural roads, housing, health services, crime, corruption, education, and need for land distribution for usage on varying interests, including for residential, agriculture, and business purposes. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC has emphasized to Provincial Treasury to coordinate and champion all concerted efforts aimed at full implementation of the legislative policy imperatives on risk management, including public sector risk management framework, which provides for not only monitoring and assessment of risk, but also providing for a need to build capacity and to train, and importantly, that the Provincial Treasury should enforce risk management prescripts. Honorable Speaker, we must have early warning, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must have early warning signs and swift interventions. The findings of the Auditor General on varying key financial management deliverables suggest that more needs to be done, and Treasury has shown highest appetite to rise to the occasion, and we are confident and have confidence in the leadership of Treasury, both political and administrative leadership. We also encourage Treasury to work hand in glove with the Premier. What we demand is that we must manage for development results. Honorable Deputy Speaker, having interrogated the annual performance plan, we are happy that the department has responded to all concerning issues that we have raised with them. We are therefore happy that the department has done serious realignment and have responded positively to issues that we raised prior to provincial budget speech. Good planning, monitoring and evaluation is able to establish clear linkages between the past, present and future initiatives and developmental results. Honorable Speaker, the ANC has undertaken to build an economy in which all our people have a meaningful stake and from which they can all benefit. Our conviction is that a broad-based ownership of the economy is one of the fundamental building blocks for transforming the economy to serve the people. As the ANC, we are in favor of a mixed economy in which there is public, private and social ownership with distinct but complementary roles. We are confident that the action plan by the department complies with the issues that we raised and that emanate from our elections manifesto and the ANC's 54th conference resolutions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let us put it on record as the ANC that we anticipate a sustainable and radical land reform program. At all levels of our government, there is a proof of historical injustices and the dispossession of the black majority of their land. In redressing these matters of the past, Honorable Speaker, we intend to use these processes of land to unlock growth and promote socio-economic transformation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our provincial treasury is also expected to disburse and manage funds in a way that obliterates monopolies and the structure of our economy. This should be done by allowing for greater participation and empowerment of new entrants in the economy through set-asides. It is provincial treasury's constitutional and legislative mandate to exercise control over the implementation of provincial budget, to promote transparency and effective management in respect of revenue, expenditure, assets and liabilities of the department. Honorable Deputy Speaker, there is no economic transformation that can happen in the exclusion of small, medium, micro enterprises and cooperatives. Much as we are experiencing great unemployment, this can create great opportunities for the young people, women, military veterans, and for the people with disability, people both in the cities and those who are at the fringes of the periphery of the mainstream of economy in our rural settings. Provincial Treasury has duty to ensure fiscal policies do not materially and unreasonably prejudice national economic policies. Finally, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the ANC, we are happy that the department is geared and is ready to be part of the transformation of the financial sector and to support socio-economic transformation, adding positive impetus to our people's desires for better life. The APPs are postured in a manner that would enable provincial treasury to execute its functions and powers in terms of both PFMA and FMA. ANC support department's APP and budget allocation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would not even waste energy trying to respond to demagogic rhetoric that is not helpful. It is just the duty of an opposition. Continue to oppose, but let the opposition not undermine the opportunity to play a role in adding positive impetus to our people's desire for better life. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Twaile. Motlotlegi Kgosho, serala ke sa gago go tla go garela ditshekatsheko tsa dipuisano tsa karoganyo ya ditšhelete tsa lefapha la ditšhelete. O filwe metsotso e ka nna 10.
Ke a leboga motlatsa mmusa kgotla ke go leboga thata tla ke simolole ka go amogela dipuisano tse di nnileng teng di eteletswe pele ke modulasetulo wa rona wa komiti Re Aroni Motswana gore modulasetulo di-recommendations re tlile go di tsamaisa yaka le setse le re kopile. In the next 7 days, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, we will submit the report on scholar transport. We are done with the report. We have not done an analysis and we'll submit it to the Portfolio Committee on the losses that has been there and the way forward in terms of, we'll submit that to the Portfolio Committee. On the D account, honorable members will give a report. However, if you can recall, we have requested that maybe we have a session with you. We take you through the D account in terms of the outline and also the issues of the framework like you have requested. So we will be able to do that. Aki buele mme ke rileng wa itse o montšha honorable member o montšha a ke motho o ratang go criticize new members. I like to develop them. Some members can tell you, especially women, I don't like to criticize women. I normally develop them. Now, in future when you are briefed about emotional decisions, you know I'm a leader, and when you're a leader, you take decisions. That's leadership, that's stewardship. Now, I want to assist you in future when they give you a brief in your political party, that this is what you should say. You must ask them, where does the matter, informs the matter, because there are employment equity targets that are there. Let me tell you, the department then of DDECT, my MEC Mosenuchi, with department at that time, Honorable Desbo Mohon, we went beyond the targets of employing people with disabilities, and I have no regrets with that decision. I have no regrets because we have met the targets of making sure that people with disabilities are part of the public service. So, in future, you must know the rationale and you must know the income and the impact thereof in going forward. Because we say that designated group must be privatized, and this is the agenda of the ANC. It's understandable, but you come from the ANC as the EFF. You know the agenda. You know the agenda. Let me respond. I'll walk you through the path. I appreciate the fact that we are debating. So, the policies Honorable, the process has been followed, honorable members. Honorable Rabutapi, I appreciate the inputs that you've made, and I must report to the members, to the House, that the issues of non-compliance of the 9 municipalities, like we've already indicated in the report, that we've had a conversation with them, there's positive response. And now what we've issued the day before from yesterday, we've requested the 9 municipalities to have urgent special councils because we've given them conditions. On the matter that you have raised, the impact thereof on the communities in terms of service delivery. We've then developed conditions, about 12 points, where we said that they must go into council, the speaker must convene urgent special council, they must adopt those conditions, we have a resolution of council. Once we have that resolution of council, we can start the conversation of releasing the equitable share. So they need to adhere to the conditions. And by the way, the conditions, if they are not adhered to by the end of November, surely equitable share will not be released, honorable members, because we'll have to comply. We can't have policies and regulations and we don't adhere to. But as part of capacity building, I've requested the HOD and the Chief Director that we must also invite our CFOs to now and then, maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks, or twice in a week, they visit the department. They operate from the department so that we start to inculcate that process of saying, how do we expect you to meet your target in terms of the 12 points? So we will, it's a conversation. Municipalities, as I'm talking to you, by tomorrow, all of them should give a report in terms of that. So you add with that, but I appreciate the inputs that you have made. Honorable Milupi, You are the revolutionary of the African National Congress, and I appreciate the fact that you've put matters into perspective on the policy positions of the ANC. Honorable Nell, the issues, all of them that you have raised on issues of water losses, Honorable Kecha, I think MEC for Kokta is there. He's the one who will respond to those issues, but I know there's a plan. Already has spoken about the issues of water challenges as priorities in the province. So as a governing party, we take matters that have raised serious. Honorable Twaile, thank you very much. I will continue to appreciate the unwavering comments and critics where I'm supposed to improve. We really appreciate that the issues that, honorable members, to be quite honest, all issues that were raised by portfolio committee members, we've done our best to cover them in the APP. We've aligned our APP to the new priorities of the governing party. We've aligned the APP in terms of our state of the provincial address of the Tonakolo Yaruna from February, even for in June. So we have actually complied, but we'll submit the reports as required. We'll continue to report to the portfolio committee chairperson as and when we are required to come and appear before the committee. We'll humble ourselves. We'll not even request or negotiate postponement. So we'll make sure that we appear and we come and share and also give that oversight reports that we've already done as a Department of Finance. I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me thank all members. I am okay, I'm here, and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khosho. Honorable members, may we now adopt the budget of the Department of Provincial Treasury program by program. Program 1. I hope each and every member in this sitting is occupying her or his seat as we are about to vote. Program 1, Administration, 153,470,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 1?
Yes.
Only the yeses. Program 2, Sustainable Resource Management, 140,880,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 2?
Yes.
Only the yeses. Program 3, Asset and Liabilities Management, 59,383,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 3?
Yes.
The yeses has it. Program 4, Financial Governance, 174,989,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 4?
Yes.
Thank you, honorable members. The Department of Provincial Treasury 2019-2020, vote 7, totaling 528,722,000 rand is now adopted. Thank you, honorable MEC. I will now call on the Speaker to present the Northwest Provincial Legislature 2019-2020 budget. Vote 2, Honorable Danchi. You have 40 minutes, Honorable Danchi.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Motlatsa Musa Khotla, Semesogolo sa mokgatlo o busang, Tonakgolo ya rona ya Bokone Bophirima, modula setilo wa badula ditilo, baagi ba rona ba Bokone Bophirima, maloko a mantle a palamente, magosi a rona re ikokobeditse. Dumelang, honorable members. Ha le batla go dumela ge? It is an honor for me, honorable members, to present the 2019-20 budget for the Northwest Provincial Legislature. This happens when our country is undergoing serious economic hardships under unsettling and tough political conditions. It has never happened in South Africa, whereby a member of parliament will not feel safe, where a member of parliament will be surrounded by other members posing a threat to a member. It is not correct. Those are the conditions that we live under today, and it can never be accepted, honorable members. 2 months ago, on the 8th of May, our country conducted national and provincial elections, thus affording our people their constitutional right to vote for the government they want. These were the most difficult elections ever held in this country. It gives us hope that despite everything, our people came out in numbers and made their choices. They elected the African National Congress into power for the 6th term in succession since the dawn of democracy. In recognition of our unity and diversity, our people also elected other parties to monitor those in power, with honorable members on my left as the official opposition in this house. You must also respect that, honorable members. Allow me, therefore, honorable members, to thank all the people of Bokone-Bophirima for entrusting the ANC with their future. The future of this country is in the hands of the African National Congress, like it or not. Join me in thanking them for choosing us as their hope and legitimate representatives in the struggle for free, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. Baagi ba buile, re utlwile dilelo le matshwenyego a bone, re iponetse ka matlho mathata le ditlhokego tsa ditirelo. Re ka dumelana ka bongwe ba pele gore ba botlhe fa re le ka mogare ga ntlo, re ne re tsamaya metseletsele ya dintlo le ntlwana, re utlweletse mathata a bagolo ba rona. Honorable MEC for local government, ha go tlhole go tlhokagala gore re ye go botsa baagi ba rona gore ditlhokego tsa bone ke eng. Ra di itse through the door-to-doors that we did during the national elections. Ours is to service them. Re tlo tshwanela ke gore re le kokoanoto ya molao ya Bokone-Bophirima, re disana mmogo le tonakgolo le bakhuduthamaga go rarabolola mathata a baagi ba rona. Jaaka kokoanoto ya molao, ga re kitla re phutha matsogo re bona baagi ka rona ka nako go le gontsi ba tlala mebila ba fisa dikago ka ntlha ya ditirelo. Re ya go le lebelela ka leitlho le le ntšhotšho, tonakgolo, gore metseletsele e kana-kana le selo se se kana-kana sa baagi ke dikgato difeng tseo le di tsayang go bona gore baagi ba rona ba kgotsofala. Mosi ga nko bua fela go sena molelo. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also wish to congratulate all political parties represented in this House. I want to assure all parties of my undivided support. I commit to serve you equally without any fear, favor, and prejudice. Even though I'm the daughter of the soil, the African National Congress, I fully understand the oath of the office I took. I fully understand the meaning of the maze that is before me. Honorable members, the first term of the 6th legislature has started in earnest. We can all attest to the fact that we had a seamless transition from the 5th legislature. All activities, starting with the swearing in of members, the election of the Premier, the Speaker, and the Deputy Speaker, the inauguration of the Premier, and the State of the Province address were a very huge success. Legislature is really. Honorable members were taken through intense induction workshops. The process of realigning our committees with the newly reconfigured department was done to Nakuru. Committees were established and elected as chairpersons. I'm pleased to report that all systems are in place, committees are in full swing, doing what they are elected for, making laws and playing oversight over the executive. Honorable members will agree with me. Since these proceedings of budget votes started a week ago, our members are on top of issues. Our members are more wiser, as very smart in dealing with the issues. So it's not going to be as usual. I can see that all members are awake You are going to be held accountable. They might differ when they see Bayamba Musa Khotla, like that can normally say. But you'll agree with me, during committee engagements, they are one. And they hold the executive accountable. I'm very happy and pleased that members are doing their work. We should implore upon our MECs to always familiarize themselves with the legislature program and find time to attend committee meetings. Let there be less unnecessary delegations of officials to attend meetings without MECs. As this causes cancellations of meetings, thus upsetting our programs. Not only that, honorable members, as MECs, you must remember, you account to the legislature, and the committees of this legislature must hold you accountable. So this thing of sometimes only HODs are sent to account before the portfolio committees. You must try our level best that it must not happen. And in those words, I'm in fact supporting what the National Speaker, Methandu Modise, has said to the ministers and deputy ministers. We must hold you accountable to Nakolo and your MECs. HODs will come secondary. Honourable members, the budget I'm presenting today will outline plans and goals for the future. As the Bible teaches us in the book of Proverbs 21, verse 5, good planning and hard work leads to prosperity, but hasty shortcuts leads to poverty. Close quote. Our plans remain very focused on strengthening oversight, lawmaking, and public participation towards the attainment of national democratic society through national democratic revolution. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 20th June 2019, the President unfolded his dream for the coming 10 years to the nation. Other people might think that the President of the country is just dreaming. You must dream first to realize what must happen. And you must join President in his dreams and dream and dream and dream and dream and dream and make South Africa a better place. Northwest, the better place. The President gave us clear marching orders by isolating the following 7 pillars. You know, if you are a Christian like me, you'll understand why dreaming. You'll understand why even our ancestors were dreamers. You'll understand. But if you keep on fighting, like Honorable Kahagula said, you'll never understand the dreaming part. You'll understand the fighting part. The following pillars: economic transformation and job creation, education, skills and health, consolidating social wage through reliable and quality services, special integration, human settlement and local government, social cohesion, safe communities, a capable, ethical and developmental state, a better Africa and a state. Let's dream together with our President. Honourable members, throughout this term, our roadmap and milestones shall be guided by these pillars of the economy as presented by President during SONA and amplified further by Remo Khoro, our Honorable Premier. In order to entrench these pillars in our plans, we are further directed to restore the National Development Plan to its place, to make it alive and make it part of the life experience of the people of South Africa, in particular the people of Bukanupirima. Madam Deputy Speaker, Section 14, subsection 1 of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act directs that 6 months after the national election, the accounting officer must prepare and present to the executive authority a draft strategic plan for the legislature's administration. The plan must, amongst others, specify the priorities of the legislature's administration for the next 5 years. Guided by this act and taking cue from the President, I have directed the Secretary to the Legislature to make sure that the key provisions of the NDP, the 7 pillars as outlined above, find proper expression in the strategic plan of the institution, and the key focus must be the VTSD. Honourable members, the Premier in this, if you don't know what stands for VTSD, members, we must ask. Honourable members, the Premier in his State of the Province address presented his plan to move the province forward. And how should that happen? He specifically mentioned the plans to revive industrial economic zones and to start programs that would ensure beneficiaries using mineral resources, working together with mining companies, professionalization of municipalities and completion of incomplete and old projects. And I'm very much happy, Honorable Kehakil has also mentioned the issue of the incomplete project throughout the province, in particular on housing. I'm very much happy that the department in this budget is catering for that. Honourable members, the Premier also explained at length and in details the depth of corruption and maladministration within government. He made it clear that the demon of greed and power mongering continue to hover over our province like a dark cloud of the apartheid reign of terror, stealing our resources, thus dashing any possible hope of a dream for a brighter future for our children. We are encouraged that in his presentation, the Premier seems to be following through the work already started by his predecessor, particularly on rooting out corruption and maladministration within our government. Our committees, as part of a report, refer to the committees. Rather than shouting on my left, you must check all the committees from the previous administration. There were reports tabled in this house that the committees must process. You must process rather than howling. Honourable members, Section 114 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa places our shoulders on a huge responsibility to consider, pass, amend, or reject any bill before the legislature, initiate or prepare legislation, and to provide mechanisms to ensure that all provincial executive organs of state in the province are accountable to it, and to maintain oversight on the exercise of provincial executive authority in the province, including implementation of legislation and any other organ of state. These provisions of the law generate a legitimate public expectation from us, honourable members. It requires of us as public reps to uphold high standards in both professional and ethical conduct. The Constitution of the Republic obliges us to be active, vigilant, honest, and meticulous in employing oversight and holding the executive accountable. And I've already, honourable members, said I'm very much impressed from where I am in terms of honourable members of this house holding the executive. Since a week ago, they've been doing very well. Never under our watch should this province be placed under Section 100 again. Never should we allow our municipalities to collapse whilst we are watching. We might be sitting in this podium, honourable members, lamenting, engaging the executive and the Premier, but the responsibility of us is very huge. We must hold them accountable. If we don't hold them accountable, these municipalities will collapse and will come back and say municipalities are collapsing. Where were we as the legislature when those municipalities collapse? It cannot only be the responsibility of the executive. Honourable Premier, honourable members, through our committees, we should find a way of working with the NCOP's ad hoc committee overseeing the administration of Section 100 in the province. We should continue to engage departments on their plans to normalize the situation and monitor progress thereof. In the same breath, the committees responsible for local government and human settlement should, as a matter of priority, engage the Ministry of Local Government and Human Settlement on plans to rescue municipalities from total collapse. Our administration should also assist by investigating the possibilities of having a joint program with the relevant select committee of the NCOP to give effect to the provision of Section 139, subsection 2C, that provides that the Council must, while the intervention continues, review the intervention regularly and may make any appropriate recommendations to their provincial executive. Clear mandates need to be given to our delegates at the NCOP with regard to our position on this matter. Honourable members, we might be the sixth administration. The issue of Section 139, I'm the custodian of the resolutions of this House. It was discussed in this House. The legislature was very clear. Honourable Khosho will remember that day. She was the chairperson of the committee. This House is the view of this House that Section 139 is not helping the situation. Instead, it makes the situation worse. What we want from the executive Tata Mukhoro is to support these municipalities. Honorable members are right to say to keep on sending administrators to these municipalities is not helping the situation at all. Some of these administrators sent are politicians at their own rights. When they enter those municipalities, they do their own political shenanigans. How do you expect those municipalities to improve? When we need administrators, you must send real administrators. Political affiliation is something that you cannot control. But political activeness is something that you can see, you can feel, you can control. So as long as we use same methods in dealing with the challenges of our municipalities, it's not going to change, Honorable MEC for Finance. The executive must come up with new methods. We had the Sitelo Sichega, honorable members, the report. We must try and get that report. There have been many reports of these municipalities. What the executive must do is to assess all those reports, starting with the Sitelo Sichega report, and assess where are the challenges, where there are gaps, what needs to be done so that our municipalities can change. It's not about us, it's about the people of Bokoni Bophirima. Members, it is my view that at the same time, Tonakgolo, we must avoid the situation whereby we see already we have Karisano Molopo challenging the decision of Section 139. Musi uka se bue hela, sengwe se teng. Whether they are right or wrong, we must do everything in our power as the executive to make sure that it does not happen. We must support these municipalities fully. I like what Honorable Khosho said earlier that she does not like taking a young woman, for that matter. Are PPDiseng our municipalities? Are PPDiseng? It is my view that the Department of Local Government and Human Settlement should review the manner in which they have applied Section 139 in municipalities. It's the resolution of this House, honorable members. Over the years, our municipalities have been put under administration, but there is no improvement. Perhaps we should demand that the MEC should report to the legislature on steps taken to assist and capacitate municipalities in fulfilling their constitutional and legislative obligations. It cannot be that municipalities are not performing, then the department is performing. That means the department is also not performing. As much as that means we are also not doing our work. It seems to me that government has not fully appreciated and exploited the provision of Section 139(1) when it says, when a municipality cannot or does not fulfill an executive obligation in terms of the constitution or legislation, the relevant provincial executive may intervene by taking any appropriate steps to ensure fulfillment of that obligation. Committees of the legislature must begin to ask difficult questions on what, when, how, why are we in this situation, and take all those involved to task. I'm saying this, honorable members, and I'm speaking about local government. You have seen the Friede report. The legislature of Free State is being blamed of what happened in Friede. You might not know, honorable members, we are being blamed as a legislature for Section 100. So we must not allow it to happen again. We are being blamed for Section 100. For that means we are not doing our part. So it cannot allow it to happen again. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are committed to setting high accountability and oversight standards, having learned from the mistakes of the past. We carry with us a clear mandate of renewed hope to ensure that the promises made to our people are delivered in time and are of good quality, not just quantity. As the former Premier Mahuma will say, challenges are a necessary platform for success. We are resolute that we shall leave no stone unturned in making sure that our limited resources are channeled towards service delivery, job creation and upliftment of our emerging entrepreneurs and SMEs, as set out clearly by the President and the Premier respectively. All members working together with Chapter 9 institutions can help us a long way in mastering the art of holding the executive accountable. These institutions are created to support our democracy and have resources and capacity that we must tap in. All members, as the 6th legislature, we intend to build on strong foundation of work done by those who came before us, sharpen our oversight tools to zoom directly on real issues affecting our people and to build on capacity on areas where we are still lacking. We are not perfect, honorable members. To this end, we have identified the following areas of focus to strengthen our oversight mechanism. Initiation of preparation of bills, enhanced oversight on the implementation of legislation and any provincial organ of state, strengthening public participation. Members of all committees and support staff will be empowered to match the resilience of their counterparts in government. We intend exposing our members and staff to domestic and international conferences and accredited workshops as part of empowering and exposure to best practices and successful forms of effective and efficient oversight. All members, Parliament has solicited funding from the European Union to capacitate and help members to further their studies. There are formal programs arranged with University of Wits and the University of Johannesburg. We encourage members to enroll these programs. They not only sharpen our skills, but give members some form of recognition. And on this part, honorable members, we wish to congratulate Honorable Sambata in absentia for attaining his postgraduate diploma in public governance and leadership through this initiative. And I'm fully aware that some of the honorable members in this house have also joined the program. Unfortunately, the program can be rejoined after 2 years for them to do their own masters. But new members are welcome to start with the certificate. Honorable members, we are also intending to roll out training and development for members on a quarterly basis. Topics for this program should be carefully identified to address the gaps in our knowledge to improve our skills. Key focus will be on building capacity on oversight, monitoring, and evaluation. On those quarterly programs, honorable members, if possible and if necessary, we will invite former members because we know where they are skilled to come and assist and empower us. On learnership, honorable members, the legislature is in the process of undertaking a learnership program targeting the disadvantaged and unemployed youth, specifically orphans in the Northwest Province. It will empower the orphan youth with a relevant qualification in the stream of leadership and procurement. It will benefit learners in a way that they will exit with NQF level 5. The learnership will be a year-long program. We are in discussions with municipalities within the province to provide workplace learning and mentor learners. 50 learners will benefit from this initiative. Honorable members, accountability, monitoring, and evaluation should start from our constituencies and cascade up into our parliamentary work. In this regard, I want to encourage all members, irrespective of political party, because our constituency offices are in a way of where you belong. I get it. But I just want to encourage all of you, honorable members, to take our constituency work very much serious. Honorable Theologo is #1 in doing that for the past 5 years. All her statements, motions, right from her constituency, Honorable Theologo. He's an opposition, must clap hands for her. We shall say no to only being involved when damage has been already done and as that shows weaknesses on their part. We had a very good experience, honorable members, when we were building the new wing, that the oversight indeed it assists. The Standing Committee on Legislation Affairs, we're doing oversight in that building every month without fail. Yes, Honorable Matemela, Honorable Skete. Every month, every quarter, we'll insist that all members of the Portfolio Committee must do oversight in that building. It helped us a lot. Any query that the Auditor General picked up, fortunately, you'll have a standing committee that has already summoned Ndata Musiani to come and answer. So it's very important, honorable members, that when there are projects, big or small, done by the executive, honorable members of this house must do their oversight, so that we are not told that so much has been spent for a bridge that does not even exist. We should do everything in our power to ensure that government stops all leakages in their system, causing all sorts of wasteful, irregular, fruitless, and unauthorized spending of public money. This includes the legislature. Dr. Musiani. Committees of the legislature expected to exercise greater vigilance on underspending and lack thereof to avoid funding being reallocated to other provinces. The difference between us and the executive is that when we did not spend, the money is ours, it remains in the bank, it accumulates more money. That's the difference between us and the executive. But with the executive, if the money, like it happened in human settlement, is taken to another province, to Nakolo, it's a loss to the people of Bukoni-Buphiri. We must never allow that to happen. Our members, in executing our duties, we should be guided by the existing laws, treasury regulations, and framework. We expect members of the legislature to execute their duties with utmost care, due diligence, and without any fear, favor, nor prejudice against anyone whose task is to deliver quality services to the people of Bukoni-Buphirima. Tonakgolo was very clear in his State of the Province address. He gave us everything. All that he awaits from us is oversight. It's oversight. He gave us plans, what he's intending to do. The Honorable MEC today, obeile madi mo pele ga rona. Se setseng ke mmereko wa rona gore re go semelela. We have tabled and referred the House resolution from the 5th legislature, the legacy reports, as well as the recommendations of the High Panel for consideration by committees and report back. We implore on the chairpersons of the committees to ensure that such are prioritized and completed so as we start a new chapter. We must close the chapter of 5th administration, all members. But unfortunately, all members, raneletsana. 5th ineleta the 6th, the 6th ineleta the 7th. So it's up to us, all members. What is important and critical on the issue of the panel? Ke issue ya lefatshe. Ke issue ya di-mine. When the former president, Ntate Kgalema Motlanthe, was in Rustenburg with the panel, many people of Bukoni-Buphirima raised the issue of the D account, raised the issue of lefatshe, raised the issue of how do they benefit in their mines. As the legislature, we're expected to hold the executive accountable. We're expected to provide answers to our people. The national speaker, if you have listened to her, she has also mentioned that. So, Ralukopa, Tonakulu, Bakudutamaha, Lelunari Committee, Horikopa Pechelo, as the legislature, are responding to issues raised about the Northwest Kintata Khalima. That report must be adopted in this House. But we cannot adopt a report as Nadi Karabatayone. The executive must give us answers. The issue of the account has been there, I don't know for how long. We must close this chapter of the account. Our members, one of the works started in the 5th administration was to clear the Hansard backlog dating as far as 2016 and to produce Hansard in both English and Setswana. We have made tremendous strides in dealing with this backlog, and our Hansard unit is busy with editing Hansard and transcription of 2018. We are on course to eliminate all backlogs by the end of December 2019. On members, we have identified a gap in the provision of sign language services in our committee meetings. We currently survive on the support we get from government sign language interpreters. Thank you very much. In addressing this matter, we shall soon recruit a high sign language practitioner so that we at least provide such services even at committee level. We are also working in collaboration with PANSAP to improve our interpreting and translation services. We are working towards a new era where member speeches and some important documents can be translated in other languages as dictated by the Provincial Language Act passed by this House. Honourable members, our public participation function needs to be improved to meet the demands of our ever-changing environment. Of immediate attention should be the way we conduct our public hearings when consulting bills and how we deal with petitions. We have over the years been mooting the need to improve our public participation strategy and adopt a more focused and targeted-oriented strategy. On this, honorable members, I am very much pleased. I've received a correspondence and engagement from Honorable Mutswana and Honorable Tswaile in the manner in which they would like us to improve in dealing with this matter. In implementing that and their request, Public Participation Unit has been tasked to develop a new public participation strategy, working on the existing framework to make sure that our public hearings are target-oriented, empowering and focused on real issues by relevant audience. This should include finding a new, effective, efficient, and expeditious way of dealing with petitions. And I know Honorable Kwasho is very much pleased with that. She was always complaining that when you have a bill dealing with transport, you have a public participation meeting, you have community members asking about roads, water, housing, nothing about the bill. So we are trying to improve that, Honorable. We currently hold 22 sectoral parliaments across the province. What is not clear is the impact of these sectoral parliaments to our work. We need to improve on the quality of debates and inputs in these events and not just appreciate the attendance of participants. An assessment on the work done thus far is needed so as to inform us on the correct number of sectoral parliaments we should have on a yearly basis. Reports have been tabled and referred to the Standing Committee on Oversight of the Legislature Affairs, and I know they have not yet dealt with it. I don't know why. Honourable members, the extension of the East Wing has been completed and handed over in November 2018. I have, however, hastened to report that due to its completion earlier than expected, there has been some unexpected delays in the procurement and installation of key security information communication and technology, the ICT components, as well as furniture. The matter is receiving attention, and the Secretary to the Legislature has since advised me that furniture for members has already been procured and delivery is expected in the next 8 weeks. The procurement of ICT components is also reported to be at an advanced stage, and all systems should be operational in due course. Our members, the second phase of this building project is the refurbishment of the chamber. The project is already at procurement stage and will commence in the third quarter of financial year. The project is expected to be completed in 2021-22. If all goes according to plan, there are no delays. This will be done even earlier than that. This project entails increasing the capacity of our public gallery, public museum, VIP lounge, chapel, and many other things. You will remember and agree with me, honorable members, that during the SOPA, we are trying to save funds. The SOPA was here in the legislature. Many members were complaining that, Speaker, why are you giving us 2, 3 guests? It's because of the capacity of the gallery. So the renovation of this chamber will deal with that issue and will assist. You can see some of us, when it's summer, you are sweating. When it's winter, you are getting cold. There are beds everywhere, you know. We can't live in that situation. But thank you very much, Honorable MEC is willing to intervene in that regard. On members, the Northwest Provincial Legislature is a member in good standing of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and we actively participate to this association both in Africa and international. We'll soon be launching the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association branch and the Commonwealth Women chapter. We also relate very well with the Association of Public on the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. My members on the left, EFF, they are not members. They don't participate. I've received a letter in the last administration from the National Secretary that the EFF don't participate on any matter related to Commonwealth. So when I'm saying all, it must exclude the EFF. It must be noted, honorable members. We also relate very well with the Association of Public Accounts Committees. Our Standing Committee on Provincial Public Accounts do participate in their conferences from time to time. Like now, in the next week or so, Honorable Ziso will be leading a delegation to Namibia to attend their conference. Our members, the legislature has an allocation of 486,864,000 rands, which is allocated into 3 main programs. The Northwest Provincial Legislature's budget allocation comprises of 2 sources of funding, namely equitable share, and I've explained the other revenue, how we make our revenue through the monies that we did not use, will be there in the bank, then we have our own money. The Northwest Provincial Legislature is subdivided into 3 main divisions as follows. Administration, 285,499,000 rands. Statutory payments, 33,837,000 rands. Legislature operations, 167,528,000 rands. Honourable members, last portion of the legislature budget is on program 1, administration, which is allocated an amount of 285,499,000. On the document that has been printed, there's an error there. Please add 1,000 for 2019-20 financial year. Included in this allocation is a budget for infrastructure project, which amounts to 81,606,000 rands. This includes the replenishment of the chamber, national key point, security upgrades, as well as maintenance and repairs. Honourable members, it is imperative for this House to know that allocation for this program declined by 71 million rand from 2018-19, adjusted allocation of 356 million as a result of a decline in the infrastructure budget. This, Madam Speaker, is due to the completion of the East Wing building. So decline here, honourable members, is as a result the East Wing is completed. So members must not be confused. Program 2, statutory payments, which caters for member salaries, is allocated an amount of 33,837,000 rand. The allocation shows an increase of 9% from the 2018-19 allocation of 31,155,000 rand. The growth is enough to cater for the increase in the remuneration of members that will probably be proclaimed by the President. You know, on this one, our members, in 2017, the EFF refused to adopt the budget of the legislature. And the President had already proclaimed salary increases. In the afternoon, I received many calls from EFF, SMSs. Madam Speaker, when are we getting our increment? How do we get increment? Honorable Yale can bear witness to that. They wanted an increment, but they did not adopt the budget. The increment is within the budget that must be adopted. How do you get it? How I wish that it was possible that you only increase to those members who have, but the law does not allow that to happen. No, I'm not blackmailing you, honorable members, that if you don't support, you are not going to get your salaries. It's unfortunate. Program 3, legislature operations, which holds the core functions of the provincial legislature, is allocated an amount of 167,528,000 rand in the 2019-20 financial year. The Northwest Provincial Legislature, as an arm of government, is mandated to do lawmaking and to exercise oversight on the operations of the executive. The legislature is allocated a total of 486,864,000 rand only in the 2019-20 financial year to conduct oversight to a provincial budget of 44 billion 28,547,000 rands. Honorable members, how is it possible for members to run around through the province and do oversight over the executive when they are not well resourced. They fight with me. They need money every day. They must do oversight. When there's a request, I reject. They fight with me, these honorable members. But it's unfortunate. It is imperative to know that the allocation for the North South Provincial Legislature make up only 1.1% of the total provincial fiscal framework. But honorable members, Honorable Khosho will agree with me. You remember Honorable Khosho is the former member, is the former deputy speaker. So she's understanding better what I'm reporting to. Will agree with me that the legislature is underfunded and will be willing to engage further on this matter as required by FAMPLA. The Act says the MEC of Finance and the Speaker must engage. And I'm happy, Honorable former Deputy Speaker, the current MEC for Finance is in agreement that we must engage so that members are empowered to do their work properly. We will need more funding to implement the new organizational structure, the shortfall on the legislature budget, and the outstanding funding for the full implementation. What you don't know, honorable member, that is so painful, it pains me every day. Researchers of the Northwest Provincial Legislature are underpaid as compared to their counterparts in all legislature and parliament. And I'm happy that benchmark report was done by the former chairperson of local government, Mme Motlalepule Khosho. She was the one, Honorable Khosho, members of staff are complaining. Can you do a benchmark study? She gave me back a report. Indeed, it's so painful. Our researchers are not getting paid. So how do you expect them to assist members? It's not easy. The secretary of this legislature, Tate Musiani, is underpaid. He's earning less than all other secretaries of the legislatures. But that one is we are part of our own making. You can't have 10 executives, you can't have 3 secretaries. In terms of the new structure, we are trying to correct our structure so that when Honorable Khosho is dealing with researchers, now we do our part at the same time to minimize and reduce waste not necessary in our structure. We are meeting you halfway, Honorable MEC. You have seen the first Deputy Secretary, over 60 years, we have not advertised that position on members. It's because we don't need it anymore. You can't have 3 secretaries. Our legislature is too small for 3 secretaries. In conclusion, honorable members, I wish to thank you for all the support you showed me over the years and hope we'll continue to work together in peace and harmony as one family. My special words of gratitude to those who stood by me when the chips were down, those who saw the good in me and overlooked my weaknesses. I know that difficulties and sufferings can make one want to give up and throw oneself a pity party. But as a goal-oriented person, I wish to talk boldly like Apostle Paul in the book of Philippians chapter 3, verse 12 to 14. Not that I have already attained or am already perfected. I'm not perfect. But I press on that I may lay hold of that which Christ Jesus has also laid hold of me. Close quote. Members, I do not count myself to have apprehended. But one thing I do is forging those things which are behind and reaching forward to those things which are ahead. I came to what has been. That's been the idea. So I'll remain focused because I came to what has been. I press towards the goal for prize of the upward call of God in Jesus Christ. I also wish to thank my family, for the overwhelming support and the understanding and permission to allow me to serve our people. Bonnete le boammaaruri ke gore, fa ANC e nthoma, le nne be ke dumela go romega, I cannot just do that, ke re ANC e nthomile. Tate Danji must concur. Must concur, ke tlhogo ya lelapa, ke moTswana. Yaanong, ke batla go mo leboga gore le ga ANC e nthoma, e be ke mo raya ke re, Papa, ANC ya nthoma, a ba re batho ba Modimo no kwakha, ke a go roma le nna, tsamaye go direla ANC. Kwa ntle ga nka be a kganneng ke be ke se yoga, so ke a leboga. My sincere thanks to Honorable Premier Ntate Mokgoro. Bontsi ba nako ra bua ka founu, ra bua ka di-WhatsApp, nna le Tonakgolo jaaka go tshwanetse gore go nne yalo. Thank you very much, Tonakgolo, for your guidance and your support. Bogolo ba gago gongwe bo a thusa le bone ka nako tse dingwe, ke a leboga. I also want to thank this opportunity go leboga bakhuduthamaga tota. Re ka tswa re sa simolola sekgala se se telele, mare go fitlha ga jaana ga ke se kutlwe go na le ngongora go tswa mo baeteledipele kana di-chairpersons tsa dikomiti le ntse lo tla le dira mmogo le bone, ke a lo leboga. To members of the provincial legislature, chairpersons of the portfolio committee, starting the chairperson of the standing committee of the legislature, Honorable Nell, thank you very much for your support. Yourself and the committee, every time when we appear before your standing committee, you might think that you are too hard on us. Tina, we accept. Sometimes you might think that I'm angry, trying to defend this and that. Obviously, I must defend. I'm the leader, I must defend. But honestly, you are assisting a lot. You are helping us to improve, as long as there's nothing personal, but there's something organizational to make legislature a better place for all of us. I also want to thank the presiding officers, the deputy speaker, the chair of chairs. Thank you very much for being there and working together. Indeed, you are a great team. Ke tse tšhono ye go leboga the chief whip of the majority party for assisting in making sure gore the proceedings di tsamaya pila, the consultations with other parties di tsamaya pila. Thank you very much, honorable members. To the secretary, Mr. Musiani, my support staff, management, and the entire family of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, ke le rolela hutshe. Thank you very much for all your contributions and hard work. Not to mention long hours you put in planning for the smooth transition from the 5th legislature into the 6th legislature. I stretch my revolutionary hands of appreciation to my beloved organization, the African National Congress, for giving me yet another historical moment to lead this institution. I will forever be indebted to this glorious movement. I'm the first speaker in this province to do the second term. I thank that to the African National Congress. Ke a leboga, Motlatsa Mmusakgotla.
Go lebogile rona, Mmusakgotla. Honorable members, I will now call on the chairperson on the Oversight Committee, Honorable Nell, to lead the debate on the Northwest Provincial Legislature Annual Performance Plan 2019-20 and Budget Vote 2. Honorable Nell, you have 10 minutes to open the debates.
Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, all honourable members. The Standing Committee on Oversight for the Northwest Provincial Legislature. Our duties were to do oversight over the executive, and what we did is we did go through the EPPs of the legislature, and we asked some questions. We did get feedback, and I'll get into that now. The deliberations of the committee. The annual performance plan 2019-20 has addressed most of the Northwest Provincial Legislature core objectives. However, the committee has raised the following concerns. 1. The committee raised concerns that Northwest Provincial Legislature management are conducting core business meetings at inconvenient places. The Northwest Provincial Legislature website and legislature policies are outdated. The committee was concerned about the delay of connection of data cables. A clarity was set on the chamber refurbishment phase 1, including the costed budget and completion date the project was requested. The committee wanted clarity regarding the first consultant as whether the contract is continuing to render services to the Northwest Provincial Legislature if there is any skills transferred or there is any new consultants appointed to render this service. The committee also wanted to know as to whether the structural organization organogram review report was implemented or not. The Standing Committee had the following recommendations. Number 1, that the report on the infrastructure project, refurbishment of the first phase of the chamber with the costed budget, a report on all reviewed policies. The Northwest Provincial Legislature must brief the committee members on the overall security of the institution, and the Northwest Provincial Legislature website must be updated on a continued basis. Furthermore, which was not contained in this report, as a committee, we also requested a report dealing on the status of the Galoe Parliamentary Village and possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred relating to temporary accommodation of members. This and other mentioned reports we have received as a committee. Unfortunately, we have not had the time frame to discuss that as of yet as a committee, but it has been received and the committee will follow up on that report. I would like to thank all members of the Oversight Committee of the Northwest Provincial Legislature for their dedication and hard work during the meetings and working on the annual performance plan and budget for 2019-20. The committee further extends appreciation to support staff who made the task of the committee much easier and empowering. We also want to thank Madam Speaker, Mr. Secretary and his support staff for also appearing for the committee and assisting us with the reports that we requested. The Standing Committee resolved that this House adopt the Northwest Provincial Legislature Annual Performance Plan and Budget 2019-2020 as tabled for noting. We did, however, as a committee, reach a decision that this specific item will not be up for debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nya. Honorable Diale, you have 11 minutes.
We are debating, Honorable Ned. This man, Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We maintain and reiterate as the EFF that we had no hope in the Premier's predecessor rooting out corruption and maladministration. We are reiterating that. Our province fell under Section 100 while in his custody. The incumbent Premier, especially us as well as the legislature, we have a mountain to climb to rebuild our province. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the legislature, Mahosi Aruna, Baagi ba bokone bophirima ba eteledipele ba lekoko le le golang ka potlako la economic freedom fighters ke a le dumedisa. Honorable members, Honorable Speaker, the current National Assembly Speaker and former Speaker, Honorable Thandi Modise, is remembered as once said, Parliament or legislature ought to be an agent of change in the society. Always, as usual. When pressed for clarity, The former Umkhondo Wesiso operative indicated that by agent of change, she meant that the posture of Parliament and its operational chest should bring about a decisive and qualitative change to the lives of ordinary people. That means legislation and motions that we pass in this House should have positive impact on the lives of our people. We therefore have to ensure that we do not politicize positively raised motions and or legislation that is undebatably aimed at improving the livelihood of our people. Where the House, through debates from representatives of various political parties represented in this August House, agree unequivocally that, for example, our government departments must ensure insourcing of security officers within the province. The House must resolve on that. That must be a resolution so that it is implemented by the departments without fail. And the legislature must ensure that it happens by holding the departments accountable and not protecting them. Honorable Speaker, this August House passed Youth Entrepreneurship Services Act in 2017-2018 financial year. The effect of the latter piece of legislation cannot be entertained because Northwest, in terms of the latest quarterly labor force survey, is home to many unemployed young people, some of whom has matric certificates, some with degrees and postgraduate qualifications, respectively. Clearly, there's no direct correlation between the legislature's output in terms of legislation and the qualitative transformation of the lives of our ordinary people. Honorable Speaker, allow me to indulge myself and borrow liberally from the French political thinker Charles de Montesquieu, when he said, and I quote, "If the legislative and executive authorities are one institution, there will be no freedom." Close quote. In this quote, General Montesquieu shared the idea of separation of powers. As such, as the legislature, whether through the speaker or otherwise, we cannot be seen to be defending departmental flaws. We must hold them accountable, and we must do so unsparingly. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we welcome the emphasis that the institution has placed on public participation through forums such as Urubone public hearings and sectoral parliaments, and many others. Public participation as a constitutional mandate of the legislature has to some extent been executed satisfactorily. However, I understand you have mentioned it, but also we have to mention it as a matter of emphasis. It is of utmost importance for the institution to ensure that participants invited or transported to these events are indeed stakeholders. In most, if not all, public hearings, ordinary community members, in particular ANC voters, are transported merely to add to the numbers of attendees, with the result that they would merely raise questions of service delivery rather than participate in the business of the day. The exercise ultimately becomes futile, as only the few will be identified and briefed on how to call for adoption of documents they hardly understand. This is daylight robbery against our hard-earned democracy. Furthermore, yes, you are leading it, unless you are not ruling this province. Furthermore, we have in previous occasions raised concerns about creation of proper criteria of transporting constituencies to this legislature. The funds used or allocated in that regard are not ANC funds. They must be utilized for the benefit of Northwest constituencies, with all political parties represented in the legislature being brought on board. Therefore, shedding light with whips of the parties on issues of constituency transported to the legislature and public hearings is essential. Honorable Speaker, I must say that the last sectoral parliament on youth was a complete disaster. That parliamentary session was nothing but malicious compliance exercise. Young people were gathered in hush-hush to this August House only for someone to present a thick document on Fourth Industrial Revolution, which he did not understand himself. I can guarantee you, Honorable Speaker, that, unless you call me youth, I can guarantee you, Honorable Speaker, that the sectoral parliament was nothing but fruitless exercise. I hope you did your best as a youth of this. As a
4
youth.
minutes left.
I also guarantee that there are no implementable resolutions of the on that sectoral parliament. Generally, sectoral parliament must start in the regions and culminate into the provincial event. The subject matter ought to be explained and simplified for participants. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, let me congratulate the head of administration in the legislature, Honorable Ntate Musiane. Honorable because of the standing job. For receiving unqualified audit report from the Auditor General in the past financial year. However, we want to encourage Secretary of the Legislature to strive towards ensuring that the audit opinion in this current financial year is without matters of emphasis from the AG. The Secretary of the Legislature is encouraged to prioritize the process of job evaluation and grading system in the legislature. Salary disparities between senior management and junior management must be fixed. Researchers have also to be paid properly. It is an anomaly for the researcher of the committee at the master's level to be at the level of level 7, while other counterparts in other legislatures are aiming far much higher. It means the legislature's remuneration levels are not market-related and competitive. Equally, it is an anomaly for a junior staff to earn more than a senior staff. It only happens in this legislature of the Northwest. In terms of members' interest, we are still saying let Lower Parliamentary Village be equipped with recreational facilities and let security be digitized to guarantee the safety of members. On a lighter note, the induction book very progressive. We also thank the speaker of this institution, the East Wing, the building of the East Wing as a legacy that she has had. We have also have outstanding issues regarding the East Wing debated in the committee and addressed as such. Ka budget, Honorable Speaker, blackmail. We are saying when we reject our budget on all occasions, we are saying reprioritize. We are not saying there must not be budgets in the province, otherwise we would not know what we want. We are saying the budgets must be aimed at affording good livelihood for our people in the Northwest Province. We are saying reprioritize. Whoever called to 2017, probably after the budget was accepted, but we will still continue to reject the budgets in this institution for as long as we are not happy that it is prioritizing the poor masses of our province. Tlogela dustbin that the Speaker of the Legislature. Issue ya 2017 ya gore mang o fonetsa ba tla sa ke dustbin. So I'm a dustbin. Finally, to the fastest growing organization in SADC, happy 6th anniversary. Kwanyamazane siyaya. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Diale. Honorable Lenkopane, you have 8 minutes to debate the budget of the Northwest Provincial Legislature.
Musa Khotla le motlatsi wa gago, Tonakgolo ya Monogae Bokone Bophirima re Tebogo Mokgoro, Bakhuduthamaga ba ba mono, maloko a kokoano Peomolo ya Bokone Bophirima, maaparangko a rona balelediwa le bagaetsho botlhe dumelang. Ke monyetla o boitshegang go ema mo ntlong ya molao jaaka mokgethwa go emela lekoko la makgonthe la African National Congress go atlanegisa lenaane la thulaganyo ya tsamaiso ya ditiragalo tsa ngwaga ya setheo sa kokoano peomolao e. Honorable Speaker, this debate takes a few days after the United Nations-led 10th Mandela Day to commemorate the legacy of selfless service by the late ANC President, distinguished statesman, the freedom fighter and a global Nelson Mandela. The values that Madiba stood for continue to inspire the world and future generations.
Today, in debating the annual performance plan for the Northwest Legislature, we draw inspiration from the words of Madiba when he described freedom as not merely the cast of one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. The chief role of legislature is to exercise oversight over executive, thereby facilitating public involvement in its work and pass legislation to transform society and change the status quo. The ANC, as the majority party in this legislature, carries a responsibility of ensuring that the mandate which we received from the electorate during the 2019 national and provincial elections find expression through the pursuit of the participatory democracy. We are here as public representatives to ensure that legislations passed by the legislature advances the wishes and aspirations of those who have elected us. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is through the appropriation of the budget of the legislature that the Sixth Parliament will continue to provide a platform for public dialogue on issues of strategic, national and provincial importance. Honorable Speaker, the ANC knows the great strides your executive and administration have made in passing of the bills, or programs, the committee meetings as well as the sectoral parliament. The conducting of such, where people are put first, actualize the ANC manifesto of leading government of people by the people. Honorable Speaker, the ANC applaud the legislature in working towards meeting the requirements of the Intergovernmental Relations Act. Honorable Speaker, the signed MOU with the SED, especially with the public protector and the municipality, shows a great effort to ensure accountability, democracy enhancement, and improved service delivery. Honorable Speaker, in your serious challenges, you mentioned office space for both members and staff, and further indicated the completeness of the construction and referred to it as an enabling means to increase productivity. Honorable Speaker, as a daughter of Tuma Mina family, the ANC calls for a speedy attention to such as we still experience shortage of well-equipped space as part of the package of members enabling facilities. Kauleza, Speaker, Kauleza. The Honorable Speaker, the ANC knows the existence of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure as found by the AG. Honorable Speaker, the Governance and Consequence Management Advisory Committee needs to move with speed to address such findings. Accountability and transparency are at the core of a democratic state. We owe it to our people to furnish reasons or rather accountable for the decisions we take on behalf of our people. Democracy tla be le lehela ga bao ba rweleng marapo a taolo ba sa pego maikarabelo a diphoso tsa bone tsa botsa ditshwetso, ditshenyegelo tsa tiriso ya ledi le boroba melao e mengwe. Motlotlegi Musa Kgotla, ka netefatso ya tse di boletsweng, the ANC has no reservation to move for the adoption of the APP 1920 for the provincial legislature with its budget vote number 2 as presented by the Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nkopane. Honorable Sonakile, you have 11 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Botlhoko ba seeta bo utlwa ke monga sona. Every time I stand to debate, I'm forever reminded that I'm a former employee of the legislature. This is said as if it's a wrong to become a member or that former employees of this institution do not deserve to be members. It seems as if being a member is only reserved for those selected few, or that former employees of this institution are only qualified to serve members. It's very regrettable, Deputy Speaker, because this always comes mostly from that group of MECs, the MECs, the legacy. Leeto le tsebuwa ke bao ba kileng ba le tsamaya. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the APP presented to the committee, the Speaker mentioned that they have strengthened the financial management division. In reality, this is far from the truth. This division still relies on the usage of consultants on financial issues. Consultants come and go, taking their skills and expertise along with them, just to make space for a new crew of consultants to take their place. In the foreword of the APP, the Speaker announced the completion of the new East Wing building, the legacy of the 5th administration. This building, I have to say, is beautiful and state-of-the-art. But Deputy Speaker, our officers, the DA, has moved to that new building 2 months ago. Yet there are still no cell phones or network cables, no furniture, despite the fact that the tender for the supply went out and closed in November. The very advanced conferencing system in the caucus rooms cannot be used because the furniture that was designed for that caucus rooms have not been installed. Yes, the legislature has given us reasons for this. However, in as much as the completion of that building was earlier than expected, plans should have been there to deal with all other issues such as furniture. This indicates an own goal to a very good project. The process of revising the organizational structure is long overdue, and there has been a consultant after consultant doing this. First, there was a similar process that unfolded with no results. If the legislature is serious about acting on this, processes would have been in place to be implemented on time for the 2019-20 fiscal year, since the report was already complete. For the Speaker to say that she is still applying her mind to the report seems to be nothing but a delay tactic and a waste of time, and it raises a concern over what exactly is contained in that report. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the 4th Industrial Revolution seems to be on everyone's minds, and the need to move with the times is an essential need to this day and age. But the new building is held ransom by a switch. During a committee meeting in November 2018, concerns were raised about the provision of cell phones, telephones, core switch, internet, PABX, and the server room. The legislature promised to deliver on all this within 6 weeks. The server room and internet were done, but due to the fact that the legislature opted to use CEDA, the process has been stalled. CEDA is unable to deliver on the request, and the building is still without the switch. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the APP, the Speaker mentions that internal controls will be strengthened by the establishment of the Consequence Management Advisory Committee and Irregular, Fruitless and Wasteful Expenditure Governance Committee, the latter being led by an outside person. We hope this will not be a waste of funds without bearing any fruits. We will scrutinize the work and the expenditure reports of these committees, as nothing is said in the APP besides this flyby mention in the foreword by the Speaker. We welcome the legislature, the fact that they have alluded to the fact that there are inadequate internal control environment. This is of importance if you take into cognizance the mandate of the legislature. This legislature is supposed to lead by example in order for the Speaker and us to can stand here and do oversight over departments. The admission by the institution itself is a step in the right direction and means that we must take serious action. Deputy Speaker, there seems to be no mention to revitalize the resolution tracking system in this APP. For the past few years, this system has been weak. This is a huge concern as it is out of this system that the mandates of oversight and holding the executive to account will be effectively implemented and tracked. Chair of chairs, it is said because this poor non-functioning system has been dumped to your committee. You will have to move with speed to ensure that this system is up to date, to avoid situations where portfolio committees will make recommendations and the House will make resolutions on various issues, but we won't be able to track them. This has been very evident, what I've just mentioned in the House yesterday, when the MEC Mulapisi blatantly misled this House when he was asked where are the committee reports, when he said that she has given them or submitted them to the portfolio chairperson, only to find that the report was still being prepared by his office to be submitted at 10. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we welcome the possibility by the Speaker, we welcome the decision by the Speaker that they said they will be looking at the possibility of us having a joint program with the Select Committee of NCOP and to give effect to the provisions of Section 139 and Section 100. This might clear out so many issues that we as the portfolio committees have been having on our role as a legislature and that of the NCOP, especially on these departments that are under administration. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this institution has a very important mandate, and the crucial role it plays must be treated with resoluteness and determination it deserves. In line with the sector oversight model, we have during the beginning of the 6th legislature decried at the limitation of the portfolio committees from 9 to 5. This, we highlighted that will stifle oversight, but we were overruled. Reasons provided was that this was done in line with the reconfiguration of the departments, of which is a blatant lie. Proper oversight requires that for each vote of the department, there must be a unique committee overseeing its work. Not this current system where you find more than 3 departments reporting to one committee led by one chairperson. That is why you see the likes of Honorable Motwan being so overworked, even in these debates. After the Premier had appointed his executive, and the legislature nominated the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip and Chair of Chairs, the ANC was only left with 5 ordinary members that could be appointed as chairpersons. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the unknown is very dangerous. They feared the opposition because they knew that the opposition will do oversight properly. They knew that oversight will not be limited when opposition members lead there. So they ran, Ayasaba, Amagwala. The sad reality is that the ANC, Honorable Kekakilwe, is that the ANC has in the past 2 or 3 elections been losing seats, and this trend is going to continue. Are you going to get to a point where you limit committees to 3 after the next elections to cater for your 3 ordinary members? We saw in the 5th legislature that committees only started being ablaze late last year when the ANC factions in the province got heated. That is when members of the ANC started playing their effective role without partisan favors. But this was little too late, as it was almost the end of the term. The legislature as an institution must instill public confidence. As it stands, the public slowly lose confidence in us because we have permitted the manipulation of party politics to trample on the oath that we took. That is to be faithful to the Republic and not individuals. This loss of confidence is evident when you open the legislature Facebook page and check on the reviews. I'll quote one comment there from Katlego Ranukoka, and I quote, "The Northwest Legislature betrayed our royal family of Ramukoka. They betrayed Chief Bossman Ramukoka, and they also betrayed our land claim." Close quote. This is one of many who have lost faith in this institution because we have
2 minutes left.
2 minutes. Deputy Speaker, based on the mammoth test of this legislature, we cannot, as the DA, approve this budget. We believe that this budget is too little and must be increased if we are serious about the smooth running of this institution. Therefore, we are not going to approve it. Deputy Speaker, our legacy will not be remembered by future generations over the beautiful buildings that we built, but it will be honored and remembered if we effectively deliver on our mandate. Buildings are not our mandate, but oversight is. On a lighter note, before I leave, Madam Speaker, because we have to debate. Because the moment you take them personal, international trips as members. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Matabuche, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Premier and all protocol observed. Honorable Diale, I'm reliably informed by the Speaker that my residence-in-law will be ready quite soon after its renovation. And I would like, no, yours and ours. And I would like to create time to have tea with you. The purpose of having tea with you is to, first and foremost, interact as members of parliament. I think you and I are quite young. We might have common interests. But importantly, to teach you about an ideological posturing of an organization. The leftist proclamations as always made by the economic freedom fighters, it is quite absurd that you choose to call it Montesquieu as a right-wing ideologue. There are many leftists that you would have quoted that speaks about the separation of powers between the legislature, judiciary, and government. But importantly, in what you quoted from Montesquieu, you forget that also he says that there is no greater tyranny than that which is perpetrated under the shield of the law and in the name of justice, which is a perfect contradiction to what you raised. But I will quote for you important revolutionaries as we sit over time and have tea at our new residences. When Daniel Ortega of Nicaragua met with the Foreign Affairs Minister of Iran, Zarif, Ortega said to him that we are brother countries, revolutions born at the same time, in defense of peace, justice, and freedom of our people. Then, in his reply, the Foreign Minister of Iran, Zarif, said, victory for you means victory for us, especially when both revolutions triumphed in the same year, and for the 40 years we have struggled. He speaks about the interrelation between what you may call as the legislature, what you may call as the judiciary, and what you may call as government. Because the interrelation of these different spheres will only succeed if there is better correlation and work amongst them. Recognizing their independence as various arms of the state, but they can never exist separate from each other. Therefore, oversight is not policing the executive or government. Oversight is not a consistent insult and undermining of fault-finding mission to the executive. But oversight is to hold the executive accountable in line with what they have declared to do to better the lives of our people. Therefore, the latter spirit of this budget vote of the Speaker speaks about fundamental things. It elevates the activist nature of the parliament and the legislature that we must be. And that activist nature of this parliament should be out of proper correlation, work, and systematic approach to issues and proper understanding. Now we understand that opposition in its nature will be opposition for purposes of opposition, but will never, I speak from the head, that's how intelligent I am, Sonaki. I'm not reading anything. There's nothing written. Yes, I pretend as if I'm reading, but I'm speaking from the head. Because I knew you were going to ask, where is it written? Now that activist nature of Parliament, honorable members, should seek to hold the executive accountable. The budget and APP vote of the Speaker speaks about a smooth and effective operation, meaning the introduction of proper IT systems, introduction of proper financial management systems, which she acknowledges in her vote that they have in the past administration attempted and they've not succeeded, and they are continuing to do and better that work. Now that's the nature of the African National Congress. That we're an organization that accepts our faults as and when we have made them. We're an organization that apologizes that we have wronged our people. We're an organization that continues to provide solutions to problems of the African people. We don't just speak. We don't just speak. We don't just speak. We don't just speak, oppose, without providing proper solutions to the problems. We acknowledge our problems and provide solutions to those problems. And the budget vote as presented by the Speaker seeks to present solutions rather than lamentation on the problems, as we have had most of our members on the left doing. It speaks about strengthening sector work. It emphasizes the importance of strengthening sector work, making sure that sector parliaments that we have do not only result into talk shops, but have clear and proper tangible resolutions which should find expression in the APPs, which should find expression in various budget votes of various departments. It should emerge with proper programs. It should emerge with proper programs that should seek to better the life of our people. It speaks about strengthening public participation and having a sector-specific public participation. Now, if you talk about, I'm not going to be provoked by you, Honorable Papiki. I choose not to. Well, maybe in the next round of discussions in Parliament, I will succumb to your pressure. When we talk about, e.g., a bill on the financial sector, it must be sector-specific. We must convene people who have got expertise. That is what the Speaker says in the APP. That is what the Speaker says in the APP. So we would strengthen this work going forward. If you want to chair committees, Honorable Sonakile, you must work hard that the DA wins a sizable majority in Parliament, which is a dream that may not happen. Therefore, we have a sizable majority. That's why since the beginning of this budget votes, we have always passed them with a very low voice of the noes and a very high note of the yes. We have managed. That's a sizable majority. Otherwise, because you lack the comprehensive strategy to ensure that budgets are not adopted, lack the sizable number to ensure that it is, you thought that you will find your back door through committees. Well, work hard. It is a dream. It may not happen now. If ever, it will ever happen. But work hard to increase your majority so that you can chair committees. But for now, we do not mind. We could do work that normally is done in a 10-week parliamentary period. We did it in 2 weeks. And thanks to you for attending every committee. So that is what oversight means. Moving from 4 committee meetings a day, arriving at 7:30 in the legislature and leaving at 8 in the evening to ensure that these APPs are adopted. You had also been there, and I think you saw the capacity of the African National Congress and the leadership that it deployed to play oversight. Otherwise, if you didn't recognize that capacity, you wouldn't have attended each and every meeting of the portfolio committees, as if there's nobody else in the DA except you. It is as if you are the only mind in the DA, there's no other person. It is as if there is no other member in the EFF except Sonwabo, what is his name, honorable member here? Sonwabile. You attend each and every committee meeting to come and guard, because you have no confidence even in members that you have deployed to these committees yourself. But we have shown throughout the weeks, Honorable Sonakile, excellent capacity and exceptional performance of the cream de la cream of the African National Congress, which chairs these committees. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Matabuche. Order, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, you are allocated 10 minutes to conclude the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I think Deputy Speaker have saved some minutes in my debate. If allowed, the Deputy Speaker, if I go beyond, may I please request my minutes back. Thank you very much, honorable members. The committee, the Standing Committee Chairperson, Honorable Nell, thank you very much for your inputs. Indeed, the Secretary to the Legislature, Dr. Musiani, have submitted all the reports as requested by the committee. But listening to the Chairperson of the Standing Committee, honorable members, I think we need to change the format that we have been using of reporting to this budget vote in a way. Because since from budget 1, you'll hear committees are saying, we have requested this and that document, as if there was no engagement between the department and the committee. The committees are so silent on the issues responded to by the department. Now, in the eyes of the public, it's like the MECs did not respond to some of the issues. You are just waiting for the reports. I don't know why you are fighting, honorable members. I'm saying we need to really look into, that is the format of the research, is my format also. But I'm saying we need to look into, I'm not sure why are you holding honorable members. We need to really look into the format, honorable members, of reporting back, so that it can also capture that there were some sort of responses from the department. But thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Standing Committee, for good work done. All the issues, in my view, the issue of the website, the budget, the consultant, we have responded to all those issues in the committee. Honorable Diale, you know, what is your problem? Your problem is that one honorable, I just want to give you an example so that you can understand. One honorable, I'm responding. I'm not on the dustbin, I'm responding. One honorable Mutsumi currently is sitting on that chair, presiding. You must respect that chair, even if you don't like Honorable Mutsumi. I just wanted to give you a practical example. Honorable Supra Ramuyeleti Mahuma Pelo will remain in the history books as the former premier of Bukoni Bupirima. Like him, hate him, or whatever. You are President Malema. You know, you reminded me of Malema when he was the president. Oh, Honorable President Malema, when he was the president of the Youth League in the Rustenburg Civic Center. What he said in the Rustenburg Civic Center, he said, once you are a leader, you will remain a leader. You'll always be remembered as a leader. You are a member of parliament today, tomorrow we'll still remember you as a member, a former member of this house, and will be recognized as that. So it has nothing to do with the person, but the position the person is occupying. So that is why I will never forget to remember any leader of my organization or of government simply because I have issues or I have hate towards a particular person. I'll never do that. That is dustbin. That is dustbin when I remember. And on the rest of the issues, Honorable Diale, I think what you did, you were just repeating what I've said. So trying to respond to that, I'll be responding to myself. Because there's nothing new that we are mentioning. The issue of public participation, the issue of oversight, the issue of sectoral parliaments, I've mentioned those issues. Challenges, and how are we going to deal with those challenges? So I don't know why you wanted to grandstand, whilst issues were already dealt with properly. On the issue of EFF wanting to be part of the logistics arrangement, I don't know. Even myself as the speaker, I'm not part and parcel. It's the work of officials to deal with the logistics. If members of this house, they want to be part of the logistics, I don't know what you call it. If it's done, you say it's interference, I don't know. You want to sit with public participation and say, in this constituency office, you can bring so. Then when they do their logistics arrangement, they don't look into any party. They look into members of the community of the Northwest Provincial Legislature. Those members are identified through offices of the speakers in the local municipalities. That is the process, honorable members. I think I've answered you, Honorable Diale, but you'll never be allowed to be part of that kind of a process. I don't want to come here and grandstand. On youth parliament, Honorable Diale, you know, the other mistake that you do, you think that being an EFF member, when you want to be a member of this house, you become a member, you take responsibility. When you decide to be EFF alone, you stand alone as EFF. Those sectoral parliaments, youth parliament, is also your responsibility. It's your work. You must have been there if there's anything wrong that was done to correct and do the right thing. You can't come here, no, you can't come here and grandstand. And to my knowledge, EFF, you don't attend. The public that have elected you must know you are not fully participating. At least DA can say something, but not EFF. You are loafers, I'll attend. And Honorable Peter, thank you very much on your contributions. And on the shortage of space, honorable members, I think we have clarified this in the standing committee, honorable members, that, honorable members, any member who wish to move to the new building can move, but these are the challenges. So you moved at your own risk, knowing clearly that those things you're complaining about here, they were not there. So you can't be told, there are no new chairs. But when you arrive at the building, you want new chairs. What you were told before? There are no new furniture there. But you come here, you can understand, you want new furniture because there's nothing that you can touch that is unusual in regard to the new building. There's nothing that is unusual. Now you just want to use smaller things, furniture. You have old furniture, honorable members. Move with your old furniture. I have moved with my old furniture. Deputy Speaker, I have moved with your old furniture. You have cell phones. The legislature is giving you money for those cell phones. Use those cell phones. The Wi-Fi in the new building. Use Wi-Fi. If I'm able to survive, the Deputy Speaker is surviving. Where can you survive? In the new building. Whilst waiting for other resources. You must survive. Till we are surviving. We are prepared for this budget votes. We are clear. Everything is well organized. You must also survive, honorable members. And in terms of the AG findings, Honorable Bita, we do have an action plan that shows the movement and the progress thereof. That is why Honorable Jale today's applauding Tate Musiani for good work done. It's as a result of that action plan, but again, the role that was played by the standing committee. And thank you very much for that. At least there was something positive from your side. Honorable Salakile is not here. Omar is not here. Firstly, he threatened me so that I cannot respond to say members are afraid to speak, because if they speak, I won't delegate them to overseas trips. No, Honorable, there is no such. There is no such. So it then means Honorable Salakile, what's happening? What's happening? I won't delegate him. No, it does not work that way, Honorable members. I won't do that, Shem. Don't worry. I won't do that. So I'm not sure, Honorable members, should I really waste your time by responding on the Honorable member that is not even inside. So for the record, fine. Honorable Solakile must know that ga ana monopoly of wisdom. Re na le boboko, re itse go ikakanyetsa. If DA yone ga e kgone go ikakanyetsa, like Honorable Mataboga has said, o tlhotlhoma le dikomiti tsotlhe. Go bontsha gore o shota ga boboko ka go letlhakoreng la DA. Yaanong ge di-party tse dingwe di na le maboko ba sa tlhotlhome, bone ba tlhotlhoma ka Honorable Sonakile. Ga gona re yana ba tshwanetse ba iketse ka re ke bone ke barutegi, re na le barutegi le rona mo parlamenteng mo ba bantsi. Mare a lesson that I wanted Honorable Sonakile to learn, di two, ka members of the DA. Former member of the DA was behaving a little bit like Tate Sonakile. Honorable Matlake used to say this to Honorable member. Motlhamba go tlhatsang, o tla itshola is one day. Ba mo tlhatsitse no, ha yo mo hausi. Kwa le nteng wa itshola. There was a member, a very young woman. There was a very young woman in the National Assembly from the DA. In one committee, a veteran of the ANC, member story, this young woman, the way Papa thing, by a has never I'm telling you, before 5 years, now, there's nothing wrong, honorable members, in dealing with issues in the legislation. And I've said it before. There is nothing wrong for honorable members holding us and the executive accountable. But you cannot keep on behaving as if you know it all. We are all honorable members. We are all honorable members. We read from the same book, we read from the same page. Other members can be undermined as if they don't have brains. Only one person in this institution has brains. And I hear you were talking about regrettable being called former staff member. I don't know, maybe referring to Honorable Kekakilwe, but it was in a wrong debate of being regrettable. You cannot be reminded of being a former. I don't remember saying all those things that you are referring to. And I won't even attempt to respond on that, because if I can start responding on that, it won't be nice, honorable member. My responsibility is to help you to grow. You are a very young man. The issues of the consultants, the finance staff, the internal controls and everything is just grandstanding, Honorable Sonakile. You know very well that we responded on these issues during the standing committee engagements. We have responded to these issues. So you can't come here and grandstand as if nothing is done. All those challenges were raised by us. We have the following challenges. Were raised by us, not by you. So you can't come here and pretend as if you are the one raised all those things. The issue of that tracking of house resolutions, honorable members, I want to plead with you again. I've done that during the debate, honorable members. There are reports referred to your committees by the 5th administration. You will find answers on that. There's a lot of progress that has been registered in that regard. There's a lot of progress that has been registered. So I don't want to repeat that. And if you want further clarity, feel free through the chairperson of the committee for us to come and further explain to the committee. On parties losing seats, Honorable Matabohe, it was within his powers to deal with that. I won't deal with it. On the issue of budget not being supported because it's too little, Honorable Sorekile, I don't think you are doing justice to the legislature. As much as I agree with you, but without supporting the budget simply because it needs to be increased, I want to persuade you that let's adopt this budget and continue to engage the MEC for finance. And I've studied, Honorable Sorekile, that the MEC for finance is readily available to further engage with the legislature to make sure that it might not even be enough, but something for the better. That will help members to do their part, to do their oversight. Honorable Mataboge, thank you very much, Honorable Member, for clarifying to this House what is the role of oversight, holding the executive and public participation. Indeed, my vision for this legislature is building an activist parliament. And like I've said before, from where I am, I'm happy, Honorable Sorekile. You are one of my number ones that are doing that very much. You are very active. Okay.
There's a point of order. Honorable Rabutapi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, sometimes, Deputy Speaker, it is very important to come here to debate issues, not to come and cast aspersions. What is important, Deputy Speaker, is we must not deal with personalities, but with issues.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Before I allow another point of order, actually, Honorable Rabutapi, you are the one who's out of order. So please, in future, let us try by all means to align ourselves with the rules, the standing rules of this House. Honorable Kirakile.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. You covered me. I wanted to point to Honorable Member that the rules indicate that when you rise on a point of order, you must refer to a particular rule. Which rule the member is raising?
Noted, Honorable Kirakile. Honorable Speaker, you may conclude your response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I was only responding. It was going to be very much irresponsible of me not to respond to issues as raised by honorable members. I only responded to issues as raised.
Honorable Speaker.
In conclusion,
Honorable Speaker, before you conclude, let me allow Honorable Theologo to raise her point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I think it's evident, Honorable Speaker.
Which rule are you raising on, Honorable Theologo?
Not a horse racing
On a
club.
point of order. I'm on Rule 74 on a point of order. I want to say it is difficult when you're in the hot seat. It makes quite a difference when you stand there. And I'm not pointing to a person, I'm pointing to the podium. Just to indicate to the Honorable Speaker that she must, when she's standing there, also not forget to call my Honorable Member Honorable Sonakile and not Sonakile when she's addressing him. It's just a reminder. You called him by surname, Speaker, and it's difficult when you stand
Order
there.
sustained.
Thank you.
Order sustained, Honorable
Honorable
Theologo.
Sonakile, if indeed there was a time when I said Sonakile, I will never do that, Honorable Theologo. It was an oversight. My apologies, Honorable Sonakile. As I conclude, honorable members, indeed, it's my intention to make sure that we build an activist parliament. And I was saying, honorable members, these budget votes be rest assured, I'm convinced that we are there. And I was saying, Honorable Sonakile is one of those young men and women, Honorable Williams, that are doing very well in making sure that we do our part, as much as they are new members in the legislature. And thank you very much, honorable members, for your contribution and your engagements. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, before we move for the adoption of this budget, for the purpose of consistency, I would request honorable members to occupy their seats before we vote. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, may we now adopt the budget of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, program by program. Program 1, Administration, 285,499,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 1?
Yes.
I have the yeses. Program 2, statutory payments, 33,837,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 2?
Yes.
The yeses. Yes, I can hear only the yeses. Program 3, legislature operations, 167,528,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 3?
Yes.
The yeses has it. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable speaker.
Honorable Babiki, that's sizable majority.
Honorable Rabutabi.
Thank you very much. I was just raising, Madam Deputy Speaker, to please note the objection of the DA on these budgets.
Noted, honorable Rabutabi. Honorable Chief Whip.
I thought he left to put a rider.
Honorable members, order.
The honorable member who is saying that he does not agree to the adoption must add a rider that on condition that is also not going to be paid this summer. Thank you.
No, you are out of order, honorable Chief Whip. Thank you, honorable members. The 2019-2020 budget, vote 2 for the Northwest Provincial Legislature, totaling 486,864,000 rand, is now adopted. Without wasting any time, I will now call on the Premier, Honorable Mokhoro, to present the office of the Premier 2019-2020 budget. Vote 1. Honorable Mokhoro, you have 40 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Susan Danke, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Paul Sibirwe, executive mayors and speakers, those who are here, Mahusharuna Totekhang, administrative staff, members of the labor movement and civil society, members of the media, Bakai Chudumela. I stand before you to present and request this August House to endorse the budget vote for the office of the Premier for the current financial year, a department for which the last
few years, up to the few days ago, had neglected its main responsibility to be a strong and competent nerve center of policy coordination in the Northwest. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Office of the Premier had also abdicated its core function to lead in evidence-based policy formulation and implementation in a coherent and cohesive manner, as well as take up its rightful role of oversight across government in the province. However, I can say with confidence and without any fear of contradiction that the work we have done and are continuing to do will go a long way to ensure that indeed the center is holding. We are hard at work to ensure that we address some of the ongoing challenges pertaining to our role in strengthening our ability to deliver quality services to the people of this province, such as coordination between the Office of the Premier and other provincial departments. The aim is to improve the support that we're supposed to provide to departments, enhance the visibility of the Office of the Premier across government, and address the incoherent coordination of service delivery that we have witnessed across the province. Honorable members, as we move forward at the beginning of this 5-year electoral term, we are positioning ourselves to improve in resolving these challenges. As we do so, the Office of the Premier must show leadership at the apex of the Northwest administration. At the heart of our resolve to provide decisive leadership and coherent policy coordination, we are determined to address the following: chronic poor service delivery in the Northwest province, poor governance, administration, and political leadership in dysfunctional municipalities, frequent and violent community protests, as well as accompanying vandalism, poor communication across departments and to communities, failure to implement commitments made to communities, and failure to give feedback to communities on commitments made. Some of the issues and concerns that our communities have been raising with us pertain to water and sanitation, unemployment, corruption, the appalling condition of our rural road infrastructure, 24-hour access to health facilities, the provision of decent and adequate housing, and the scourge of crime. We are going to incorporate the issues raised by communities in the government, identify priorities, and monitor their implementation. We will ensure that departments pull their weight in improving the lives of our people, as well as responding timelessly and correctly to the needs that we find in various communities across the province. Honourable Speaker, the program structure of the Office of the Premier is as follows: administration, 2, institutional development, and planning, performance, monitoring, evaluation, and intervention. Administration is responsible for the provision of efficient and effective administrative support within the Office of the Premier. Its 2019-2020 budget is focused on financing direct operational costs and overheads, such as audit fees amounting to 9 million, skills development costs of officials within the office at cost of 3.6 million, further the provision of employee health, wellness for officials, allocated at 1.8 million, fleet services at 5.4 million, and operating lease costs for office accommodation and labor saving devices allocated at 4.3 million. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Premier received qualified audit opinion for the past 4 years. In the 2017-18 financial year, we were qualified in 4 areas. We developed a post-audit action plan to respond to the reported significant audit issues, such as weaknesses in asset management, incorrect classification of expenditure, non-compliance to laws and regulations when procuring goods and services, as well as failure to provide proof of receipt thereof. Honourable Speaker, the Office of the Premier, in its quest to be a lead example in the province, insofar as financial management is concerned, has, in the 2018-19 financial year, registered the following successes: cancellation of the main contractor, which directly contributed to substantial irregularities in the office. This decisive action yielded positive results, whereby the cost of irregular expenditure incurred in previous financial year was 248,072,000, which was reduced by 99% to 1,156 million in the current year under review. We have achieved 95% rate for payments to service providers within 21 days. In respect of 30 days payment, we achieved 98%. We are progressively achieving the provincial targets insofar as rapid processing of payments to service providers. Honourable members, we are proud to report that for more than 3 years in succession, no unauthorized expenditure has been incurred in the office. Additionally, the management of accruals is maturing at a rapid pace, with a reduction of accruals from 5,917 million in 2017-18 to 3,202 million in the current year under audit review. As we are heading towards the end of 2018-19 audit year, indications are that the Office of the Premier has reduced areas of qualification from 4 to 1. The qualification is based on comparative amounts in line with the audit standard 500, which is unavoidable. The Office of the Premier is committed to continue with utmost vigor to turn around its financial management landscape and that of other departments in collaboration with Provincial Treasury. With regard to institutional development is primarily mandated to provide strategic leadership and support to all provincial departments through coordination, monitoring, evaluation of the implementation of policy frameworks, strategies and programs related to strategic human resource management, integrity management, provincial legal advisory services, government information technology, communication, and skills development through the Ikatiso School of Government. The budget over the 2019 MTF mainly provides for ICT transformation programs at 116.43 million, centralization of bursaries to non-employees at 42.25 million, and legal costs at 12 million. Tenel Skills Development Program has been allocated 5 million. The allocation for youth entrepreneurship support is 12.4 million. Provincial communication and advertisement is allocated 6.672 million, while the research project in respect of demand and supply of skills in the process has been allocated 2.5 million. To elaborate further on ICT, we aim to optimize service delivery through implementation of information technology governance capability, level 2. 16 departments will be provided with network authentication. 32 Northwest Provincial Government Network sites performance will be upgraded to access government services, while 2 provincial mainframes will be upgraded. To provide a functional government communication system which enables citizen empowerment and involvement in their own development through the 16 communication tools used to promote the Northwest corporate brand, 20 media platforms will be sourced to communicate provincial government service delivery programs, and 36 government events will be promoted. Honorable members, to implement minimum security standards and strengthen programs that will eradicate fraud, corruption, and acts of misconduct, and promote ethics and integrity, 24 interventions have been implemented towards achieving the National Anti-Corruption Strategy and 16 minimum security standards. We will intensify the provision of internal legal services to the Office of the Premier and transversal services to the provincial departments through the development of bills and monitoring of litigation cases across departments. Planning, performance, monitoring, evaluation, and intervention. Honorable Deputy Speaker, planning, performance, monitoring, evaluation, and intervention is mandated to provide integrated planning, performance monitoring, evaluation, and intervention in the province. Lately, another responsibility, namely status for women, children, persons living with disabilities, and older persons, has been incorporated in the program. The main cost drivers within this program is compensation of employees, which stands at 169,107 million, subsistence and traveling at 5,8 million, which occurs as a result of monitoring, evaluation, and intervention activities. 5,495 million has been allocated for activities relating to moral regeneration and coordination of HIV and AIDS implementation plan. Honorable members, during the 2018-19 financial year, we have profiled 115 townships and small towns. We believe that this information will become an essential input into our planning processes. As you would be aware that the process to develop to a new five-year strategic planning has already commenced. The Office of the Premier will, during this financial year, coordinate and provide support to departments with the implementation of the revised framework for strategic plans and annual performance plans. Coordination and support will be achieved through regular engagement and training and targeting the planners and program managers. The training on the revised framework will be championed by Katiso School of Government. This framework emphasizes the result-based approach to planning, where departments and public entities will be expected to develop strategic plans that target impacts, outcomes, and outcome indicators. In responding to the President's fourth priority on spatial integration, land and housing, the Office of the Premier, in collaboration with Corporate Governance Traditional Affairs, will also provide support to municipalities with respect to the alignment of municipal spatial development framework to the provincial spatial development framework. The office will also provide to municipalities during the development of municipal integrated development plans to ensure that they respond to the needs and challenges of communities. There will be consultation with key stakeholders, including organized business, departments and municipalities to collect data relevant to assist with the undertaking of provincial policy analysis during the process to finalize the provincial development plan. Honorable members, departments will be engaged to assess the progress with regard to the implementation of provincial priorities. With regard to service delivery interventions, the Office of the Premier has, during the 2018-19 financial year, established a provincial war room to attend to, mention but a few, facilitate solutions to key priority needs identified by communities, attend to all petitions and memoranda from communities, ensuring that we promote bankable investment packages, for example, mining, the N12 development, N14 development, which should be spearheaded by AWDC. Work is being done to improve government's response to community needs and complaints, but a lot needs serious attention. The office will revamp the effectiveness of our provincial call center to ensure that it is more responsive to the complaints and queries from our communities. We therefore urge our communities to utilize this facility to record their complaints and concerns. Further, to ensure that we close the gap between community and government, we have undertaken Imbizo programs in places such as Ichuse, Bloemhof, Kagisan Molopo, and Taung. The office also undertook district prayer sessions to promote unity and cohesion within our communities. These events were undertaken in places such as Mahikeng, Taung, Marikana, and Moretele. During the current financial year, we will intensify these activities, in particular to intervene in drug-related matters and safety at schools. Regarding performance monitoring and evaluation, the Office of the Premier will continue to implement monthly performance reporting on provincial priorities such as annual performance plan, state of the province address, pronouncements including compliance to 7 government medium-term strategic framework priorities to intensify accountability and early detection of poor performance by departments and public entities. The Office of the Premier will strengthen and develop integrated reporting, monitoring and accountability framework for the province, focusing on 7 priorities for the period 2019 to 2024, medium strategic framework, and provincial priorities. The Office of the Premier will continue to use an integrated and holistic provincial monitoring and evaluation system, which will serve as a single source for reporting, encompassing all departments, annual performance plans, projects, and any other government priority. Honourable members, the Office of the Premier will produce a 25 years review of government performance towards the end of the financial year. The comprehensive report will outline milestones and interventions which departments and public entities put in place to deal with triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We have also developed a 3-year cycle provincial research and evaluation plan, which will assist in evaluating effectiveness and efficiency of programs and projects implemented by the Northwest Provincial Government. Departments are in the process of developing new 3-year research and evaluation plan for the MTSF 2019-2024. The office will consult with key stakeholders such as organized business, departments, municipalities, to collect data relevant to assist with the undertaking of provincial policy analysis to ascertain relevance and impact. Departments will be engaged to assess the progress with regard to implementation of provincial priorities. With regard to job creation, in the last budget speech, we reported that during the 2017-19 financial year, we spent 48 million to fund 403 non-employee student bursaries from the Premier's bursary fund. In 2018-19, we spent a further 41,081 million for 200 existing beneficiaries. For the 2019 academic year, we are estimating to fund the studies of 150 potential beneficiaries with an estimated budget of 42,25 million that has been budgeted to continue to fund students. Honourable Speaker, 78 students completed their studies at the end of 2018, and all are to be released from their contractual obligations because provincial departments and municipalities, sadly, did not provide work placements as requested to do so by February 2019. The preparation of graduates for the job market is a very important and deliberate intervention and contribution by the Office of the Premier. This is achieved through the opportunities offered through the internship program. For the previous year, the office recruited 38 beneficiaries, and we used the training budget available to put the beneficiaries through a skills program. The beneficiaries also received continuous on-the-job learning as well as mandatory training. The internship program has now been extended to 2 years, which means the current beneficiaries will still be on the program for the 2019-2020 financial year. With regard to the Northwest Development Corporation, during the 2018-19 financial year, 79,80 million was allocated to this vote for activities of the NWDC. A due diligence process was undertaken, and during the budget adjustment period and in attainment of the proper mandate of the Office of the Premier, the NWDC was transferred to the then Department of Economy and Enterprise Development, and now the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. With regard to the Northwest Entrepreneurship Services, the YES is listed as a Schedule 3C public entity in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. Regrettably, during the 2018-19 financial year, the Youth Entrepreneurship Program was not active. However, following the pronouncement by President Cyril Ramaphosa to rationalize public entities, the GTEC unit located in National Treasury conducted assessment of YES. Their recommendation is that the entity should be abolished. We have carefully considered this recommendation and concluded that due to, for example, the rural nature of the province, making it difficult for the youth to access opportunities, the escalating youth unemployment rate, and many more other factors, that YES is indeed a critical intervention program. To make YES functional, we have managed to place adverts for appointment of a board and the chief executive officer. For the 2019-20 financial year, 12,408 million has been allocated for YES. In addition to continuing to identify and support cooperatives, the mandate of YES will be broadened to include other youth development activities. With regard to ICT, Honourable Speaker, it is common knowledge that in June last year, the Office of the Premier was placed under administration when National Cabinet took a decision to invoke Section 100, 1A and 1B across departments and 1B with regard to the Office of the Premier. This has necessitated the Office of the Premier to assess several of the planned activities for implementation, and specifically the ICT transformation program as implemented by Nepo Dynamics as an ICT service provider. The assessment of all the ICT transformation projects highlighted several shortcomings in their execution. This was across all the projects being implemented by Nepo Data Dynamics. To this end, the Office of the Premier terminated the contract of Nepo Dynamics in October 2018. During the assessment, several weaknesses within ICT operations unit were identified. The ICT budget was therefore reprioritized to address these challenges. Several of the new initiatives identified were to address, especially matters that were raised by the AG during 2017-18 audit. I must indicate that during the adjustment budget in November 2018, the ICT budget allocation was reduced by 58 million rand. This further impacted on the acquisition of the much needed goods and services required within ICT. The ICT plan for 2019-20 financial year was revised with two major investments in ICT infrastructure. That firstly, we will refresh the mainframe. This infrastructure deals with the financial and personnel systems for the province. And secondly, we will acquire a backup solution that will complete the data center modernization project, which was started in 2017-2018 financial year. As departments require ICT infrastructure, we are able to provide this within the space of 2 to 3 hours. We are in a period of rapid technological change, as we all know, and with the fourth industrial revolution upon us, we must ensure that we secure our data and information. To this end, we are coordinating the rollout of a central authentication mechanism across all provincial government departments, and its successful implementation will allow us to have visibility of users and devices that access resources on the NWPG network. It is therefore imperative that as we prepare the 5-year strategic plans for the 6th administration, infused into those plans must be a digital transformation roadmap of key business processes to ensure that the technologies that come with the fourth industrial revolution are used to provide a more effective and efficient government service to the citizens of the province. We will, with the assistance of digital advisory services, be conducting several working sessions with senior managers from all departments to develop a digital transformation roadmap for their respective departments. In our attempt to build a capable and developmental state characterized by quality institutions, the Ikatiso School of Governance will ensure its contribution by training and developing skills and a competent workforce. We are looking forward to the accreditation of Ikatiso so that the Northwest Provincial Administration can offer training and development on a much bigger scale. The program aims to enhance skills development and build competent workforce through training and development. Previously, we committed to conduct a skill supply and demand study. We wish to report that we could not complete this task as originally planned due to its importance in determining future skills planning and resource allocation in the province. For the 2019-20 financial year, we have allocated seed funding to complete this project. This study is important such that our training interventions target at growing our economy and contributes to human resources for development of our communities. We will continue to monitor and report on the training progress or lack thereof. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as implemented by all provincial departments, as guided by their workplace skills plans, Ikadisong will, in this financial year, strengthen its partnership with CETAs and institutions of higher learning in the province. This will enable rallying of already limited gross government resources towards a common goal of human development. Following an engagement between the National School of Government, the Department of Corporate Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, and the Nkatso School of Governance, a joint training on learning and development plan has been developed to assist our distressed province in the implementation of mandatory training programs across provincial departments and municipalities. This will go a long way in addressing the training gaps identified by the AG, the Public Service Commission, and the legislature's portfolio committees. The planned training programs will cover, amongst others,
10 minutes left, Tonakgolo.
citizen-centered civil delivery, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, supply chain management for practitioners, program project management, avoiding irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and art of facilitation for progressive realization of socio-economic rights, coaching for leadership development, as well as evidence-based policy making and implementation. An amount of 10 million has been set aside by the National Treasury, allocated to the National School of Government to implement the training programs in collaboration with the Nkatso School of Governance. We will be reviewing the current position and operating model for the Nkatso School of Government to ensure that it is capacitated to drive the developmental agenda as well as enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Northwest University in due course, and which is aimed at delivering programs tailored to capacitate public servants at provincial and local government level. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are ready to steer the ship in the right direction and reposition ourselves to guide and lead service delivery, as well as eradicate corruption, maladministration, and malfeasance in the entire Northwest Provincial Government. Honorable Speaker, allow me to table to this August House the 2019-20 budget for the Office of the Premier for consideration by the House. The allocation per program is tabulated as follows. Administration, 131,974 million. Institutional development, 340,847 million. Policy and governance, 198,55 million. Total being 6,671,371,000. And in closing, Honorable Speaker, let me take the opportunity to thank my glorious movement for the deployment to this very critical and challenging position in this time of our history, to thank Administrator Mbanza and staff in the Office of the Premier, to thank my colleagues in the Executive Council for their support, the Legislature for their robust oversight, and in particular, the Portfolio Committee on Premier Finance, Corporate Governance and Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, ably led by Chairperson Mutswana, the Chief Whip, and the Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tonakgolo. I will now call on the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Premier Finance, Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Mutswana, to lead the debate on the Office of the Premier, Annual Performance Plan 2019-20, and Budget Vote 1. Dr. Mutswana, you have 10 minutes.
Ke a leboga motlotlegi Musa Kgotla, me Susana Danki, motlotlegi Tonakgolo, Re Professor Job Mokhoro, members of the executive, members of the legislature, ba rona ba tlotlo, magosi a rona a tlotlegang. Ladies and gentlemen, dumelang bagaetsho. Motlotlegi Musa Kgotla ke lebogela tšhono eno e ke e filweng ke mokgatlo wa rona wa African National Congress go etela tshekatsheko le ngangisano ya tekanyetsokabo ya kantorokgolo ya tonakgolo mo porofenseng ya rona ya Bokone Bophirima. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that the Premier acknowledged during his inaugural speech the stimulus package and recovery plan as announced by the President. The Premier also touched on the following priorities. 1, implementation of growth and enhancing economic reforms. 2, reprioritization of public spending to support job creation. 3, addressing urgent and pressing matters in education and health. 4, investing in municipal infrastructure improvement. The Premier reiterated during his State of the Province address that it is time to accelerate better services to the people, and he will take bold steps to ensure that the National Development Plan is placed at the center of our resolve to better the lives of our people. Honorable Speaker, I want to volunteer to translate the words used by the Honorable Premier when he accepted the challenge by the President to accelerate services to the people in the form of Kauleza, and he said, and I quote him, "Setšhaba sa rona se re neile boikarabelo jo bo kgajane le botshwarateu. Pholo tsa rona di gokeletswe mo mogomeng. Pele sa mo letlhajaneng re goga morwalo, re semeletse, re a lema." In short, Madam Speaker, this is a call to face challenges before us boldly. To be reminded at all times that as public servants we are borrowed the robes of public office to govern on behalf of the people of this province. We dare not fail them. We do not take their perseverance on the 8th of May for granted. We are summoned as men and women of integrity and with the belief and hope that we possess the quality and vision to take this province forward. We take heed of this call to face our challenges boldly, and the Portfolio Committee will, without share of any doubt, hold the Premier to this weight. Setšhaba sa rona se re neile boikarabelo jo bo kgajane le botshwarateu, and indeed will exercise our oversight. Honorable Speaker, the committee joins the Premier in raising the concerns on the bad audit outcomes by all 22 municipalities in the province. And yet the IEPP does not address matters of emphasis as indicated in the AG report now. During our deliberations at the committee, we indicated to the Office of the Premier to ensure that this is covered adequately, as this particular office is tasked with the responsibility of ensuring monitoring and performance. The committee also wanted the Office of the Premier to indicate clear plans on how they intend assisting and intervening in municipalities and departments that are confronted with litigations. Because we have noted that in most of the cases, municipalities lose cases against those that are litigating against themselves due to either shortages of funds to defend themselves, or it is because they cannot hire competent legal representatives. The committee also raised concerns on the support given to municipalities by a rapid response team. The view of the committee is that they can't just exist to coordinate reports. Somehow they should be able to meaningfully intervene and act decisively on the reports they receive from situation analysis in municipalities. The committee implored on the Office of the Premier to finalize the appointment of the management board of YES by the end of the second quarter of the financial year 1920. The committee directed also that a detailed report on forensic investigation cases be concluded and submitted to the committee, indicating prior years after the adoption of this particular report. The committee further requested a comprehensive report on Section 100 intervention so as to be able to gauge whether progress is being made or not. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Premier plays a key role in coordinating performance of departments in the province, and it is not the numbers in the budget that will measure quality of our response to the needs of our people, but the character of our resolve to work together, putting others before ourselves, confident in the choice we have made and committed to face our challenge boldly. In this few ways, Honorable Speaker, the committee supports the adoption of the APP 1920 and the budget vote for the Office of the Premier. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Motswana. Honorable Tate Butswe, you have 11 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Kimidia EFF, Mobukoni Bupirima, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, Dona Kholoyarona Mobukoni Bupirima, Professor Ntate Mogolo Job Mokgoro, Baagi ba Bokoni Bupirima, Dikgosi tsa rona re a le dumedisa re le tlhompile. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Premier is the apex center of the authority and leadership in the Northwest Province. It's an office that is constitutionally mandated to lead men and women who constitute the Executive Council of the province. Whoever leads this Executive Council should be someone who is beyond reproach. This person ought to have gone through the necessary stages of development which prepare him or her to lead the people of its province. Leadership as a social construct has many dimensions. They are leaders with noble ideas when they enter offices, but loses the vision and quality of leadership as power and trappings of the public office multiplies. History teaches us that Julius Caesar was a good leader until he allowed personal ambitions to come before the goals of the collective. His journey of leadership ended with him being killed by his own comrade. Like Julius Caesar, Napoleon's ambitious of expanding the territory of France and not honoring agreement with other European powers reigned his leadership of the French Empire. Shaka Zulu, autocratic style of leadership resulted in his assassination by his own inner circle. The former premier was a greedy man who wanted to use an iron fist and fear to control more than 3.9 million people of his province. Like many of the leaders mentioned above, he was rejected by the objective conditions which were prevailing. He was blinded by the trappings of power to the extent of failing to discern when the balance of power has shifted against his kleptocratic styles of leadership. Today, the once mighty powerful Jesus, Supramahuma Pelu, has lost his power and has been demoted as a mere chairperson of portfolio committee. That is power. At some point, it makes you think that you are omnipresent and untouchable. Sir Acton Lord once said, I quote, "Power corrupt and absolutely power corrupt, absolutely. Close quote. Sekai seka fo mojeng wa ka. Honorable Speaker, the current Premier of the Northwest Province ought to strive to emulate servant leaders like Julius Nyerere, Joe Slovo, Samora Machel, Chris Hani, to mention few. He should be able to mitigate the effect of poverty in many townships and villages in the Northwest Province. He should be brave enough to table the report on the present and the former leaders in the province who are implicated in an act of corruption. He should be humble to such an extent whereby he is able to accept his own participation in an act of wrongdoing, if there's any. He should be of a firm character and be able to whip the members of the Executive Council who are found to be transgressed in the law. Baba Bozondo Commission. He should equally tell no lies and claim no easy victory. The Premier should take advice and equally know when it is right to stand up as a leader and take decision, whether good or bad. As long as such decision advance the cause of improving the lives of the ordinary people in the province.
5 minutes left.
Honorable Speaker, in a nutshell, the EFF urged the Premier to stand up, be the leader he ought to be, and stop roaming around the corridors of his offices complaining to staff members about how much he is not coping. Honorable Speaker, it must be worth noting that even though the life of our people have been entrusted with the Premier of ours, he can't take responsible action in protecting his own life and office space. The recent breaks-ins in the office of the Premier is a clear indication that the Premier is not serious about governance. We have been reliably briefed that the series of break-ins has been taking place recently in the office of the Premier, with more focus on the HR sector of his office. All cameras in the office of the Premier are not working, irrespective of it being a national key point. They are just part of some practical example of the type of person who have been entrusted the life of our people with. He can't enforce his own personal security, but claim to be ready to challenge the social security ills. He is forever tired in our meetings and even end up sleeping here in the Honorable House, which is direct insult to the people of this province. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the EFF would like to table a range of tasks to the Premier to fulfill, of which failure for him to do will just confirm the ongoing street accusation that the province has created another accident of history. Honorable Speaker, the first order of the new Premier is to ensure that Section 100 in the province deliver on its mandate and the powers of the province are retained as we are nearing the end of 18 months of intervention. The Premier should table a turnaround strategy on all municipalities in the province. It's known that the local spheres government in the province has a major challenges of leadership. Not even a single municipality in the province received a clean audit opinion from the AG office. There should be no holy cows in cleaning up campaign of municipalities. Municipal managers who are not qualified should be fired with immediate effect. Chief financial officers who are not qualified should be fired with immediate effect. All directors and senior managers who are not qualified should be equally fired with immediate effect. All mayors implicated in VBS scandal should be shown the door without any delay. A report on all incomplete human settlement projects should be tabled in this August House. Investigation of corrupt and incomplete projects should be established with immediate effect. All areas with challenges of water provision and sanitation should be prioritized. The public discussion on the national health insurance should be initiated by the Premier and be led by the respective MEC. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Premier is a coordinating and monitoring center should demand an economic growth and job creation strategy from relevant departments in the province. The job creation strategy should have target and turnaround time. Premier should demand to see with the naked eye special economic zone, industrial park, and total number of jobs that have been created. The Premier should tell the August House in his 100 days report on how the Department of Rural Department of Rural Development have been used to mitigate the effect of poverty and unemployment in the rural area. The Department of Public Works and Roads should table a report on the infrastructure development will be used both to create employment and improve our roads, dams, buildings, and beyond. This useless and insultive program called EPWP, Honorable Speaker, the EFF believe that if the current government believes that the EPWP program is genuine, then recruitment program beyond those interventional work program must be established to give our people proper job with the skills they have acquired during the time in the same EPWP. Premier should be firm on the MEC of Community Safety and Transport so that the Mafikeng Airport start function expected and the community structures become effective. The Department of Social Development, Department of Education, Culture and Traditional Affairs should also present plans on how they intend to do things differently and accelerate service delivery to the masses of the people. For an example, MEC of Social Development should be in the position by now to inform the Premier on how she intends to utilize the department research unit to reach families in township that are qualified to be of the poverty alleviation program. The MEC should present a plan on how social workers should be distributed in township and village to help struggling families. Local artists should not be neglected and report on the development of Mabana Center in all municipalities should also be part of the Premier 100 Days report. Finally, a plan on improvement of security in schools should be tabled and school sports programs should equally be made part of the program. Iske ya nna gape fela puo ya molomo mme ka ntlheng ya ditiro gwa bo go pala. Ka di 27 lekoko le le golang thata la EFF le tlabe le tshwara dingwaga di le thataro. Premier of the Northwest Province, MEC members of the Northwest, rally invite go tla go celebrate a milestone ya 6 years. E tla beng celebrate wa ke lekoko le le golang thata la EFF. Ke a le leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Butswe, Honorable Rabotati. We have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Dikosi, Honorable Premier, Honorable Dikosi, Honorable members of the House, I greet you all. Honorable Speaker, so far, Premier Mokoro's tenure has been ablaze with the scorching factionalism that is plaguing the ANC. The recent uprisings in the municipalities of Tswaying, Ditsobota, and Naledi clearly exposes the fault lines separating the so-called President Ramaphosa faction from the former President Zuma and former Premier Mahuma Bello faction. Subsequent to the collapse of services in this province last year, along with former Premier Mahuma Bello's earlier retirement, it was clear that breaking point has been reached. Premier Mokoro was then elected as a compromise candidate in a desperate attempt to restore stability to Northwest. So far, this has failed. Honorable Premier, during your State of the Province address, you indicated your determination to root out corruption. Sadly, soon after it came to light that you yourself, as well as MEC for Public Works and Roads, MEC Mulapisi, have allegedly been implicated in the dubious SA Express deal signed with the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management in 2015. Speaker, although we welcome the Premier's undertaking to cooperate with the state capture inquiry, we are concerned that no decisions regarding the future of MEC Mulapisi has been made known. In the face of condemning allegations of kickbacks paid to the MEC to the tune of 700,000 to seal the deal between Department of Community Safety and Transport Management and SA Express, the Premier has not even considered suspending MEC Mulapisi until the contrary is proven. It is therefore our contention that the Premier should have taken drastic steps against any suspect corruption within his Executive Council if he was indeed serious about fighting corruption and protecting the interests of the people of this province. Speaker, with that being said, we can only hope that the programs implemented by the Office of the Premier will be transparent and to the benefit of the people. But unfortunately, past performance indicates that it will not. To this end, we will be keeping a close eye on programs such as the Youth Entrepreneurship Services. Yes, the province bursary scheme to ensure that youth benefit fairly. These programs promise to enable the youth by developing scarce skills and growing youth-owned and managed enterprises. Sadly, the first bump in the road to youth empowerment already appeared in the Office of the Premier's annual performance plan. It is stipulated that the corporate plan of years needs to be adopted, but a board has not yet been established. A concept document has been developed to clarify how the project will unfold, but nothing has been presented to the relevant portfolio committee. At this rate, it is unlikely that this project will see the light of day in this financial year. Speaker, the amount of 14.7 million has been moved from the Department of Social Development to the Office of the Premier for special programs for women, youth, and people with disabilities. We are of the view that the Office of the Premier, through its monitoring function, is best suited to play oversight and monitoring on the functions of all other departments and not get involved with the day-to-day running of these special programs. In response to questions posed by Portfolio Committee on the APP, it was stated that they are merely talking queue from Office of the President. On special programs, this will, however, not suffice, as in the Office of the President, there is a minister responsible for these special programs. Speaker, we have noted that the amount of 46.9 million has been set aside to upgrade the mainframe HCI backup solution, replacement of redundant furniture and office equipment and computers, including outdated information technology equipment. Although it is unclear what portion of this 46.9 million will be utilized for the upgrade of the mainframe, we do know that in the past 10 years, the mainframe has been upgraded at least once. This warrants the question whether another upgrade is really justified. We further know that there is another mainframe at the State of Information Technology Agency in Pretoria, which is a central point where all government information technology is managed, but Northwest inherited its own mainframe from the former Buputatswana administration. A financial application designed for mainframes called Walker Account System is used on the Northwest mainframe to process and keep record of payments of all Northwest government transactions. But the basic accounting system running on the CETA mainframe in Pretoria performs the same function. Speaker, the Walker system has not been phased out, resulting in the allocation of 2 payments to 2 systems executing similar tasks. Due to the implementation of BAS, the Walker system is now being used to maintain the legacy data, which should be ported to BAS, but this has never transpired. This begs the question whether Northwest has a need for a mainframe at all. We are of a view that funds should be allocated to port the data from Walker to BAS rather than upgrading the mainframe. Speaker, since Premier Mokoro came into office last year, June, not a single forensic report has been tabled in this House. His talk is cheap, and it is starting to sound like a scare tactic, all talk and no action. We welcome the fact that the office will have a court watch, but there is more that needs to be explained on how this plan will operationalize. Where the DA governs, we found programs that improve people's lives. It will therefore be difficult for us to approve a budget that is not people-centered. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rabotapi, Honorable Midupi. We have 7 minutes. Order, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker Medanji, Honorable Premier Tebogo Job Mokhoro, the honorable members of the Executive Committee of the Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, Mahosi Arona, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Speaker, allow me to say, before I can continue with my debate, the allegation that has been leveled to the Honorable Professor Mokhoro by the EFF, that the Premier is sleeping during our sessions, that we have never observed as the African National Congress. And to me, it is a fallacy. And the EFF try to exaggerate. On the matter that has been raised, on the allegation that has been raised by the DA about the matter of Honorable Judge Zondo Commission, on Judge Zondo Commission, the public should not be misled, Bagaeso. There's never been any single direct implication of corruption against the Premier. So, ne kere Bagaeso re se ra dira yalo, le ga re batla go ka gaina seemo, ga se mokgwa o siameng o. The Judge Zondo has never pronounced himself on the allegation. Let's wait up until that has been tested, the reality has been tested. So, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, it pleases me and it will forever be a joy for me to be invited to this.
Honorable Midupi, please hold on. Honorable Rabotapi.
The latter speaker is actually quoting me out of context.
I don't remember Honorable Rabotapi. All the honorable members, I don't remember Honorable Midupi quoting you. She was speaking to some of the things that you have said, but there's a difference between speaking on issues and quoting somebody. She has never quoted you, Honorable Rabotapi, so the order is not sustained. Honorable Midupi, may you please proceed?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Listening is a skill. I understand. Honorable Speaker, it pleases me and it will forever be a joy for me to be invited to this podium and represent the African National Congress to take part in this debate on the Premier's Office Annual Performance Plan for 2019-2020. The ANC derives its mandate from the people in our various communities, from the four corners of our province, in our villages, townships, cities, factory floors, centers of worship, the institution of learning and research. Honorable Speaker, since 1994, we have seen sustained growth, tripling the size of economy and improving the GPD per capita. Sustained growth has been crucial for enabling redistribution of public resources to meet the basic social needs of our people. Honorable Speaker, the year 2018 saw continuous civil protests which took place in Mahikeng and most parts of the province. Following the destruction of Mabana Foundation building, and an amount of 10 million is set aside and will go towards repair of Mahikeng Regional Office, and work has already commenced. This shows that the ANC government is not just talking, but walking the talk.
4 minutes left.
We have noted the commitment to support local and emerging farmers through Ilima Letsema program and comprehensive agriculture support, which will fair share on 3.9 billion allocated to the farming industry through the land bank. Honourable Speaker, tourism is one of the cornerstones of the economy in our province. We need to re-look into how we best advance the Northwest into being centre of attraction of research, business, leisure and entertainment. The previous administration had advocated for the reparation of the well-known Taung skull. The sixth administration must bring back the skull home and conclude the arrangement in order to improve the Taung skull heritage site after losing Maruping and cradle of humankind to the province of Gauteng. We cannot afford to lose our rich heritage to our province. The restoration and declaration of Kaditshweni should be done and official heritage site it should be pronounced as an official heritage site. Honourable Speaker, the ANC welcomes the partnership with the National Department of Tourism to realize the long-awaiting completion of the two strategic tourism infrastructure projects in the capital Mafikeng and Manyani Game Lodge and Letlamorin Dam. As Colvin College said, all growth depends upon activities. There is no development physically or intellectually without effort, and effort means work. The ANC government is on the move and we are working to put the interests of our people first. Honourable Speaker, the ANC, we welcome pronouncement made by the Premier to champion economic growth and transformation through agriculture to accelerate job creation in line with the State of the Nation address that committed working towards a set target of 300 jobs within the agricultural value chain. We need to revive agriculture and farming communities of Galexpan, 8 Cake, Mooifontein, Sannishof, Setlagole, Vryburg, and all other fertile land of the beautiful province of the Northwest. Honourable Speaker, opportunity will be created through infrastructure development. We need a finalization on the Bob recording studio and see how this project might work in favour of our artists and communities. Honourable Member, as a water scarce province, we must be at the forefront in championing the protection of our environment. The effects of climate change are becoming severe to our lives and the environment. The time has come for us to start planting trees, look after our rivers, monitor littering in our communities, promote recycling and guard against all the carbon emission. Honourable Speaker, all the provincial departments have obligation to make sure that they achieve all the goals set out on the annual performance plan. All departments must make sure they receive unqualified audit opinion. Above all, let our people receive services, and all this will request only from the political head of the department, but from all the government employees. Honourable Premier, don't give up. The beginning has started already. The beginning is always the hardest. Life rewards those who work hard at it. Stand firm against crime, corruption, defeat all elements of maladministration and collusion and nepotism. Honourable members, as we serve our people, let us be guided by the Franklin Roosevelt. Let us never forget that government is ourselves and not an alien power over us. The ultimate ruler of our democracy are not president and senators and congressmen and government officials, but the voters of our country. Honourable Speaker, the African National Congress support the adoption of the budget and of the Office of the Premier. Together we move Northwest forward.
Thank you. Honourable Nell. We have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Honourable Premier, fellow members. The FF Plus, we welcome the recommendations as resolved by the Portfolio Committee. Specifically, the recommendation which states that quarterly reporting regarding forensic investigations are to be submitted to the Portfolio Committee for proper oversight. We are, however, concerned about the flow of information in the province, the flow and access to information between departments and municipalities. The dire state of the province calls for strong leadership, strong intergovernmental relations. Departments are working in silos, isolation. Departments are not talking to each other. Communication information are important, it's a commodity. Speaking about communication information, will the rapid response team interact with opposition parties? And how will it happen? The FF Plus are worried about past performance of the department. To turn it around in this department is imperative. It's imperative for the future of the people of our province. Dankie, Keleboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nel, Honorable Tswaile. You have 7 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Mesusana Danchi, Honorable Premier Prof. Mokoro, our dearest beloved traditional leadership, protocol observed. It is not an easy task to stand before your August House and perform this mammoth task assigned to me by African National Congress. Nevertheless, we are determined to do as we have been assigned. Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that EFF has literally repeated Premier's speech as if it is EFF concerns when such issues have already been raised in the address by the Premier. The Speaker spoke as if he's a shadow Premier of EFF. His mistake is not to recognize Premier as embodiment of wisdom, experience, and most progressive fatherly figure necessary to preside over transition. Premier, you must know, they must know now, Honorable Speaker, that he is a symbol of academic excellence and hold extensive hands-on experience in public service, and that DA and EFF joint capacities cannot come close to his experience. Premier continues to show highest appetite and capacity to lead ANC and government, and we have no doubt on his strengths. It doesn't seem DA knows and understands Audi Alteram Patam rule as a principle when they have already arrived at the conclusion that the Premier is guilty. Honorable Speaker, let me borrow the wise counsel from J.F. Kennedy, a president assassinated whilst the head of state in the USA. He echoed these timeless words, I quote, "In the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. I do not shrink from this responsibility. I welcome it. I do not believe that any of us would exchange places with any other people or any other generation. The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it, and glow from that fire can truly light the world. Honorable Speaker, I wish not to shrink from taking this responsibility to advocate for a better life for our people. This means that it is our task as a public representative to rise together in unison to tackle the triple challenges of inequality, unemployment, and poverty. In seeking to execute NDR, we have not anticipated the scourge of crime and corruption that undermines strides made since the dawn of democracy and overshadow good deliverables being made by our government. Honorable Speaker, the evoked Section 100, which put Northwest under administration, has determined that the intervention's key deliverables should include, amongst others, effective implementation of Section 100 intervention plans, clean governance and institutional capacity, improved service delivery and public accountability, which the Premier have articulated very well on his speech. Those key deliverables have found expression in the Premier's program 3, key deliverables for purpose of their monitoring and evaluation. Once we receive both AG's report on this intervention and Premier's report on and around September showing interventions performance, this legislature would pronounce on its posture and resolve on way forward, because intervention cannot be made permanent. Whereas we support it, it should come to an end. We would be the first to open criminal cases against the administrators should they also add. We will engage relevant NCOP select committee to determine a way forward. Honorable Speaker, the plans of the Premier for financial year 2019-20 give us hope that tomorrow will be better than yesterday and today. We appreciate fearlessness and determination shown by the Premier in leading sustained and concerted efforts to defeat corruption in the provincial administration, as evidenced by multiplicity of corruption cases being processed emanating from Northwest Provincial Government irregular activities. The ANC has confidence in the Premier's capacity to lead successfully the battle against corruption, which is a societal problem also affecting government. We accepted that it was under the previous Premier's administration and leadership that we ended up in Section 100. The Premier did not waste time. He immediately moved to make sure that the Premier's office is not an implementing office. The Honorable Speaker, following SONA 2019 announcement by His Excellency President Ramaphosa to establish new investigative directorate in the office of NPA, in March 2019, President proclaimed its establishment, and its mandate is for investigation and prosecution of common law offenses, which include fraud, forgery, uttering, theft, and any offense involving dishonesty, and also statutory offenses, including but not limited to contraventions of PFMA, MFMA, FICA, Prevention of Organized Crime Act, and PCCA. Honorable Speaker, the entrepreneurs masquerading as public servants, particularly those in supply chain management and the administrative and political principals, cannot be allowed any longer to manipulate government procurement system for their own benefit and those of corruption syndicates they are part of. It is our posture. It is resolved by the office of the Premier. It is the ANC priority that corruption in our province shall be a thing of the past as we reclaim public confidence in our institutions. And please, through you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, do not shrink from this responsibility. Welcome it. It is only ANC that has moral obligation to fight and defeat crimes and corruption, and this work cannot be delegated to those who pretend to be revolutionaries, whereas they stand counterposed to doctrine of Marxism. The pseudo-revolutionaries and their associates, the historical human rights repeat offenders, the recidivists, whose desire to reverse revolutionary democratic gains have forced them to rent black-skinned African leaders to transform their lives to become the truth in the eyes of our innocent voters. Honorable Speaker, ours is a permanent revolution until realization of the National Democratic Society. We support.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Now you can support. I wanted to say something. You can support.
Honorable Speaker, the ANC supports the APP of the Premier's office and the budget allocations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tsoile. Honorable Tunakulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
You have 10 minutes.
I think the proposals made and the expectations raised or reminded by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee are well received, and I want to assure the Portfolio Committee that you are hard at work preparing to make those submissions to the Portfolio Committee. With regard to Honorable Botwe, can I just say with regard to security matters, I think the security issues that he refers to are much broader than the narrow focus that he takes, and I would not be as irresponsible and discuss security matters in this environment, especially security of the Premier. Let me proceed and deal with the VBS situation. I think if honorable members were present here when Honorable Kekakilo was standing here, they would recall that he responded more than adequately to the issues around VBS. I don't know why it keeps on coming back. With regard to what the challenges I think those people who are wide and awake will know that, especially in the national context, that my name has become synonymous with prioritizing water and really making sure that we commit resources to this. If you did not know, the President, as a result of my insistence on this particular priority, asked me to put together a problem statement. I did that, and immediately the President appointed a rapid response task team headed by 2 national ministers, deputy ministers, and that initiative of the President is underway. I think Honorable Kekakule also reminded us that there are people-related factors with regard to water scarcity. There are also natural as well as technical factors. I think if you just do a basic little study about that, that your thinking will change a bit. With regard to SEZ, almost on a daily basis, we check on progress. We're gratified that given the support that we get from TTI, we're forging ahead and we're making progress. With regard to Honorable Motwe as well as Rabotapi's reference to the airline issue, perhaps what I should do is to invite the honorable members to my office. I want to share every little detail because we deal with public information and it is no secret. And I just want to remind you that when this matter hit the screens on a Friday, that same Friday I issued a press statement begging the judge to call me. The judge has called me. I have submitted my affidavit in full. If you want to have answers to what the issue is about, I will not waste the honorable time, especially now that I have a limited time here, but invite you to do so. But in addition to that, the person you refer to has a history of having been an active player in creating this democracy. The person you're referring to has selflessly built institutions nationally and in the province and other parts of this continent. The person you are quoting to, you could search and search, look for a needle in a haystack. You will not find the things that we wish to find about this person. You want to believe that the person is corrupt. And if you read and you are aware about events in this country for many, many years, sometimes even maybe before some of you were born, the principle of cognitive dissonance will compel you that when you know something about a person and you hear something that is completely contradictory, instead of, because of your devilish motives, instead of believing that which is in complete contradiction to what has become known about this person, for heaven's sake, test the veracity of what you hear. This is what a decent, basic human being does. And I urge you to do that. Please do that. In addition to my ABC Molapishi, I did engage with ABC Molapishi like a leader should do. And I said, have you done the following? And indeed, he gave me evidence that he had done the following. Similar to myself, he had issued a statement to say that, please, I would like to go to the Zondo Commission. Now, as far as you and I are concerned, the Zondo Commission has not pronounced on this. And incidentally, when the Zondo Commission responded to me, they gave me a number of options. They say, you can send somebody to come and answer, or you can just send a report or an affidavit, or you can come yourself. Now, the person that you portray here, that you believe to be, is not the kind of person who will be given such options by the judge. And if you don't believe me, it will be part of the sharing that I invite you to. The question of special programs. The question of special programs. It may have been stated in the portfolio committee that that is how the presidency is configured. But that does not say that one has done this because one is a copycat. The reality of the matter is these are areas that have been repeatedly emphasized from a policy perspective. And for one reason or the other, they are not happening. And we have the firm view that, given the constitutional responsibility of the Office of the Premier to ensure, from coordination point of view, that policy is implemented, these very key policy areas should really be under the firm handle of coordination by the Office of the Premier. With regard to the bars, the worker system, I think honorable members will be aware that there has been a protracted initiation of a finance and personnel system by National Treasury. And for one reason or the other, that initiative has not come to much fruition. And, but we should also not confuse the worker system, which deals with procurement issues, and therefore is a procurement system, with the bus system. But the fundamental thing is, let us also look at the IFMS system and see where the nation is with regard to this before we make the pronouncements that we make. You'll be aware that the President is preparing to sign performance agreements with ministers, and the Premier of this province will be doing something similar with the MECs here. Before the Premier of the Northwest gave the State of the Province address, the Premier had a one-on-one with the MECs to indicate very clearly that in terms of priorities that have been pronounced by National Makgotla, as well as by the President himself, and based on my understanding of the peculiarities of the province, that directives should be given to the MECs. And we've had very, very fruitful, thorough, 2 hours or more sessions with MECs where I was making very clear to them and making sure that we are reading from the same page vis-a-vis how we locate ourselves within those national priorities. So rest assured that you're not dealing with passive or reluctant leadership here. You're dealing with firm leadership, tried and tested, who set up institutions in this country, national institutions, more recently the National School of Government. The 3 of the 9 provinces in this country were technically put together by the Premier that you're talking about at the negotiations, at the World Trade Center, when negotiations were held about the future of this country. So I was one of the very keen advisors in the process. So that let's pass our judgments within context and not look at an isolated incident and start becoming euphoric and very much excited that, like people exclaimed at Eureka. Let's ask questions and say, but is it really consistent with what we know? Thank you very much.
Members in gallery on my left will have to take you out. The Honorable Deputy Speaker has made it clear that you are not allowed to clap hands. You are continuously doing that.
That's in contradiction of the rules of this house. We'll take you out of this gallery.
Honorable members, thank you very much, Honorable Tunakulu, for your response. May we now adopt the budget of the Office of the Premier, program by program. Program 1, Administration, 131,974,000 rands. Agreed? Yes. Thank you, the yes got it. Program 2, Institutional Development, 340,847,000 rands. Agreed? Yes. There's a little bit of no, but the yes got it. Program 3, Policy and Governance, 198,550,000 rands. Agreed? Yes. Thank you, honorable members. The 2019-20 budget vote 1 for the Office of the Premier totaling 671,371,000 rand has now been adopted by the House. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. I don't have the roll call. I will now waive Rule 2521 to allow the House to consider the principle and detail of the bill and read the bill for the second time. Does the House concur? Thank you, Secretary. May you please read the bill for the second time?
This bill shall be called the Northwest Appropriation Bill 2019.
Thank you. I will now read the roll call in terms of Rule 243, subsection 2 of the Northwest Provincial Legislature Standing Rules to determine the quorum. Deputy Secretary, may you assist in reading the roll call? I don't have my glasses before me.
Honorable Danji,
Present.
Honorable Mutsumi, Honorable Mukoro, Honorable Sebihwe, Honorable Joaile,
Present.
Honorable Matabuhe,
Present.
Honorable Midupi,
Present.
Honorable Dliso,
Present.
Honorable Williams,
Present.
Honorable Mutswana,
Present.
Honorable Khosho,
Present.
Honorable Matsimela,
Kiteng.
Honorable Sambata, Honorable Muilwa,
Present.
Honorable Molapisi,
Present.
Honorable Lehare, Honorable Muhono,
Teng Murtaban.
Honorable Thapi, present. Honorable Musenuhi, Honorable Kehakilwe,
Present, ma'am.
Honorable Lenkopani, Honorable Butswe, Honorable Babuile, Honorable Kirileng,
Deputy Secretary, please hold on, I think. Thank you, Honorable Theodore, for that. No, start again on Butswe, on that message.
Honorable Butswe, Honorable Babuile, Honorable Kirileng, present. Honorable Dikolomela, Honorable Kaba,
Yes.
Are you sure it's not
Honorable-
working, Honorable Dukumela? Are you sure it's not working? Okay.
Honorable Dikolomela,
Present.
Honorable Kaba,
Present.
Honorable Diale. Honorable Rabotapi.
Go back to Diale.
Present.
Honorable Diale. Honorable Rabotapi.
Present.
Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Theologo. Present. Honorable Edwards.
Present.
Honorable Nell.
Teenwoordig.
Honorable Klein Hans.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I have satisfied myself that you have the majority of members in the House, and you have also observed to that. But before we proceed with our final stage, I want to give an opportunity as requested by Freedom Front to address the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just asking because most of the time when we put our hands up here in this corner, you don't recognize us. The FF Plus just want to put it on record that we do not agree with the appropriation bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Table staff, may you please record the order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, we are dealing with very serious business here. Honorable Deputy Secretary, I received a note. Seemingly, there's a member who feels that he or she was not on record. I don't know who's the member. There's no name. Deputy Speaker, yes. Can we put the Deputy Speaker on record? Yes. Let's start with the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mutsumi.
Present.
Honorable Mukhoro.
Thank you very much, honorable members. May we please now adopt the bill clause by clause in terms of Rule 243, subsection 1. Honorable members. May we please adopt the bill clause by clause in terms of Rule 243, subsection 1.
Agreed.
I can't do it on my own, honorable members. I need your concurrence. Okay. Clause 1. Do you agree? Say yes.
Yes.
Clause 2.
Yes.
Yes. Clause 3.
Yes.
Clause 4. Yes. Clause 5. Yes. Clause 6. Yes. Clause 7. Yes. Thank you very much. Order, honorable members, order. I will now call on the MEC for Finance to give the third reading speech if she deems it necessary and move for the adoption. You can speak from where you are seated, honorable MEC.
Tla ke go leboge Musa Khotla and thank the Premier and members of the legislature. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very, very short. I will not be long. But I need to really affirm that the support and comments and questions relating to the 2019 MTF budget from the Portfolio Committee and honorable members are acknowledged and will be considered accordingly. The provincial budget tabled on the 4th of July seeks to consolidate provincial spending and prioritize job creation and better life for our citizens. As my colleagues in the Executive Council have highlighted in their respective vote speeches, with this budget, we are determined to change the lives of the people of the province as outlined in the vote speech of all MCs in following the priorities of the governing party. Madam Speaker, Provincial Secretary will work closely with all departments to ensure improved quality spending and service delivery. To this end, from Tuesday next week, Treasury will be meeting with all departments responsible for infrastructure delivery and conditional grants. The purpose of that engagement is to identify and resolve all spending bottlenecks with a view to improve service delivery in the current financial year. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize the importance of spending budget according to plans. Provincial Treasury will aggressively deal with departments and any municipality that fails to comply with the applicable laws and regulations. In line with the prescripts of the Constitution, the PFMA and the MFMA, working together with all committees of the legislature in an effort to improve good governance, accountability, transparency, utilization of resources, and maintain the principles of value for money. The sixth administration, led by Professor Job Mokgoro, our Premier, and supported by all MECs in execution of the 2019-2020 budget, remain committed to implement punitive measures that will deter departments, public entities, and municipalities from misappropriation of the budget. We need to re-emphasize that, as we have started with municipalities, where there is transgression of law in the province by anybody, inclusive of departments, entities, and municipalities, we will implement punitive measures, not limited to delaying or withholding of funds. Let us all support this budget and agree to the implementation of the principle of growing the economy of Northwest together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Our Papa MEC, Matsogolo na madi. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Does the House concur that the bill be read for the third time? Secretary, may you please read the bill for the third time?
This bill shall be called the Northwest Appropriation Act 2019.
Thank you. The Northwest Appropriation Act 2019 will be sent to the Premier for assent. Our members, please be informed that there will be a special sitting on Tuesday, 30th July 2019, to process all outstanding business of the House, including Mandela Day debates, previous minutes, motions and statements, and any matter that the Youth Forum can want to bring to the attention of the House. And thank you very much, honorable members. This sitting is officially adjourned till next week, Tuesday.